I don't know, man. Depending on your
You're
view
not my
of pulp,
supervisor.
Oh God.
on everybody's view of what's everybody's view of pulp? Pulp with orange juice.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
What?
No, it's
Both of you
I
are
don't enjoy it.
insane.
Negative Ghost Rider.
No,
Yeah, juice should not have a texture.
Yeah,
I
there should. I like my orange juice carpet free. Thank you very much.
I thought like I was gonna get back up here,
No,
and then
you were wrong.
it turns out I was as wrong as I could possibly be, because when I went to the grocery store this morning, well, after we went to go get bagels and bagel sandwiches, I was like, all right, I'm tired of this no pulp nonsense in this household, and I bought a most pulp thing for myself and no pulp for my
that's
girlfriend.
just all the pulp that the other juices didn't want, right?
Yeah, it's just an orange that just will go into my mouth, and I want it.
Like, if you really want that much pulp, you could just buy an orange.
Maybe beat the shit out of it first.
Yeah. So at some point, I think we need to.
We're live, by the way.
Oh yeah. Anyway, at some point, we need to like go to EFAP and make like a super chat and plug Y.A.R.P.
Oh
and have them read it out.
No, I don't even. Would they even? Well, actually, no.
They've done it before.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Yeah.
People.
There's been other channels
before.
Yeah, especially if you do it for a decent amount, like if you do like a $25 or a $50 dollar banger, they're gonna read that shit out.
But I think recently there was some guys like, hey, I wrote a book. It's called this, and Mono was just like, yep, well, this guy wrote that. Check it out if you're interested, I guess.
I've never been so. I've never like. I'm not gonna say I felt ignored, but when I made a super chat and they all like I went into this like detail about how like the old E was way more detailed than the sequel trilogy. I included references like Lord Nyax and fucking Jason Solo, and they just didn't understand any of it. They just went, okay. Just
and you presented detail without context. If you don't have the base knowledge.
Well, they were talking about like they were going over that video that was of details missed in Rise of Skywalker. It was the It was the guy who pointed a lot too.
Oh, that guy. Is he the one who like started crying like a bitch because I don't know, he was wearing a jacket indoors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my god, what a scathing insult.
Yeah, I'm body sensitive and
like the whole thing was like the amount of other ways they insulted him throughout the video, and that was the
and it's like the fucking insult to your jacket is what it. So should we do a bit of our Mando recap and then go into this, or?
Oh, there's one Mando thing I was thinking about earlier, which is okay, remember how fucking hard I laughed when the Razor Crest got destroyed?
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, why was that just so fucking funny to me?
It's because he got it fixed like twice.
Well, yeah, it's not just that, but it's also just like right before we started that episode, I was specifically kind of building up how one of the things I really enjoyed about the season so far was how they built up.
Oh yeah,
the Razor Crest, his relationship to it, how much he loves to fly it, how much he loves flying in general, and then just in this episode, after like a barrage of tism throughout the fight, they just take away a good thing from the entire show. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
I feel bad that I actually praised you for something, you fucking cunts.
I kept saying like, oh, then we need to watch the episode. I was basically being like, I need to rip this away from you. So today we shall be going over a YouTuber called Young Defiant, who basically, if you would see the chat, not the chat, the description is a quote from his Twitter bio, and he thinks he is basically the ultimate human being, I would guess, and yeah, that's something.
We're gonna hear from the Apex Weeb.
Lord help us. Before we start the video, though, what is everybody's favorite anime?
That's a tough one.
Okay,
There's so
I
many.
kind of
Well,
have one that's in mind, so
go for it. You
maybe I'll go
start. I'll,
first.
I'll think. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Absolute tippity top favorite is Space Battleship Yamato 2199. It is very kind of Star Wars, Star Trek kind of space adventure ish. It's pretty well thought out. It's a very tidy 25 episodes long. Pretty much no filler, no content they didn't need. It's a very simple, straightforward story. They've got a mission, they go there, they do the thing, they come back, and it's just the adventure along the way. And all like the spaceship they go through, and the ship is just so fucking awesome. So you kind of have this pretty good, simple plot, excellent fucking sci-fi world building and storytelling, characters that I really enjoy in the same way that you enjoy like the crew of the Enterprise. You enjoy the crew of the Yamato, that kind of vibe. So, and it's just something that's quite near and dear to me.
See, I wish I could do that. I wish I could pick just one and say
I
that's
was
the
actually thinking
pinnacle.
What's your
ahead of time
What's your
already with
favorite? What's your favorite
Awakens.
current? What are you watching right now that you really love?
Well, I'm
Okay.
not really watching anything right now
Oh,
on the anime front, but I mean, there's just been so many. Like, do I say the first anime that I ever watched because it sticks with me as being the first? Do I say like the first anime that ever hit me hard enough to make me cry? I mean, I don't. There's some really fucking good ones out there, and it's hard to compare them because there's so many different categories, and it's like, well, what scale are you grading on?
mm-hmm.
There's animes that I got so into I binged in like a day. It's just there's definitely a list for me. Um, I guess I could rattle off two or three. But Hunter x Hunter is definitely up there for me. It's fantastic, both quality, writing, animation, the fights, all of it. Um, Neon Genesis was my first. I grew up on stuff like Gundam, so I know they're kind of campy, but those were fantastic. Um, Tokyo Ghoul, One Punch Man. I mean, there's just so fucking many that are just
Mhm.
amazing.
Another couple that come to mind is Mushishi, Mushishi, Mushishi. It's kind of like a spooky sort of fairy tale thing. It's very chill, mellow, but the artwork is fucking gorgeous. I'm a
Yeah,
sucker for sort of like that fairy tale esque way of telling stories, but they keep it all consistent with like the rules that it follows, and it's all based on a mythology that I'm so unfamiliar with that all the stories were just like very strange and weird, and the spookiness of them like really kind of sunk in.
I've
And the
actually been surprised by some of the Netflix anime lately. Like the first couple ones that they came out with were pretty bad, but they've actually started putting out some that are pretty fucking
how
impressive.
have has Son of Zeus or whatever that's called?
Blood
Has
of
anyone? Yeah,
Zeus.
Blood of Zeus. Has
I
anyone seen that?
Not yet. It is on our list. Me and the girlfriend are going to watch that together because she's really into the like the Greek and the Roman, theology and the mythology. So we're going to check that out for sure. But I've heard only good things. So
If you're
they've
into
already
that,
renewed it for like season 2 and 3.
if you're into that kind of stuff, then I would recommend a web comic called Lore Olympus, which is basically
I
uh
think she does read that one.
oh I'm
She
completely caught up and I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
she's a big. She likes Hades, and her girlfriend likes Persephone. So
All right. So let us now begin
oh
this
boy.
guy's 20 most overrated animes. Oh,
Oh
I
wait,
forgot
you
to get.
can go,
I
but I
didn't
think it
answer.
can kind of be
So
assumed to be My
oh
Hero.
yeah,
so I
I
have
think Y.A.R.P
two.
is my hero.
I have two. My Hero Academia, because it turns out, man, have I needed like a big change with the superhero genre. Because with me, Endgame was the last Marvel movie. I will only see Doctor Strange out of curiosity, and I will only see Guardians if James Gunn comes back. For me, Marvel Cinematic Universe is over. Didn't see Far
Yeah,
From Home.
it
Not
wasn't called the "We're nearly there" game. It was the fucking
yeah,
end game. It's over.
exactly.
We're done.
So I'm not. Of course, I'm not gonna see Black Widow. Scarlett Johansson won't even try a Russian accent. Let's see. But I love the shit out of Full Metal Alchemist. I almost said My Full Metal Alchemist. No, Full Metal Alchemist, which ironically, those two are from the same studio, Bones. Um, I'm really curious to see what the fifth season they'll do, even though I'm caught up with the manga. Um, all right. So
Let's
let
do
us
this.
begin.
Oh boy. Let's go.
When it comes to anime, I've always been on a completely higher level than the rest. A level you would never be able to reach, even if you dedicated your entire life to doing so. See, I'm the king of anime, and no one other than me will ever sit on his throne. I'm not like you casual frauds, you fake anime fans with bad taste. I have amazing taste, and I'm a real anime fan. With that being said, it's time for me to spit facts once again. Time for me to deliver the greatness once again. In this video, I'm going to be going over the most overrated garbage anime series. These are the anime that a lot of people like and think are good, but they really are not even close to being good. If you
All right, can we just talk about the arrogance of
I
this
told
man?
Wait,
you-
what timestamp was that?
I told
37
you you
seconds.
37.
37 seconds. You couldn't make it through the first 90 seconds.
Cause the thing is like you guys were just waiting on me. Cause not only did I have the fucking pause button, you're just like, you're just out of spite. You're like, oh no, we'll just let him talk for 90 seconds. I'm like, we gotta say something.
90 seconds of just this guy bigging himself up. He's like, I'm on another level.
I
than
mean,
you,
the
you can never
sheer
reach me.
arrogance of
Well,
this man.
and now you see what I'm talking about how I want to see where his barometer is at. Like, give me some fucking examples. Like, give me your top 3. You know, I need him to send me that in like a tweet or a DM.
Yeah, you
So
can't.
that I can be like, okay, now I know where the bar is.
Or even just do what we just did and kind of just list off the top of your head certain shows that really stuck out to you. That's
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying
and
about
I
that.
mean that wasn't even a complete list for me. I could probably rattle off a dozen or 20 easy. Like I could do a video like this of the top 20 anime that have just impacted my life or inspired me as a writer. You know, the kind of
Easily.
And
yeah,
There's
the
so
kind that
many
want.
are so good.
And don't even
Oh,
get me
absolutely.
don't even get me started on the gushing I have for Berserk. Like I tried to just keep that to only a Griffith-sized amount of
Oh
worship.
man,
That is not modest, my friend.
I borderline scarred my girlfriend with that one. She was like, it's not going to be that bad, right? And I was like, "Do you?"
I'm like, do I show my girlfriend Berserk? And I'm like, how much do I want her to hate me for the rest of my life?
Well, it was funny because she kind of had one of those moments where she was getting into the, the whole like gay, like Griffith Guts relationship. Like it's heavily implied that they kind of have a thing.
G-
And she was like, "Oh, this is so cool, and he's such a cute character, and like they have
Oh,
such
no.
a." And I was like, "Oh no!"
Griffith fucked Charlotte and Casca because he couldn't fuck Guts. That's
Pretty
just
much, yeah. He's
I
just
mean-
angry.
Just taking out that sexual frustration.
Yeah.
Well, let's face it. If you guys watch the Netflix Band of the Hawk movies, fucking Charlotte's just laying in the fucking bed, like doing like the Family Guy pose after falling down. She's just fucking exhausted after what Griffith did to her, and it's just like, oh damn. So, Jesus, I've never been seen. I don't understand what is with these YouTubers and like having a shit ton of arrogance. There's being confident and there's being an asshole.
Or it's not even just the being an asshole. It's like, okay, I have better taste than you is a statement that we all understand needs a follow-up. Some kind of
Yes.
explanation or justification. You don't just say it and let it hang there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was waiting for some kind of an example or something, even just a reference maybe to something. Give me one anime that you like.
This is
'Cause
true.
you just keep saying real anime. I'm a real fan.
You know,
I like
there's
real
another
anime.
there's another anime YouTuber that's in the similar vein, but not even nearly as bad, named Digibro. And I haven't watched him in years, but his whole thing was like, I have better taste than most people because I have spent a disgusting amount of my life just watching anime. I have seen so fucking many. And he was a writer in his own right as well. Like, he, not
Mm-hmm.
stories, but like blog. He knew how to fucking construct a point and structure himself. So it was competent arrogance. And it was
Right.
arrogance that was actually backed up. It's like, okay, I think this is shit, and I think this is good. Here's why this is shit. Here's why those same reasons this was shit, this other show is actually brilliant, because they were both doing the same thing. This one failed, this one succeeded. And most of the videos that I saw from him were kind of in that vein. And it's like, yes, fair enough, absolutely. If you can back up your statement, then make whatever statement you like. That's not the issue. It's just when the guy does something like this.
Well, I'll
It's,
be curious to see, what some of the reactions are when he actually starts bringing up his list. Because man, I mean, you have to suffer through like the first 90 seconds, but
We couldn't even
once
do
he
that.
starts the list,
I
yeah,
couldn't
no,
even do
it's
that. I was just like, oh, fuck you.
I mean, just before he even gets the list, I've just, in my head, I've got overrated in massive fucking quotation marks, because he's either just using it as like a generic thing to mean not that good.
Well, yeah, and he never really goes in and defines overrated, because a lot of people kind of just throw that word around, but they never really say what they mean by it.
Like, okay, one of
Yeah.
the shows I mentioned, Mushishi. There are people who say that Mushishi is overrated because all of the more like the kind of artsy, we're here for the themes and like the narrative kind of
My
reads.
themes.
Yeah, and just yeah, people who really like good stories and aren't really here for like all the action and stuff. It's just a very different vibe. People say that that show is overrated because all of those kinds of people, myself included, have that in their list of favorites because it just scratches such a lovely niche itch, you know? So saying overrated doesn't even imply popularity, really.
Right.
It
Is
just
he
means the
saying
people who
it's a
like it too much for my taste.
right, or he could be saying that these are the ones that, fans or critics like, but they're really not that good, and we don't even really know where he's making the comparison or what his statement is. But he's the true fan. He's going to educate us.
Yeah, he's
Remember,
gonna educate us lowly non-weebs.
the plebe
If you like any
weebs.
of the series on this list, you're a
Normies.
moron with bad taste and cannot be taken seriously. This list is 100% fat. This is not an opinion. This is an objective list. So all you idiots like, oh, but come on,
Okay,
man, come on.
so
That's right.
hey,
This is not an opinion.
at least we can say he's bold enough to not use the "this is my opinion" argument. So
Oh, he's in the entire opposite direction of that problem.
yeah, so now he's said that everything on this list is objectively overrated garbage, and if you like any of the things on this list, you are a moron and cannot be taken seriously.
Okay, bold statements.
Yep,
Let's see how they
buckle
hold
up. Here we
Let's
go.
see how this fucking plays out, you fucking weebs!
I mean, like, come on. It's just your opinion, man. Cut it out. Stop it. But anyway, let's get to this, man. So the first anime we're going to kick this list off with is Code Geass. Now, Code Geass is...
So, just
Okay.
Now, to be fair, I have not seen this one,
Neither
but
have
my
I.
friend has, and I don't even know if he's pronouncing it correctly because my friend always just says code geese. But
Oh God,
So-
Code Geass.
yeah,
so,
yeah,
it's
I
just
don't
a bunch
know.
of geese.
yeah, I have no idea, but I've only heard good things from my friend, so I don't know.
Which is weird because if you've seen the shows, like they say the word Geass a lot.
yeah, I think it's
especially
just a
the guy who has it.
pronunciation thing.
But yeah, okay, I've seen this one, and I will say that it is very good up to a point. I had some problems with like the last quarter, I think, and there's a significant amount of like the ending that I don't remember, which is not a good thing. But yeah, like at least for the first half, it was pretty top tier. Saying it's overrated, there is an argument to be made for that because it's counted on a lot of people's like top 10 lists and whatever. When I feel like it's not really on that tier, but that's kind of it depends on what the top 10 list is. If you're saying it's like these are the top 10 best by the criteria I'm judging them, then yeah, it doesn't belong on the list. If you're saying these are the top 10 important to me, subjectively interesting or good or whatever, fine. So yeah, again, I'm just saying it's like there are arguments to be made for this one. I'm waiting for him to fuck them up.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty then.
Is nothing but overrated garbage. I know at the sight of this anime, people are probably thinking, what? Code Geass is one of the best, man. Oh, this is such an amazing series. No, cut it out. This anime is complete garbage. Absolute garbage. When it comes to just...
I love his argumentation. Make a silly voice and then say they're wrong.
Yeah, and
Yep.
it's like it's just we still haven't heard a reason yet. Although he did immediately like contradict me where it said like it starts off really strong and then kind of gets tismy towards the end. So overall it suffers, whereas he's just like no, it's like straight from beginning to end, it's all shit. So yeah, already he's not in a good place.
Right.
overrated garbage anime, you cannot leave Code Geass off of that list. This is just trash at its finest, typical school setting, yet tries to be deep and
Hold on.
complex, yet fails.
Typical school setting.
That
Are you
was the
fucking
statement.
high, my dude? No. The guy is barely ever in school. He's in school for a period, but like sort of within like the middle third, it's like during the second act of the overall story, he's trying to pretend to be a normal person. Whereas like in the first, he's going on this like fucking weird evil genius mech adventure, and then for the last third, he's like an evil dictator, like a de facto king.
What?
So, yeah, saying it's like the whole show in general takes place in a typical school setting. Even when it is in a school setting, it's not really typical at all. That's a statement.
In every way. You know, boring mechs. You know, the mechs suck. The storyline is just so
The
convoluted.
mechs do
So
not
many
suck.
plots.
I love
Okay.
like he's. I love how this is an objective. This sucks. Like my dude, come on. You must elaborate.
Well, the least you could do, not saying that he's right by any means, because I haven't seen him, but I've heard really good things about the mechs from this series. As far as like giant robot anime goes, it's pretty up there. And the least you could do, if you're going to make that claim and not say anything else, put a fucking picture of it on screen.
Yeah. And with the mechs in this show particularly, it's like, okay, they don't actually play a huge part. It's not like a Gundam show where it's about the mechs. They're just kind of the level of technology of the world that the story takes place in. So the mechs in this show, they're sort of like two modes of movement. They actually will like hunker down and move around on wheels and then only use actual just like walking shit when it's appropriate, which makes so much more sense than building a vehicle that walks. But it also means that during the combat they're like fucking moving really fast. They look like have you ever played Jet Set Radio?
I've
It
been
kinda looks
wanting
like
to
a
so
Gundam
bad.
version of that. So yeah, it's like the fights, especially in like the early part of the show with the mechs, they were pretty fucking cool because the mechs were different in this unique way that I hadn't seen before. It's like if nothing else about them was interesting or good or well done, they at least nailed being unique as mechs in anime of all things.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty badass.
All right then.
Plot holes, so many plot conveniences. It's just crazy how many people think this anime is good, and it just proves once again how many people with bad taste are out there. Bad writing, bad characters, ugly stick figure character designs where the characters just look
Examples,
like
please.
overly tall and weird. Like I
Citation, please. Come on.
So,
said,
okay,
too
so
many
what are some of the things you listed there? The
Let's-
animation.
Hold on,
the-
let's bring it back
I
a
think
bit.
he's saying people are skinny and tall, and that's weird.
I mean, the
Let's-
main guy is lanky, but he's also like in his late teens, which is when that kind of body type is most prevalent in growing lads. So,
Let's
and it's not everybody. It's not just like an art style thing. It's that character. He's quite lanky.
I've rolled it back a little bit. Let's do this again.
are out there. Bad writing, bad characters, ugly stick figure character designs where the characters just look like overly tall.
Did he
and
say
weird.
stick finger?
Yeah, yes, he did.
Let me hear it again.
Stick finger character design.
Yeah, he said stick fingered.
Stick finger character design. Okay.
stick figure characters.
Stick
Just wanted to make
figure.
sure I was following along.
Designs where the characters just look like overly tall and weird. Like I said, too many plot conveniences and ass pulls. Terrible.
So, where's
Okay,
there an
so
ass pool in this fucking show?
right, so he said a couple things. He said it's like just terrible writing, which is vague and without citations, it's meaningless. Terrible characters. I do remember there being like a couple of side characters that I just really didn't like, but all of the main ones, like the important ones with like a lot of screen time and dialogue, whose motivations and shit actually moved shit forward. I remember pretty much all of them being sensible. If even if they weren't personality types that I liked, their motivations were clear. The actions they took to make those motivations happen sort of lined up. In the ending, when everything gets kind of sci-fi magical and weird, I do remember there being a couple things that are pretty fucking convenient. So I'll maybe give them like the ass balls, especially because like I said, I don't really remember the ending that well. It was, see, I remember snippets and scenes, and the more I'm like trying to think of this show, the more is slowly coming back to me. I haven't seen it in years. But yeah, I'll give him conveniences and maybe a couple ass balls. Terrible characters, not so much. Most of them are pretty fucking good.
Ending. I mean, the ending was just ridiculously stupid. This anime does everything wrong.
I love how you just said it's ridiculously
Everything.
stupid. So what's the ending of this show, and how could it be interpreted as ridiculously stupid?
Okay, just because of how badly I remember it, I genuinely feel unqualified to answer the question. But yeah, it's weird and some of it doesn't really make sense. So I'll give him that one. The ending is kind of stupid. I'm willing to throw the ending of the show under the bus, but I still recommend you like start watching and then maybe just kind of drop off whenever,
All
because
right.
at least the first half or so is pretty fucking decent.
Absolutely horrible anime. Next up is Cowboy Bebop.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
Fucking shots.
fucking knew it.
So
This
I've
was
been
the first
Cannot
one when
wait
this
to
came
hear his
on
reasons.
screen. I was like, "Holy shit, he's going after the big dogs!" Like no punches pulled. Wow, because I knew this was a hot take.
see. I'm not. I've been wanting to watch Cowboy Bebop for quite a while because I've heard it's so good, and I'm
Yeah, it's
like,
pretty fucking fantastic, and it really shows the range of what anime can be.
Okay, you
mm-hmm.
know what I was saying about Mushishi? How it's like it's really chill. It's got this whole aesthetic and vibe going on. This is the space bounty hunter version of Mushishi, and Mushishi is just like the medieval witch doctor version of Cowboy Bebop. It's like
Yeah,
it's different vibes, but the vibe is kind of the point, and you're just going along with the ride, exploring this weird, very well realized world, along with these characters and seeing it through their eyes. It's like it's a fucking good show.
fantastic.
All right. Guess we'll have to watch a little bit once this is over.
Cowboy Bebop is by far one of the most boring anime I've ever watched. From beginning to
Boring.
end, it was
Okay, now he sounds like the typical. There's a certain kind of weeb they only watch shonen, and everything else is just like
Well, but
it's
but that's
weird
what
for
I
the sake of
thought
being weird.
too. But he absolutely seems to fucking hate shonen anime.
That's why it's weird. It's like, so if he thinks shonen is just it's dumbed down, it's for kids, it's trash, whatever. Okay, I've seen that shape of argument before, and it usually leads on to you should be watching more thoughtful, well paced, deep stories like Cowboy Bebop, Mushishi. Another one I have on my like little mental list of the ones that are probably going to be on his good list is Legend of the Galactic Hero, which is from the 80s, I think,
Or
and it's a long,
or
long
Full
form
Metal
series.
Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist has a lot of philosophical and ethical discussions while also having kick-ass fights.
But you see,
Like,
because it has kick-ass fights, it's for normies, and if it's normie friendly, it doesn't belong in this niche hipster weeb tier
In fact,
that he's clearly the king of.
in fact, there's a lot of discussions on theology too in Full Metal, because like literally the first arc is about like how fucking Cornello is using like he's turning everybody into religious zealots using the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, dude, as a fucking middle schooler watching Neon Genesis for the first time, when they do that fourth wall break and literally it's like there's a whole part of the show that's very philosophical and asking like, what does it mean to exist? Who are you as a fucking person? And I was
Oh,
just like,
God, yeah.
oh my god.
Getting the
Watch Neon Genesis at the appropriate age of about like 14 to 16. It will fuck you up in a very
Good way.
I was going to avoid the word good. I was going to like say something like profound because
Yeah,
it's
I'll
not
give you that.
necessarily all good. There's certain
No.
ways where
Get
it's
in the
like,
mech,
it'll
Shinji.
open you up to your own depression.
Get in the
confront
fucking
you
mech,
with your own
Shinji.
demons. Yeah, it's
Uh,
a very heavy, very philosophical, theological mindfuck show, and it's great. And I'm assuming it's going to be on this list too.
I hope to God not. I'll lose my shit.
if Berserk and fucking I don't know. In your guys, it'd be Evangelion. If fucking Berserk shows up on this list, I will just shit. I won't shit a brick. I'll just.
To be fair, I think the Berserk anime is nowhere near as good as the Berserk manga.
So the
And
'90s
there's a
anime,
couple of them, yeah.
the '90s
90s
anime
one is the
is fucking
best.
perfect. It's other than the movies, it's a perfect representation of the golden age.
But see, that's kind of the problems. Like every time
Yeah,
there's
they
an
just
anime
do the golden
adaptation of
age.
Berserk, it's just the golden age. See, the '90s anime is like the best version of that, but it feels so fucking limited, and we need a full fucking show. They're probably waiting for him to finish writing it.
Right.
Well, the thing is, with the current anime, they covered the Millennium Falcon arc and the
But isn't the newest anime the one that has that really fucking dodgy art style?
yes, it's half CGI, half
Oh, I
written.
why? When did that ever become a thing? And somebody make it stop.
I don't know.
I think this was around like 2016 when the blending of normal anime and CGI anime was just beginning, and they didn't
Oh,
quite know where the lines were yet.
dude,
Also,
I remember some of the first Netflix anime that they made. All of them used that fucking art style, and it got to the point where I couldn't even watch anymore. I'm like, please, please stop.
on a
There's
slight
a couple of them, yeah.
Berserk tangent, I don't care if you put a gun to my head and one to my balls. I'm not gonna watch Goblin Slayer. Just I'm not gonna do it.
Why?
I'm just not interested. It just maybe because as a Berserk fan, it kind of comes across as edgy to be edgy's sake, and it's just like, especially how they show a rape in the first episode. It's like,
Okay,
really?
I
Is
can
this-
see where the impression comes from. I would say give it a chance anyway, because I've seen all of it, and then I read ahead in the actual manga, and it's more like medieval fantasy Judge Dredd.
Oh, okay.
So I actually kind of dig it.
But on to how he thinks Cowboy Bebop sucks. You know,
Oh yay!
as he just does static images and shit.
With no examples.
Boring, completely sleep inducing. I just wanted to stop watching this anime immediately. I forced myself to get through it. So boring. A total waste of time. The only reason
He sounds like somebody who just criticizes the prequels. They're boring.
He criticizes like he's 5 years old.
He
It's
really
boring.
does.
I hate it. I don't want to do it. No, I'm not going to eat my fucking carrots.
For no reason.
Yeah, it's not a phase, Mom. I'm a real anime fan.
people like this garbage, aside from having bad taste, is because of nostalgia. You know, nostalgia is a hell of a thing. It can just control people,
Bullshit.
and
I
it's
didn't
just
see it
very
until I
bad.
was 24.
Well, I think I get I can't confirm, but I get the feeling that he is a American YouTuber.
Oh,
And
he's
there
in
is
fucking
a
Detroit.
there is a large sect of American anime fans who got their introduction to anime from a little thing called Toonami.
Oh,
And
me too.
Cowboy
Oh,
Bebop
God.
was part of Toonami. So
Toonami was broadcast here in Europe as well.
I can't believe you're
it was like a
reminding me of
subset of-
Toonami.
And yeah, that's where I saw Dragon Ball. It's where I saw a whole bunch of shit, really. And
Yeah,
yeah, it's like Cowboy Bebop. I didn't actually see this on Cowboy or on Toonami because
it was part of their like late night shit. Like it came
yeah,
on way later. Like DBZ would come on at like 4 o'clock when you got home from school, but this shit
and
came
it
on
was
like
the
after
tightest
10.
shit.
Yeah, it was.
And I remember like every time I would have it on, I was watching it. The only time my dad ever walked in the room was while they were screaming. So he would
Right.
constantly just be like, "Why do you watch this show? It's just dudes screaming at each other. That's all."
See-
It is." I'm like, "No, no, it isn't. They actually fight. It's really cool. I swear."
Dude,
they actually
I-
do stuff. I swear.
I swear. No, I remember coming home like excited from school for all 12 episodes where Goku fought Frieza. It was great.
Oh god, that entire arc was fucking legendary. And then it's only when I was older that I realized, holy shit, like other people watch that whole thing as well. Like it's actually a whole like cultural touchstone that I was like
That you
unaware
were a
of.
part of, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's insane.
Bonding before the internet was a thing.
Right?
Bad to rely strictly on nostalgia. But the story is nothing but episodic garbage. Then it gets focused on Spike's backstory out of nowhere, which is a total ass.
Out of
Which just comes out of
nowhere.
So why do they explain Spike's backstory?
Okay, they didn't come out of nowhere. They were drip feeding his personality, his philosophy, what
They
he
were doing a
does,
lot
where he
of
does it.
setup.
And as they were going through, you would gain piece by piece more and more details of this pretty fucking mysterious dude. And then towards the end, all of those pieces kind of come together. So the idea that it came out of nowhere implies he wasn't fucking paying attention.
I'm wondering how many of these he just had like on in the background or something and says, "Oh yeah, I watched it."
I'm guessing a lot of them.
I'm going to
Especially
say
the ones
all of
like
them.
this where they're a bit more chilled out and a bit more of a vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not exactly scientific terminology, but I'm hoping people know what I mean.
Less action oriented. Like there's still good
Yeah.
action sequences, but it's not the entire focus of the show.
Yeah, like
and
there's
a
a fight.
lot of the
like
the
the
mood
one-
of the show comes from the long shots of like cities and people just living their lives, just showing you the world.
Lots
Yeah.
of drinking and
kind of thing.
smoking.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say like there's a full-on brawl going on in the background while Spike's just making a prairie oyster, and like the fights aren't. I don't want to say they're not the point from what I've seen, but it's not exact. It's not the main reason you go to Cowboy Bebop.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's about the reflection and about these people all sharing a home in space, being kind of alone with their thoughts.
In fact, that's so much the case that here on the screenshot he has in his video, uh, behind Spike, the guy in the far left,
Yeah,
you
Jet.
see the guy with like the facial hair and like the bandage under his right eye.
Yeah, I know about Jet.
He's like the big brolic motherfucker. Whenever I think of that character, I picture him in an apron. Because most of the time you see him is when they're kind of hanging out on the ship and he's always trying to cook something. And complaining that they can't afford any proper food. It's like that's how I think of that character because that part of the show was just so much more the point.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, it's like this guy's a fucking moron. I love it.
You're wrong. It's boring.
Yeah, it's
nowhere,
boring
and
and
it just
shit.
doesn't make sense.
You don't
And
want to eat
it's all around
vegetables.
boring and just badly written. The characters are horrible. Spike is one of the worst
Citation,
characters
please.
ever.
By horrible, does he mean like they all are horrible people, or are they written horribly? Like, what are you talking about?
Also, just yeah, it's like he just says Spike is like one of the most terrible characters ever. It's like he doesn't even say in what way. It's like let alone an example, which would be fucking nice. Just in what way? Please just explain this.
He'll get to that. He gives the most description on Faye.
Oh God.
Oh.
I mean, I can't stand Spike. Faye Valentine. A lot of people like her strictly because she dresses with damn near nothing on. Just everybody just likes her because of the way she looks. She's there for useless fan service. That's
Meanwhile, one of the famous clips that I do know from watching How to Drink was the fact that during the episode where Faye goes missing and she's drowning her sorrows out in a fucking bar with a saxophone player, she's like part of one of the most like ambient fucking scenes that I've ever seen in an anime.
Mm.
And I
And not
bet,
only that, it's like she has some of like the more emotional moments because she's the one who's new to that sort of life.
yeah,
I mean, the kid in the middle with the red hair, that's they're kind of the newest, but they're kind of crazy. So you can't really get a beat on it. But yeah, with Faye, it's just like having no solid home other than the ship that you're on, having no family other than the other people you happen to be around, and just making a life for yourself in that environment. See, she's probably the one who's the most directly outspoken about what that actually feels like.
yeah. I feel like we'll definitely have to watch Bebop because I've been wanting to watch this show for quite a while, and you guys kind of just described it as like it's just a bunch of people that are kind of just stuck with their own thoughts. I'm
I
like,
don't remember which came first, but I'm pretty sure it was Bebop. But I really feel like Joss Whedon's Firefly took a lot from Bebop and an anime called Outlaw Star.
mm,
Bebop almost definitely came first. I think Bebop is early 2000s, whereas Firefly is mid 2000s, near the 2010s.
mm,
Thereabouts.
Yeah, I feel like he took a lot of inspiration from those anime. I really do because there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah,
Just the
absolutely.
lifestyle, living on a ship.
As a character, though, she is not a good character at all. There's nothing interesting about her. Again, she's just there to appeal to the nerds that like to see fan service or whatever. And the other
Okay, here's
characters
the
are so
thing about
irrelevant.
that though. There are so many characters that, yeah, they're basically just okay. You know how in like car shows they'll have like a beautiful woman posing with the car to make the car look better?
yeah,
There are so many like anime girls that are basically just that, but for the show. There's a reason that there's a very select few that people gravitate to en masse. And it's because they're the ones who actually have a personality, a worldview, something to actually latch onto to make them feel more real, more fully realized. And she's one of them for a fucking reason.
yeah. So, what's everybody's opinion on fan service? I'm not gonna say I downright hate it. It's just not the thing I look at when I watch anime.
It does kind of pull me out of whatever I was getting invested in. It's just kind of like the a splash of cold water. It's like, no, no, please stop, don't do that.
I fucking love it. However, it's about the execution. You know, I'm okay with a character like Faye who has tons of fan service moments throughout the show, but like Luke said, she has a personality. She's not there just to be fan service. The fan service is like the whipped cream on top, but she's a full-fledged character all on her own. You could change her clothes and make her look a lot more conservative, for lack of a better term, and it wouldn't change anything about the show.
Yeah, I
And
also
not only that, but if you did that, it would look like it didn't suit her. She would look like she was wearing a disguise because the way she dresses is also integrated into her personality. It's a part of just how she is. So when you see her like dressed all skimpy or she's doing like all these poses, for a long time, that's just how she made her way in the world. It's a part of who she is. It's not just, oh, here's just random fucking schoolgirls, but oh no, I dropped X object.
and
Let me
then
bend down and pick it up like a porn star. Like, no, there's none of that shit.
I was about to say I don't think there's any. Well, I know there's fan service. Well, there's the fan service that I really want to talk about when it comes to my two favorite stuff because for most of their runtime, like with say My Hero, they are not legal, and with FMA, it's quite a. I don't even think in the original FMA, I don't think they ever get past a certain age. Meanwhile, in Brotherhood, they became like full on adults, didn't they?
I think they're like just shy of 20.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the original anime, they didn't even get past like 16. Like, I could be dead wrong since it's been such a long time and I'm rewatching it at an absolute snail's pace.
See,
But
this
fan
comes up a
service, like
lot.
everything else, has levels of quality. There's
Uh-huh.
good fan service, there's fan service that serves a greater purpose, and then there's just fan service for the sake of fan service.
Very much
Yeah.
true.
So one of my favorite examples is actually Kill la Kill. because that show
God.
has so much nudity and so much fan service, but none of it is really sexualized. It's like the way the show looks and the way the animation is done, nothing ever actually really looks sexy. It always looks cartoony or extreme or exaggerated or comical.
Well, and it's always treated, even by the show, as like being ridiculous. Like she complains about her outfit all the fucking time.
Yeah,
I
and then
j-
there's like the whole faction of nudists that help her out, and like it's the
Yeah.
main guy with the glowing nipples.
It's fucking
so
hilarious.
so I
I
just
fucking
remember
love that
I
show.
just tried to erase this from my mind, but now it tried to come back. You guys ever watch Seekin' no Quasar?
What?
I know it by reputation.
Yeah, so to Ninja, who was just like, what? It's about these Grim Reaper supernatural people that gain power by drinking breast milk.
Oh dear. Yeah,
Yes.
see, that would be something that, granted, without watching it, I can't say, but I would probably go ahead and throw that in the weird bin, and be like, nah, there's probably not a lot of substance there. There might
It's-
be, for all I know, but
no,
that's one that I would almost
it's
be,
it's nothing but fan service and
I would be
almost
okay
shows
missing out on that one.
and almost shows lolly lesbianism. Like not like in fact that it's almost downright showing somebody eating another person out. And I'm just like, how did this become an anime and not just borderline
Well,
hentai?
there are those anime that walk that line between being anime and
Oh
hentai.
god, there's a very recent one that made the line just even blurrier, because it's interspecies reviewers. It's basically right. You know those kind of
yes.
like really silly tangent conversations we would have, like
Yes.
say, okay, would you rather fuck like a bird woman or a snake woman? It's like this is the show that actually fucking builds an entire fantasy world where those questions are immediately relevant, and it
Yes.
just shows the characters having the conversations, and it's fucking golden.
Yeah. I've definitely heard of that.
Then I forgot their names. Music is boring jazz. Like who listens to jazz? Like honestly,
I listen to jazz.
Hold
Thank
on.
you very much. I was in
Jazz is
jazz band.
fucking
I'm
good.
fucking. She,
Okay,
I,
I'll be honest. Personally, I don't listen to a lot of jazz, but I can still appreciate good jazz when I hear it.
Okay.
And my grandfather was way into jazz. He
Yeah.
fucking loved it. So I have an appreciation for it.
I-
And yeah, he just dismisses it outright as being jazz is crap.
I
I'm
just
like,
I
Yeah,
played the
no.
trombone. Like I was in a jazz band, and I was like, yeah, for to just say that jazz is crap it's just that's not an objective. This is just an opinion. Like you can't just
No,
say
no,
And
jazz
plus,
is
it's
no,
just
bad.
a weird thing to say is an objective flaw with the show,
Yeah.
is that it uses a genre of music that I personally, subjectively, don't like. It's like,
yeah,
you're,
and the show
you're
relies
kind
on
of
it
taking away from
heavily.
things.
The show relies on the jazz a lot.
all around bad series. Don't, like I said, Cowboy Bebop was never good. Next up is Death Note. Death Note is by far one of the most.
I
Get fucked.
so
Oh wow.
so I maybe
Okay, I'm sure we can all agree the Netflix one was fucking trash.
yes.
Oh, we just kind of forget it exists.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I'm constantly reminded because for some reason Cosmonaut's Death Note video just keeps showing up on my
But
fucking
this
YouTube.
shit
I am
was
morbidly curious.
fantastic. Yeah, this was amazing.
I
And I
don't
will say there are flaws. Like the show
Sure.
definitely takes a dip in quality at certain points, especially after dies. But even then,
you can
you
this
stick
isn't
with it
how
for a
many
few
year old
episodes.
anime. You
back
could
on
spoil
track.
it. You could spoil it. Does L straight up die in this?
I mean, yeah, he does, but that's like at the very, very end. It's
Oh.
the conclusion. But
Oh,
yeah,
who
I
are
meant
you-
when L dies. L
Yeah.
dies, then Light dies.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, so that's fine. Cause I mean, so that's the thing. I don't consider myself a weeb. I just like probably only like 4 anime, and
Not to mention the intro song was banger.
Oh god,
I wouldn't.
so much.
I
of
would
the
not
show is
know.
there. But yeah, it's like, okay, I think it's kind of a common kind of opinion about the show that I think it's episode 26, 25, 26, when L, the main kind of, I hesitate to use the word antagonist.
Well,
'cause,
technically, as
you
an
know,
antagonist, because he is
Yeah.
opposite
Yeah.
the
He's the
protagonist.
antagonist because Light's the main characters. So
Unfortunately for the world. But
right.
yeah, he's the anti, and he dies. And then when he dies, his kind of trump card, because when he dies, Light basically is now in a position where he thinks he's won. And the few episodes after that where they try to establish the new guy, they're so shaky that a lot of people drop the show. But once it picks back up again and you see Light kind of on his last strings, and especially the death scene of Light, the way he goes out, it's fucking perfect. So
Hmm.
it
Yeah.
brings itself back up to the original quality after that dip. So overall, yeah, it's a very fucking good show. So I wonder what he's
Overrated
going to say about it.
garbage anime ever created. I mean, the way people suck this anime off and pretend like it's this masterpiece, it's this great series, it's just ridiculous. Like, where are the standards at? If you want a good,
It's literally just is this gonna be 24 minutes of him just going like, "You've got bad taste."
Well, I don't know. It might be, but I'm curious to see what makes his list.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're mostly just following along for what gets onto the list because he's not really saying anything. It's just, oh, and
Yeah.
here's number fucking 5. It's this show. It's shit. It sucks. I hate it. Number
Moving
4,
on.
this
Yeah.
show. It's shit. It sucks. I hate it. It's like, bruh, fucking say something, please.
And I'm just like, yeah. And it's like I kind of just don't want to hear him talk. That's actually how bad this is. I'm like, I'm kind of
It's
getting
like movie
bored of whatever
Bob.
you're saying.
You gotta suffer through it.
I part of me almost wants to turn closed captioning on and then just fucking speed this up. Um,
He
um,
does make a couple of. He does throw out some different things for different anime. So
right. All right, hitting the button.
Death Note, a better Death Note, just watch Monster. Monster is the better Death Note. Death Note is catered towards casuals. That's all it is.
okay.
I mean,
So
you
has
got
anyone actually seen Monster or
No,
knows
I
anything of it?
haven't. So that's
No,
why
I'm
I was
actually
like,
Googling it right now
I
to see
was
if I
I
can.
have
hoping.
never heard of it myself, but when he brought that up, I thought that might be an opportunity to, maybe possibly have some insight into where he,
Yes, please, like, fucking somebody.
Okay, I've found it. It's from 2004. It looks like kind of a spooky vampire monster hunter kind of deal.
Oh my god, you fucking kidding me?
I'm just looking through, see if I can find like a synopsis or something that will tell me what the story actually is. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, Japanese animation. La, 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 la. See, plot synopsis. 74 episodes long, 2004. Okay. Dr. Kenzo Tenma, practicing in a hospital in Dusseldorf in the mid 1990s after the fall of the Berlin Wall, operates on a young boy, shot in the head by his twin sister Anna, and he does it against orders, prevents him from attending the city mayor, who subsequently dies under the operating table of a colleague. Twins are found with the adopted parents murdered. He is demoted. Yet this is not really telling me what the overall story
Yes,
is.
seems. I don't know. I would hate. I don't want to say like he's got lower standards because if he thinks Death Note is bad, but thinks Monster is good. But at the same time, I don't know what Monster is, and I don't even know
See,
what
right.
this is like the
I
first example we have, and it's one that neither of us have seen, so
and
we
and
can't actually
it's
comment.
got fairly positive ratings on like IMDb. It's like an 8.6.
Yeah,
out
So I
of
mean,
and
but
it's got
how
some
many?
good feedback.
What are the
it does
numbers
sound
though? How many numbers in the user and how many in the critic? Like because this could be one of those things that it's reviewed good, but nobody's just fucking seen it.
The customer reviews is only like 8 ratings, so not a lot. But I mean, everybody's pretty much given it a really positive review.
All
yeah, on
right.
IMDb it's fucking 10 out of 10 by most of the people. Either
Yeah.
9 or
Jesus.
10. So yeah, people are rating it pretty fucking high. So I'm assuming it's pretty fucking good, and I'm kind of interested just
Right now, I'm kind of like I kind of want to see it because that would maybe give us some insight into.
oh my god, I just hold on. When I googled it, it's like there's actually the people also ask thing that comes up on a Google search.
Uh huh.
Somebody asked, "Is Monster better than Death Note?" Here's the answer. Death Note has that feeling too, but flavors it with bits of comedy and elaborate mind games. Something with Monster lacks. I'm assuming that meant something which Monster lacks for the most part. It's not as serious, but there are far more direct interactions amongst its characters, and the mind games are better understood. So it wins in terms of variety and exposition, according to Reddit, apparently.
Hmm.
So there you go, that's Monster. So apparently pretty decent.
Got these characters that are just doing these unrealistic things that it's just like, how am I supposed to take this seriously? You see what I'm saying? No
Hold on.
likable character.
Unrealistic things. Is he just like one of those people who has a problem with supernatural elements at all?
Oh, ghosts. She notebook that if I write somebody's name and how they die in that specific way. Oh, I
What
can't
was
take that
that fucking
serious.
article came out? It was like, oh, Bly Manor is shit because ghosts are
Oh
literally not
god
real.
damn it! I knew that was gonna be referenced. Yes.
Yeah, somebody did for real say some shit like that.
And
Hmm.
it's like, and of course the response would be like, I'd hate to see your reaction to Star Wars.
Or even just like, yeah, the fucking Lord of the Rings is a shit story because obviously hobbits don't exist. Like, bruh.
There's no depth to the story. There's no complexity to the story. There's no character development at
There's
all.
no
The story
complexity to the story. I've heard the exact opposite criticism a couple of times, but not
Yeah,
that one.
I've heard people say it's too complicated, but never the opposite.
I've I've heard nothing, but that's because I don't look.
This
So,
is another one to add to your should probably get around to at some point list.
all right, let me add it to the pile, and it's just the mountain of diapers from the fucking that episode of SpongeBob. Eventually,
So on the
completely
list.
falls off even worse after the second half. I mean, how is this anime so highly regarded when the characters are bad, the story goes nowhere, the ending is terrible, the animation sucks, the art style's bad? I mean,
again, citation, please.
Okay, he says the ending is terrible. I have actually heard that before from a few different people. And yeah, there are some people who don't like the ending. And
The ending is bleak, but that's the fucking point.
yeah, it's kind of like after watching the entire show up to that point, how could anything other than Light being fucking found, run into a warehouse, and shot dead not be the good ending?
Yeah,
So
there was no getting out of it. He was too
the
deep.
ending where he does get out of it is the bad ending. That's objectively worse for humanity, and it's kind of proven within the show.
Yeah, because doesn't like because Light is originally he's killing mobsters, isn't he? That's in the beginning, but then he
Criminals
just
in general.
but
And
then
then is
it's
like as he after L dies and he basically has free reign of the world, it just
Yeah.
becomes like it's not just the big criminals because he's already killed all of them.
mm-hmm.
It's any criminals. And the rest of the world is like, yeah, crime has definitely gone down, but at what cost? And that's kind of the central philosophical question of the show.
All right.
again, just more overrated garbage by people that don't know what they're talking about. Next up is Steins Gate. This is just another boring time travel.
Oh boy.
Is that the why is this art
Full
style?
full on, I'll admit I have not seen this show, but
Oh
I've
no.
heard nothing but good things. I'm not a big fan of time travel in general in stories, so
Oh, is
this one
this
didn't
time
really
travel?
appeal to. Yeah, it's a time travel one.
This is one of the very rare shows that does it. I'm not going to say right, but pretty fucking well. Um, and another thing is, remember earlier before we even started the video, I says like, okay, this kind of cunt usually has the same few things they will consider real anime. This
Mm-hmm.
was actually one of them, so I am surprised.
Hmm.
Anime that does nothing new or unique but is somehow praised to high heaven.
Oh,
I mean, there are
there are so many criticisms you can level at this show. Nothing new or unique is not one of them. It is very unique, almost to its detriment, because it was very unpopular for a few reasons.
Hmm. I feel I feel like I'm pulling a Geralt right now. Hmm.
I
Wind's
mean, this is
howling.
the Weeb episode, so you know.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for him to get onto the ones that I do know.
You sit down and wait your turn, Wyatt.
Yeah, I'm
You
just like
fucking normie.
Let the real weebs speak.
Oh,
You sit in the normie corner on your
I've
fucking
lost.
stool.
I've lost my podcast to Weebs. What do I do?
Way better time travel anime out there. This one is just full of plot holes, full of plot conveniences,
Hold on.
everything.
Citation in general for this entire video, but also if you're explicitly gonna say there are better exact this thing out there, you've got to name at least one example.
Yeah. Again, having that barometer would be fucking fantastic. So I can go, okay, his version of a bad time travel anime is Steins Gate, and his example of a good one is X. Okay,
For
now I
instance,
at
I've
least have
seen a
something to go.
couple of time travel anime, and I only really seen the good ones. I haven't actually seen everything. I'm not that much of a weeb, but like of the few I've seen,
You
this
liar!
I'm not, honestly. Like compared to the kind of people who've seen everything, I'm not on that level.
You're no
And they are
Eli,
out
is
there.
what you're saying.
Pretty much. But yeah, of the few I've seen, like this is definitely the one that does time travel shit the best. It puts the most thought into it. It gives the time travel the most gravity. It's some things like they take very seriously within the context of the world. So yeah, I'd be interested as to what his citation would be.
Thing works out fine. There's no consequences. The characters lack complexity. They lack depth.
Bullshit
They
and
just have
bullshit.
I was going to say no consequences. I bet somebody on this screen dies.
Oh, interesting statement. But
That's the easiest way to show consequence is to kill somebody.
it's like, okay, I want you to pick the character on the screen that you think doesn't die.
Guy in the suit.
You're wrong.
All of them die, I bet.
I, it, okay, the guy on the far right in the lab coat, he's kind of the protagonist, so he's the one who obviously like doesn't die the most, otherwise there would be no show. But like even he does not escape consequence.
Oh, I take this is a like is this a Edge of Tomorrow like we see characters die multiple times in different ways?
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
do.
Okay. I was assuming Back to the Future like no, you can't just die in the middle of a mission kind of thing. I don't know
Well,
why I
it's more
mentioned
just
Back to
like
the
when you
Future.
fuck with timelines, you can't actually control what the new timeline will be. You're just rolling the dice every time, and constantly rolling the dice like that when you're dealing with something that important to you and that big, like other people's lives, it can do things to a person. And that's kind of the angle it takes.
Hmm.
nothing going for them. They're full of tropes. This anime is just more overrated garbage. Generic garbage, hyped up by casuals who don't know what true quality is. Next,
Casuals. Okay, two things there. He said it's laden with tropes. And yeah, there's a few in there. Fair enough. That one I'll let slide. But for casuals, casuals hate this show.
Yeah,
Like,
most people I know who haven't watched it say they won't watch it because it's too complicated.
So
yeah, usually it's just like the Uber weebs who hype it. Remember when I said like this is one of the ones where I thought it's like, oh, this is kind of be like the hipster tier.
mhm.
It's for that exact reason. It's not normie friendly. It's very slow and thoughtful. There's almost no real action for most of it.
I uh I'm trying, man. I'm trying to keep up and I'm just like, yep, these sure are some words you are speaking. I too
I mean,
speak Japanese.
I too speak the weeb, but basically it's like the opposite of what this guy says is usually true. It seems.
I don't I okay. This is going to sound really weird. He sounds incredibly gatekeepy. because I like how
Well,
he's
but I thought we were part of the toxic brood that believes gatekeeping has its uses and can be a good thing.
has some of its
Yeah, and
uses, but
even then, it's like,
you don't need to be like this guy who's like constantly saying like if you like this anime, you've got no taste, and you like all that stuff. I was like, I don't like I was about to say I don't tell people who like the Last Jedi they have no taste. No, I then just I was about to like I just say that they like I question what they think is good, and then we have that conversation.
and also it's just normally when you get like the gatekeeping breed of weebs, usually this, oh, you like My Hero Academia? Come back when you've seen Hunter x Hunter. And then yeah, it's like that's a conversation you can actually have because they're both shonen. The two shows can actually be compared against each other in a lot of ways. And there's a discussion to be had. It's not just, oh, you like that? Well, it's shit. And that's the end of the conversation. It's like
Yeah.
that's not usually how gatekeeping works.
Right.
So Erased. I haven't seen it.
Well, yeah, because we know that Hunter x Hunter's better. I mean,
I mean, yeah.
I almost just made the joke in my head of like, oh, am I just the J of anime? Just where it's like, I haven't seen that.
Kinda.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen. Have you seen anything?
He's seen two things, and I'll be back in a moment. Hold on.
Oh no. Oh, have you seen Erased? Oh god.
I have not. This was the first one on the list, and this is where I stopped because I was like, well, I haven't seen this, so I'm like, I might as well. I don't really have anything to say about it. I don't have much to comment on. But so far, everything else that he's been griping about, I've
I don't.
at least
Okay,
seen a little bit of.
Till we can get to something that both of us know, I'm going to hit two things: turn on closed captioning and playback speed. 1.5. Let's do this.
Up is Erased. Like Steins Gate, this is just another boring time travel anime. You know, main character randomly travels back in time. It's not even explained. It's not
Okay.
touched upon how he's able to do this. He's just able to do it. It tries to be a murder mystery at the same time. You know, story makes no sense at all.
This is actually way more entertaining to watch. Making him go just a bit faster because Jesus, it's the opposite of Movie Bob where he has to be slowed down just so he can be understood.
Yeah, I mean,
It's super
it kinda
cliche,
is.
super predictable, horrible
Ah.
ending. The characters don't even feel like real characters. Very repetitive music and just bland animation. A complete waste of time. Next up is Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's wait for
So,
Luke to
yeah,
get back on this one
yeah.
because
So Eli really likes Yu Yu Hakusho, and
I will be honest. Compared to a lot of the other shows on Toonami, I felt like Yu Yu Hakusho was not as good, so it was never like one of my favorites. I felt like compared to shows like Dragon Ball Z and Gundam, it didn't have nearly as much action. And hey, let's be real, when I was in like middle school, I was on board for that
kind of
shit.
the
You know?
only action's the only
Yeah.
thing that matters when you're younger. It's when
Well,
you get
it's
older that
definitely
you realize.
it's definitely high up there. I mean, with my first show ever, being Ava, there is action in that, but there's also some really deep subject matter as well. So it has both. But most shows usually have one or the other.
I've returned, and this guy is shit talking Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm already mad about it.
Yep, I knew. That's why I was like, we have to wait for Luke because he's gonna want to see this shit.
Okay, before we get into that fucking time bomb, what did he actually say about Erased?
Neither of us had seen it, which is why we basically mostly skipped it.
I put it on 1.5 speed and put it on closed captioning, and it was just boring.
Oh, it's just boring and shit, and I
Yeah,
don't
he
want
was
to eat
just
my
sa-
vegetables, Mom.
Yeah, like we kind of it was like how at some point like fucking Smiler was losing his mind to cinematic venom. He just went, I don't care, I don't care, I don't, and then just like that was kind of what we just did. We just like, all right, I'm skipping forward for fuck's sake.
Okay, so
And
Erased. It's
I'm now
kind
going to
of
quickly.
evade. Yeah.
I'm
He
gonna
did
quickly
say
put-
it was another time travel anime, and that there was basically, he said like the characters were boring, the time travel didn't make sense, the music was repetitive, which is kind of a weird complaint in my opinion.
It sounds specific enough that I'm almost inclined to give it a little bit of merit because it's like the first really specific thing we've had. So that kind of tells me that it really stuck out to this guy. I love it.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know about Yu Yu Hakusho is that somebody memed it to King of the Hill.
And honestly, yeah, yeah.
All right, let me throw it back.
Fucking Bobby is he, eh? But yeah, he actually said anything about it yet, or are we
But Yu Yu
just waiting for
Hakusho,
him
Well,
no,
to?
he
he,
specifically paused
I think he's
right
wanting
at
to go
it.
back to Erased.
Oh,
You went past one without Luke. You can't do that. Come on.
oh,
I mean,
oh.
I'm sure he doesn't actually say anything of
He
value, so this will be
doesn't. That's
quick.
why. All right.
Casuals who don't know what true quality is. Next up is Erase. Like Steins Gate, this is just another boring time travel anime. You know, main character randomly travels back in time. It's not even explained. It's not touched upon how he's able to do this. He's just able to do it. It tries to be a murder mystery at the same time. You know, a story makes no sense at all. It's super cliche, super predictable, horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually the first specific complaint that we've even had. It's like the main character is able to time travel. It's never explained how or why he's able to do this. Like that's an actual criticism. Holy shit.
It is, and I think, I mean, depending on the way it's done in the show, which I haven't seen, you could almost argue that you know you could give it the whole inciting incident excuse. You could kind of let it get away with it because it's the whole
Yeah.
reason that the show and the story exist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Insight. A
he
good.
doesn't know why he's doing this either, and the whole story is him trying to figure it out.
A good example of the inciting incident, I would almost say, is Terminator. The inciting incident's the war with the machines, and they sent a Terminator back in time. Like that's it. Like
Mm.
they barely explain. Like they explain kind of how the time travel worked, but then of course when the excuse of I didn't build the fucking thing from Kyle Reese.
The only thing I know about the show Erased is that that girl's like woolly boot things are reminding me of my like really warm slippers that I miss right now.
Oh my god.
Right.
Ending. The characters don't even feel like real characters. Very repetitive music and just bland animation. A complete waste of time. Next up is Yu Yu Hakusho. I can't stand Yu Yu
Oh
Hakusho.
boy.
Yu Yu Hakusho is garbage. It's nothing but a Dragon Ball Z ripoff that fails in every single
Okay,
way.
pause.
Uh-oh.
It's
Both barrels.
Get
nothing but
back!
a Dragon Ball Z ripoff.
Ah!
First of all, no. Second of all, here's why. So, Dragon Ball Z is based on Journey to the West, an ancient Chinese myth. Yu
Yes.
Yu Hakusho is a fucking schoolboy thug who becomes a spirit detective who's able to fire like his fingers like a gun. And then from
Mhm.
there it just descends into just like his personality type because he's a thug. He's all about that fighting shit. So even after the main original plot is resolved, he goes to hell, becomes a demon because his dad was one or something, and he just declares a tournament of his own, wins it, stays the demon king, I guess, and says, "Hey, you know what, demons? Let's just do this again next year. It's fucking fun as hell." And all the demons are like, "You know what? Yeah." And that's it. That's like the whole story.
Okay.
Obviously, a lot of shit that happens along the
Yeah,
way,
I totally remember those story beats from Dragon Ball Z. The
except
Goku.
no,
Yeah,
because it's based on a whole different myth. The direction the story takes is that Goku becomes more,
More powerful and learns
not just
how
more
to fight,
powerful,
how to
but more
more proficient.
godlike. But if you substitute it's like, oh, this one's more godlike and this one's more demon-like, yeah, it looks similar, but it's not. It's not just like how directly the characters conflict, it's the kind of journeys they take. It's like Goku goes to fucking space to fight a space emperor and thereby ascend to the next level of his Saiyan lineage. This guy, he goes to a tournament of power and just goes on this whole like almost like Jedi training with an old master just to fight a specific demon. And the stuff that's comparable to Dragon Ball is only in like the last quarter of the entire show. So to say that the show is a Dragon Ball ripoff makes no fucking sense. Does that kind of track?
I guess.
Okay, so to go into more detail of like the first 3 quarters of the show, so he dies. He's just a normal, everyday human guy. He's about like 16, 17, and he fucking dies. And the Reaper, because his body's not fully dead, the Reaper kind of takes pity on him. Because even though he's a thug and he's a bad kid and all that, the way he died was actually trying to protect a small child. And because he's not fully dead yet, the Reaper's like, okay, you know what? Very rare occasion, but I'm going to cut you just a tiny bit of slack. If you can get someone to kind of resuscitate your body, maybe we can work something out. And that starts this sort of chain of events that leads to just him being this human guy with his human friends. The guy on the left, the bottom left, the guy with the spiky kind of Vegeta looking hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a demon. That's like this whole other thing. He's got a third eye. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it's just like it's more of a classic. Right, you know the shonen formula. This is the show that made it. You know
Oh.
the tournament arcs, the fucking the training arcs. Like Goku invented training arcs. This show invented tournament arcs. The Dark Tournament is the tournament that all tournament arcs are based on. You know, season 1 of My Hero.
Oh, I was about to say season 2 is the perfect example of a tournament arc.
Is it season 2 where the
Ye-
sports festival
yes, the
happened?
sports festival. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's like the intellectual property descendant of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Sweet.
Even though Goku did tournaments when he was a child in the original Dragon Ball, it was a bit of a different vibe. It was more like a series of fights and less so like with brackets and matchups and all of the things that
Not
make
not
tournament
to
arcs in a
mention
modern anime interesting.
Not to mention the tournament, like not to mention the whole focus of Dragon Ball was never like him trying to get stronger for the Tenkaichi Budokai. It was always like, hey, there's this one martial artist who throws pillars and who throws trees, stands on them, and he's terrorizing this Native American guy and his daughter or his son. And Goku has to go defend them, all while gathering the Dragon Balls to do some specific thing.
Yeah, and that kind of difference is what I'm sort of going towards here. It's like it's not a Dragon Ball Z ripoff. It's one of the things that is ripped off alongside Dragon Ball Z.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of anime that take influence from both Dragon Ball Z and Yu Yu Hakusho.
My Hero Academia being one of them.
Yeah. So let's see what he has to say.
The characters suck. The story is just boring. Non-stop fights 24/7 to appeal to the shonen tards. Non-stop power-ups left and right because the main character is just completely OP for no reason. He has just every power-up he needs. Typical shonen garbage. Just like I said, a Dragon Ball Z ripoff, but not nearly as enjoyable.
I love our very first chat. Our very first chat is from legendary anime JP fan.
Oh no.
Oh no, why are you
God.
suffering with us?
Why are you doing this to yourself? You-
I don't know how to see the chat, damn it.
I could give you a link.
I'm just pulling like the stream up on my phone.
Yeah. The chat. Yo, you Hakusho, and I'm just like, oh no, what are you doing here? Save yourself.
I mean, the guy is correct. Yu Yu Hakusho is fucking hype.
Yeah.
But
It
it's also
really
the whole
is.
thing of like, oh, it has boring characters. No, it doesn't. In fact, each of these characters is so iconic. I've seen like a dozen ripoffs of each one of them. Now, I mean, for Hiei specifically, I suppose there's sort of an argument as like he's kind of a Vegeta-ish character, but he's different enough, and it came out roughly around the same time, like that mid to late '90s era, that like I don't believe it was a complete ripoff. I think it's just they fulfill a similar role.
Yeah.
should upload UU gameplay for PCE. Huh. I don't know what that is.
UU gameplay?
Yeah.
There's a game of this? I never knew.
There's gotta be a Yu Yu Hakusho
There's a
game.
couple of them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, a Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game would actually be pretty fucking sick, to be honest.
It'd be amazing.
It would probably be
or
old
good.
enough that I could actually run it. And wouldn't that be something?
Or well written. The characters suck. You know, they're just so bad. Yusuke
The characters suck. You know.
is a horrible character. Horrible animation, no character development. Every character, by the end of the series, is literally the same. They go through like just no character progression, no character development.
Oh, apparently the Yu Yu Hakusho games were only released in Japan.
Not surprised.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just a horrible series, man. It's one of those things, just like I was talking about with Cowboy Bebop, where nostalgia is a hell of a thing. Where this anime is only liked because of nostalgia. You cannot watch this series now and say,
Okay.
"Oh, this is just
No, absolutely not. It became nostalgic because it was good. How many shows have I seen that I don't have any nostalgia for? I fucking wonder. It's probably more shows than like I actually do have nostalgia for.
I have a kind of bit of a I kind of have a bit of nostalgia for FMA, but that's only because I watched it when I was in like a kid and when I was in high school. The thing is FMA
Like,
is
even
good.
seeing these characters again, like all in the group shot, especially with like Kawarama, like up in the back with his doofy hairdo. It's like
Oh, there's a
throughout
Cowboy Bebop
watching the
game.
show, I have so much affection for all of the. Wait, there's a what?
There's a Cowboy Bebop game.
Nice.
Play the shit out of that. Is it just called Elite Dangerous? So, you were saying about Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, it's just like when he was talking about, it's like, oh, people only like it because of nostalgia. And it's like you've got that backwards. People become nostalgic for things because they were good.
Yeah, it's not
Like,
often people experience nostalgia for something that was fucking terrible.
or if not like good, staying away from the O word, but even if it's just impactful or significant in some way, like nostalgia doesn't come from nowhere. It's usually got something to latch onto, you know?
Yeah.
It's a groundbreaking, amazing shonen. No, it's trash. Luckily, Togashi learned from his mistake and created, Hunter X masterpiece. But yeah, this is horrible. I can't believe people have the nerve to say
Learned
this is
from his
good, let
mistakes.
alone better than Hunter. Because you have idiots that'll say this anime, I like Yu Yu Hakusho better than Hunter. Hunter, you're a moron. Yu Yu Hakusho.
So Hunter x Hunter was finally mentioned.
Yep.
So,
And apparently he thinks it's good.
is it?
Yeah, it's fucking phenomenal.
Is nowhere near as good as Hunter. But yeah, nostalgia's a hell of a drug. Yu Yu Hakusho was terrible. Next up, we have JoJo's Bizarre.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Duck!
Oh boy.
Duck!
Okay. I wasn't.
Talking
Okay,
cover.
before I even begin on this shit, going back to Yu Yu Hakusho, he says like, luckily this guy learned from his mistakes and then made Hunter x Hunter.
Okay.
The thing is, Hunter x Hunter is a better show, but like, it's because the guy evolved as a writer and he had like this more focused idea that he wanted to build around of. And also the adventure that he was writing ended. It's like it reached a very clear, satisfactory ending, and then he just wrote the next thing. So I don't think it's so much he learned from his mistakes. I think he just learned more as a writer.
Yeah,
You
he just
know?
learned, period, and grew and developed.
Yeah.
There's nothing
So-
wrong with that.
Like if he pointed at a specific thing that Yu Yu Hakusho does bad, that Hunter x Hunter does well, I'd say, okay, yeah, he probably did that. he got some constructive feedback, and then improved on that. Fair enough, good example. But
Well,
because he
based
didn't
on
give
his
examples at all,
claims, the only claims that he made that I would argue, somewhat apply to Yu Yu Hakusho are like he mentioned power ups and like him basically having whatever power he needed whenever he needed it. And I think Hunter x Hunter does a better job of explaining character power ups.
yeah, there are some power ups in Yu Yu Hakusho that it's not even that they come from nowhere. It's like it's always explained how and why he becomes more powerful, but some of them happen maybe a bit too quickly, especially at the very beginning.
Because like Hunter x Hunter does a phenomenal job of showing you that these kids are basically superhuman compared to normal people. And so
Yeah,
you
that's
think
kind
they're
of their
really badass.
introduction,
But then,
especially Killua. When you're
yeah,
introduced to Killua, you're just like every new thing you learn about him is just like, oh, this guy ain't quite right. There's something going on here, and then you get the heart scene, and you're just like,
well, but
oh
every
no.
time the show progresses, where you think the kids have reached, the apex of their power, they get fucking smacked down. Like the world itself seems to expand, and you realize that, man, these characters that I thought were OP as fuck don't know shit. And now they have to spend all of this time retraining, redeveloping, regrowing to adapt to these new enemies and the new systems that they didn't even know existed.
On that note, have you actually read ahead in the manga as to where we are currently?
I have not. No, I've only seen the show. I finished the Chimera Ant arc, and that's where it stopped for me, unfortunately.
All right. So,
But it's good fucking shit.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Another one that I have not
Hold
seen.
on. Who's am I roboting?
Not. I'm not roboting. Are you roboting? Because you're
I'm
not.
hearing others roboting but my signal actually looks fine.
I'm
I'm
Oh,
good.
confused.
it's because I. This probably confuses me too. Because I'm currently fine. I should probably stop browsing at the same time.
Yeah, quit it. Knock it off.
So I showed Luke Cosmonaut Variety Hours JoJo video. And Luke, you pretty much tore him to shreds, didn't you? I think his internet may be about to die.
It's possible.
I'm gonna quickly move
J-
this over to Europe to see. All right, Luke. So I haven't seen anything of JoJo. I just
I
know
have
it's
not either. I think it kind of fell into that camp that so many shows do, where like everybody was talking about it. It was really popular when it was blowing up, and I was just kind of like, I'll take a pass. It seemed like it was going to be a fad, and nothing that I had seen from any of the trailers, really seemed to be interesting. And whenever anybody tried to describe the show to me, they seemed to really struggle. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but
There very much is. Like much like the show's title would suggest, it is a bizarre adventure. So trying to pin it down to a synopsis is quite difficult. The
right,
best way I can kind of sum it up is that it's about a family line and their ongoing fight against the various evils of the world. But when you try to actually do something that encompasses what the show is, it sounds so fucking cryptic and vague that it's almost meaningless, which is the problem.
right.
I
Also, welcome back, Luke.
yeah we so I was bringing up how I showed you Cosmonaut Variety Hours video on JoJo, and you kind of thoroughly tore him to shreds.
Yeah, at the very beginning of that video, he makes the statement that's like, this is not going to be a well thought out critique. And it was the last accurate statement in the fucking video.
Well, you can always count on Cosmonaut for those kind of takes.
right? But yeah, he just kept doing this thing where he would say, "It's like, oh, but the reason he gave would also apply to the seasons he said were shit, so you still didn't know where he was coming from."
You cut out for a second.
Oh, I said that he would say that he said season 4 was good when we met Yosuke, but he said that season 3 was shit, or that season 2 was shit, and the reasons that Josuke season were good, they also would apply to other seasons, and like kind of like explained how like there's almost two different speeds that these seasons have, where they're either a small adventure located in one location, or it's kind of like a journey where the adventure is just the distance we travel, the destinations we pass through along the way, kind of thing.
Mm.
And he seemed to have a real problem with the second one of those, but he thought the first one was really good, even though they both would focus on the same kind of conflicts, same kind of fights. It was a very confusing critique.
All I know is the Jotaro meme.
There are so many memes from this show, and it's understandable why, because it's not just bizarre in what the adventure actually is. This is the tone of the show in general is very I call it like the wrestling of anime, in just the way it's exaggerated and hyped up, and the volume of literally everything, including the color palette, is turned up to fucking 11.
My favorite meme, of course, is the piano one from what's his face's theme.
That is Requiem for a Traitor, and it is Giorno's theme. And it is, if you actually look up the actual piece of music from the soundtrack, it is a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah,
It's
it
just like
is.
it's got all this eclectic genres, instruments, and everything coming together to make this one track that's an absolute fucking bop.
Yeah, yeah, I don't deny that. It's just at the same time, there's straight up the first comment of the video showing that is like, here's where the meme is. And then it shows a timestamp, and I'm like, yeah, like do, just like yeah, that's the stuff.
And it's like there's so many memes from JoJo's that the fact that that one kind of, because season 5 aired while TikTok was still a growing thing,
Yeah.
it just kind of happened to be that that was the meme that really made it to the normies for
So
some reason.
one of my favorites is like, you dare approach me, I can't kick the shit out of you without getting closer.
That one meme summarizes Jotaro's entire personality. It's like he's just that fucking dude. And that kind of thing is kind of why I describe it as like the wrestling of anime. It's like that's the kind of shit you're dealing with. That's the mentality that these dudes have.
I
They're,
need
they're
to
just ready to brawl.
I just need to make a picture of that, but it's like it's you copying my profile picture like yesterday. Just, you dare approach me. I can't kick the shit out of you without getting closer. The bit of lightning around me.
I can't pixelate you without getting closer.
Oh,
Well, let's see what he says about JoJo.
Adventure. Now, when it comes to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I'm talking about all parts that have been animated so far. So, JoJo is just one of the most overrated pieces of filth I've ever come across. I hate JoJo with a passion. Every part is different, which is
my girlfriend found a pretty good meme about that. Actually, it's like, even people can't help but reference JoJo because even hating JoJo is a JoJo reference.
Yeah, yeah, that is accurate. But you, the is that a JoJo reference thing became a meme unto itself
Is that a
because so
motherfucking
many
JoJo
shows would
reference?
reference JoJo's, because it's just one of those like greatest of all time shows that everybody who's weeb enough to kind of into because it's just so out there and interesting and weird. But yeah, it's just the fact that he says it's filth or that it's what did he say? It was normie filth or something like that.
Hold on, I'll rewind.
Stupid with a passion. Overrated pieces of filth I've ever come across. I hate JoJo with a passion. Every part is different, which is stupid in itself. To have such an incompetent
Hold on.
writer where he's
Is stupid in itself? That's
Yeah.
like one of the main draws of the show is
Yeah,
that it's
it's
so
going
different every
down
time,
the
but
line.
a single chronological structure. But the variety is one of the things, one of the main selling points. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, this person just asked like what anime we like. It's like we like a lot. We kind of said in the beginning of this what our favorite animes were.
Hmm.
he's just retconning everything over and over again. So many plot holes and ass pulls. Every part is different. He doesn't
The only retcon I would assume would be either the sudden introduction of the stands from part 3.
And I wouldn't even say that's a retcon
Well, it's
because
because we were already
in later
working on our
seasons
own
it's explained that the stands actually do come from somewhere. People get them from something specific.
Well, the reason I say retcon is because they were already working on like their own sort of like system, and
Yeah,
then
they do
out of
kind
no,
of drop one magic system and adopt another,
yeah,
which is a bit weird. In fact, I think it's just like Iraqi decided, you know what, this magic system is a bit too limited. I'm just going to switch to another one and say nothing. And because it's JoJo's, people will just kind of go along with it. And he was kind of right, which I will say is one of the flaws that you can actually point to about the show, where because it relies on its bizarreness from season to season, and there's been very few examples of this, but from season to season, it's like sometimes things will change. Like the art style from seasons 3 to 4 completely changed. And we all just kind of went along with it. It's like, oh, I guess this is the look now.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's some things like that where Iraqi will just decide, that, you know what, I'm kind of done with this aesthetic. I'm going to new one, and people will go along with it because it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Right,
This kind of shit is part of what we expect. Whereas if you tried that shit with like Dragon Ball, if Dragon Ball just came out and the next season looks completely different, people would lose their shit.
right.
know what he's doing. It started off as a shonen, then it went to a seinen. The dude is just all over the place. He has no idea what he's doing.
What?
The
It hold on. It started off seinen, and then I would say that it stayed seinen, but less
The hell is
leaned into
seinen?
it. Basically, just adult shonen. It's got the same action and shit, but it's gory and adult rated.
Well, by that concept, wouldn't Berserk kind of be that?
Yeah, Berserk is that.
Oh, learn
So
something new
yeah,
every day. Boo doo doo doo.
but yeah, Berserk is definitely not shonen.
Well, I
But
wasn't saying it was shown. I always just see this could be just my normie tier anime rating system. I'm just like Berserk is just its own genre, just Berserk.
well, yeah, to us it's just dark fantasy. But in anime terms, it is seinen. But yeah, those terms like shonen and seinen and ecchi and whatever, those literally the less genres and more stating what the target demographic is. You know, so yeah, seinen it's for late teens, sort of early adults. So people who are grown up and can handle some weird, gory, complex shit. And it's
Right.
kind of been consistent with that throughout.
Yeah.
power system is terrible. The whole stands that is just
Which
completely
one?
garbage.
Stands are garbage. No, I actually find the stands to be the most like visually exciting thing to look at when I've seen like a few clips of it.
I mean, when he says that stands are garbage, if he could kind of explain why, he might have an argument. because I've heard a couple as to why it's just not a good power system in general. But again, he's being too vague, and he's not really. See, if he actually made an argument, he might be held to that argument,
Oh,
and someone this pompous
ninja
would never
down,
let that happen.
ninja down.
Oh, did he fall?
I don't know. We just heard noises.
Ninja?
Huh.
Oh, he's dead.
Fuck. How do you sneak up on somebody whose whole job is to sneak up on people?
Be less ginger, I guess.
So like I kind of like it with like how Jotaro's in fucking prison. He's like, I'm cursed, I'm haunted. He takes a gun and tries to shoot himself, and his fucking stand just stops the bullet.
Yeah. And that like one thing establishes like multiple things at once. It establishes like basically what stands are, establishes that on some level they do have their own will. It's like all of this minute stuff that does become relevant later.
So I see the green circle.
You see what?
Oh, okay. So what happened? Because we just saw a bunch of crashing and shit. So it's like, oh, did you die?
No, I went to get a drink of water.
Oh, okay.
Violently.
Yeah,
But yeah.
we just heard a bunch of shit.
Oh,
just
if
go,
you
we
so
heard.
what you heard was my dog skidding across the floor in the kitchen because he like my I have my office and then that leads into the kitchen which leads into the living room. So he was trying to go from one spot to another. But the office and the living room are both carpet. And the kitchen is like linoleum, so it's like slick. And for some odd reason, I don't know what my dog's issue is, but it's like he tries to
Oh, shit.
claw, not pad his way across the floor, and so he gets like no grip, and it's like he's walking on ice. It's fucking hilarious.
Fair enough.
So that was him skittering across the floor like a moron.
What else? The characters suck. There's not one interesting character out of all the parts I've.
No interesting characters.
Not one interesting
Not
character.
one. Wow,
Really?
Wow,
that's
Joseph,
generous.
Jotaro, fucking like I don't even watch the fucking show, but even I could tell you that just from visual design alone, some of these characters are fucking interesting. Like, what's his face from part 5? Who's Dio's son, Giorno?
Giorno Giovanna.
Yeah, he seems interesting only on the concept alone that he's fucking Dio's son, and
And yeah, it's like just on that, like little things, because we all kind of knew that going in. It's like, so you start episode 1 and you're just watching this guy like a fucking hawk, waiting for any. It's kind of like when, imagine if in TFA we found out that Rey was a Palpatine right from the beginning.
Yeah, you're just
So
staring
we
her
spent
down,
the
just like
entire trilogy watching her, waiting for any sign of that shit coming up.
yeah,
That's the way we were watching Giorno.
I've watched, it's just been boring characters left and right. The art style sucks. I hate.
What? The art style?
The art
I'm
style?
looking at this and I'm like, this is actually like, how is it somehow the most simplistic yet complex art style I've seen for quite a while? Like,
Araki is a master of being able to use colors.
like look at this. Just look at Jotaro. Just he got just his simple face, which is just a couple lines of some tiny angles, and then just the sheer color off of him.
And it's like he's dressed in all white, but the color is still something you point out because the way that he's dressed helps point it out. And you see the way he's like wearing 2 belts?
Yeah.
That's actually a carryover from his original design when he's like a delinquent teenager, built like a fucking 30-year-old bodybuilder.
I was about to say, isn't his outfit normally black?
Yeah. So the black outfit was when he was 17 in his season.
Oh.
The Jotaro you're looking at right now, that is a much older Jotaro who is in Josuke's season. And Josuke is the guy with the perm in the
right.
just to the right of him.
Yeah, a lot of people
and he
like
actually
Josuke's.
stays in that outfit for part 6 as well, which I'm like halfway through reading.
hate JoJo, and don't get me started on the fan base. JoJo has one of the worst fan bases in anime. They are just a
It has
bunch
one of the
of
most meme-heavy anime fan bases.
Okay.
So if you don't like memes, or you think like people are going to deliberately come at you with memes, then yeah, I think you would think they're the
I
worst.
I don't
But if
know.
you have this guy's attitude, then a good memeing is what you're asking for. So
I was
you're
gonna say,
fucked.
is this how we just get how like things just get uh fucking meme done? I don't know how I just lost that sentence. Jesus, it's fucking. So I'm curious. I don't know if we've had this conversation as mainly on Y.A.R.P. Is there any community that is prevented you guys from actually watching the thing? Supernatural's that
Mm,
thing for me. I'm like, I don't want to watch it because it's
I would say
community.
watch the first 5 seasons and then maybe stop. But yeah, there's never really been a thing where the fan base has stopped me because I'm usually kind of ear to the ground enough that when something starts gaining traction, I'll probably hear about it.
Hmm.
So whether or not I check it out is more just how much it interested
Oh, somebody just asked if I like romance harem anime. I fucking hate
me.
harems. I fucking hate them.
There is like a couple that I will like just because it's like they're blatant etchy, but they're like shit posty enough and they're like self-aware humor enough that they're kind of tolerable. Like we're all reveling in how shit posty and awful this is.
Yeah.
So it kind of like
I hate.
Monster Musume, I think, is one that's very much like that.
I don't know.
And
Like,
Tenchi Muyo was one of like it's one of the anime that made me the weeb I am today. So like
That was one of like that was like, the Toonami starter harem anime.
it really was, especially with the pirate chick, the one with the blue hair.
Ryuko.
Yeah, she was formative for a lot of people.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
So there you
morons.
go,
Just
random question asker. There's your answer. Tenchi Muyo and Monster Musume.
know absolutely nothing about quality. This is just another one of those nostalgia series that people just because it's retro and it's old
Wait,
school.
isn't this fairly new?
there's two
Well, it's
animes.
not just that it's new, it's that it's fucking ongoing.
Isn't
So how can it be based solely on nostalgia then? Because
be,
typically nostalgia is like, oh, I watched it when I was a kid and I really liked it.
isn't there
In fact,
two
the
JoJo
newest
animes?
season, part 5, has gotten more people into the show. So it's like it's gaining momentum. So to say it's based on nostalgia is fucking weird.
People like act like it's good, but no, JoJo is just convoluted garbage that will never be good. I cannot take a JoJo fan seriously. Next up is Rurouni Kenshin. Rurouni Kenshin is complete garbage. I hate this series. It's
No opinion. Once again.
Oh boy. This guy really is he's aiming for the big hitters, isn't he?
He really is. That's why I was like, man, this guy is like cinematic Venom and movie Bob just rolled into one
And
spicy tuna roll.
and the thing is, like, even if he didn't give valid criticisms, even if he just gave just any criticisms, I'd admire the balls on him for going after like the biggest hitters like this. Because this is another one like Yu Yu Hakusho, where this is not a show that rips off other things. This is one of the shows that gets ripped off.
Yeah, this was one of the ones that started a lot of other anime. And now the biggest complaint that I've ever heard about this show that's even, I guess you could say, semi-legitimate is apparently the guy that wrote it. I don't know if he's the guy who wrote it or the guy who drew it, but apparently he's a very shitty person. But I'm capable of separating the art and the artist.
In
Like
this
just
particular case, I know little enough about any of the artists involved that I'm ignorance is bliss, I guess.
The only artist that I know the most of is Mira, and I'm just like, finish the fucking manga.
Yeah, good luck with that.
just becomes a spirit and writes something in blood. The thing I write, finish the fucking manga.
We're still waiting for One Piece to finish, and I actually have a few chapters to catch up on. In that.
Haven't they actually found
Which
the
would be good.
treasure?
Nope.
Oh.
That is not what I heard,
Boring.
but
Okay, I'm a couple chapters behind, but we're in the middle of like a big war arc, so all I've missed is more of the fight. So I can tell you definitively, the One Piece has not been found.
fair enough.
Well, Ninja, you brought it. Like, was it you?
Yeah, my friend said he usually reads the manga and shit. He reads ahead because like the anime is too slow for him. It takes too long for him to get it out.
Absolutely. Past Dressrosa, you should just stick to the comic and not even bother with the anime. To be honest,
But he told me that they actually found the One Piece and basically tossed it aside and said something to the effect of, "It's not about the One Piece. It's about the journey."
yeah, no. Okay, the whole idea that the One Piece is the journey that you went on to find the One Piece, or the One Piece is the friends you made along the way, that kind of thing. Araki has stated outright, or not Araki, fuck, what's his name? Oda. Oda has stated outright that he is not going to pull that kind of bullshit. The One Piece is a thing. It will answer questions. It will open up the world. It will do all this. And right now, in the manga, we are on Onigashima. We are fighting one of the warlords. There's a whole war happening. It's a huge battle. So no, we have not found the One Piece.
Yeah, I don't know where he pulled that from. Then I guess they got some bad information.
Me neither, honestly. I like now there is a thing a few chapters previous to where we are right now, where Kaido, one of the warlords, it's like one of the foremost badass people within the context of the world, basically. He says that he and another warlord, or not a warlord, what do they call him? Yonko, Emperor, a Yonko of the sea. Kaido, the Dragon of the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom of Totland, I think is their title. But yeah, they've teamed up, which is like, imagine the USA and the USSR decide, okay, suddenly we are one country now, and every other world power on Earth immediately goes, oh shit. That's basically where we're at right now in the story.
Not make a rigged election joke.
Well, real world politics, eh? But yeah, that's basically where we are in the story. And Kaido, the main guy that's like where we're at right now, he's made a declaration now that we've teamed up with another thing and we've tipped the scales of the entire power system of the world. We're going for the One Piece. And we're going to turn Onigashima into just a pirate paradise. We're going to topple the world government. It's going to be a whole thing. Get fucking ready, lads. We're in the end game now. And that was a big thing because everyone thought that chapter 1000, which will be before the end of the year, was going to be the thing that did something like that. So now we don't know what chapter 1000 is going to be. That's kind of where we're at right now in One Piece.
Then there's Berserk, which is yay, we've cured Casca 3 months ago, but now she can't even look at guts, and now a dwarf hit the berserker armor, and then that's the end of it.
Yeah, I don't think I've even seen the last chapter that came out. I'm just kind of leaving Berserk alone for a while, hoping there'll be a couple chapters to read through when I get back to it.
I kind of really don't like the idea of like why the hell did you guys heal Casca if you're only gonna make her have like basically a shit fit the second that she sees guts.
But no, I get that. Like what she's been through and what they healed her from, it requires some adjustment.
Yeah, but I've seen even fan art where it's like, what if they just what if they just blindfold Casca and they just spend time together? That's just it. Like they need a bit of that closure, and they're not getting it.
See, I think it's like it's most frustrating because the chapters aren't coming out fast enough for the story to feel like it's moving at its proper pace.
Yes.
I'm betting that's like in a hypothetical future where the series is actually finished, if you go back and read this part of the story all through at once, the pacing will work out fine.
Yeah, it's hard to follow and a manga series without it's not finished, because you're constantly
Right.
waiting on that next bit.
It also doesn't help that like right after Casca was healed, we spent like 5 chapters with Griffith, and it's just like not the point right now, Mira.
Although I do love spending a chapter with Griffith. Everything he's getting up to, as much as I fucking hate his guts,
Well,
it's very interesting to watch.
well, it's because I'm like, I know it's just a meme, like the Griffith did nothing wrong and that kind of stuff. It's like, I really don't want the series to basically lean into that by basically going like, no, yeah, they were right. Griffith is the good guy of this story, and it's like,
Yeah, no, I
no,
have more
do not
faith
do
in the
that.
series than that. It's like they paint Griffith as making a world in which the narrative that he did nothing wrong is a world in which that holds up. It's like that's
Mhm.
the kind of power tier he's on right now. He's
Yes.
reshaping history to suit himself, which is what kings have always done, and he always wanted to be a king, lest we forget.
Yeah.
So,
And
yeah, so for now, it all tracks.
back to this shithead.
Oh, God.
Yes.
It's just samurai for the idiots who aren't able to experience real samurai anime,
Hold
because
on.
there's much better.
Pause.
What's real samurai anime?
It's
Like,
just samurai for the idiots who aren't able to experience real samurai. There's a lot to break down in that statement.
like
Okay?
what? But
Fair.
hold on. Let's break this. I want to break this down in this way. What's a real samurai anime? Like Afro Samurai? Is that
Well,
what
no,
he's
he
talking
didn't
about?
say anime. He didn't say it was real samurai anime
No,
for
he
people
does.
who aren't able to experience real samurai anime. He said it was real samurai for people who aren't able. No,
Hold
for
on. I'll
idiots
just
who
rewind it.
aren't able to experience real samurai.
Hate this series. It's boring. It's just samurai for the idiots who aren't able to experience real samurai anime, because there's much better samurai series out.
Yeah. So he puts.
Okay.
So what's real samurai anime? Because I'm a fucking normie, I'd say like, would it be Afro Samurai then?
No.
No, I'd say Afro Samurai falls in roughly the same category of a glorification slash mythologization of the samurai era as this does. Similar to another one I'm thinking of that happened during the Sengoku Jidai, where there was like vampire demons and shit, and there's like
Mm-hmm.
this band of samurai during the warring period that were just trying to make their way in the world and just got roped into a bunch of supernatural bullshit. It's like, yeah, these things are based on history. They use real history as their basis. It's like imagine Game of Thrones, where you have like the Starks and the Lannisters and everything, but instead of happening in Westeros, it happens in England during the actual real world War of Roses. That's kind of the angle you're going for here. Does that make sense, or am I just kind of pulling examples that don't mean anything down here?
No, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes. Sorry, I'm stepping away for a second because I gotta use the bathroom. Sorry,
Well, damn it, you got the pause button.
well, that's why I muted myself on both stream and on Discord, and I wasn't sure if you guys heard the doo doo.
Did not.
Did not hear anything.
So talks amongst yourselves.
I guess I'm trying to think of a real samurai anime. Because I mean,
Yes.
Kenshin is usually one of the ones that gets brought up as a pretty good example.
But yeah, and then this guy's just saying, it's like, yeah, this is the one that's like a substitute for the real shit. And it's like, dude, this is the one that's brought up as the real shit. So what is he gonna bring up? Because like I'm racking my brain. I don't think there's any like historical dramas, like just completely straight
The only
faced,
thing I could think
no
of would be like
supernatural, no risks.
Kurosawa films, but those aren't anime, so you can't really compare those.
Are there like anime versions of those? Because I imagine it's the kind of thing that could
Well,
very easily exist. I just haven't
there's a
seen
lot
one.
of anime where like the main character uses a sword, or there's a lot of anime that have samurai references,
I
or
mean,
a
Demon
character
Slayer is samurai referenced as fuck, but it's not
right,
really
but
samurai anime.
exactly. I don't think there are really a lot of examples of real samurai anime.
And then there's the one I was talking about where it's actually based in the real world Sengoku Jidai, but like they're basing it in real world just so that you have like a frame of reference for the entire world that it happens in. It's like DIY world building. And then they just go on this they use it as a jumping off point to get into the supernatural shit, basically.
Right.
So yeah, I'm struggling to think of one that's kind of
I'm going
more,
to go out on a limb here and say he's not going to give us an example.
unless he really does go to Samurai Champloo, which is not the thing that his phrasing would suggest that it is, but it's more grounded, I suppose.
I guess. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of Shampoo, but I mean,
Really? Why?
yeah, I couldn't really get into it. But I mean, that was when I was much younger, and I would only catch like odd episodes here and there out of order, so it never really sucked me in.
Ah, I if you ever get the time, I do recommend giving it a second chance because it does a lot of things quite well. It does have criticisms that can be levied against it, definitely. Especially, I don't know if it's towards the end, but around the middle, where the character dynamic gets a bit weird because they're all sort of like written into these archetypes and they can just stay in the archetypes for a while and it doesn't seem like anything's moving forward with them personally. But yeah, the way it all wraps up and it all comes together, it's like overall, I think it's a pretty good show.
Fair enough.
I actually don't even remember the Subaru Kenshin. I remember
I'm trying
the
to
dam.
remember what the guy did that
I
pissed everybody
remember that
off.
oh, what's the Inuyasha? Another one of my like nostalgic favorites. It drew a lot of inspiration from this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In fact, I'm actually, the mental list I was talking about earlier is like the ones he considers real anime or the big name shonen that he's going to shit on. I'm kind of guessing that Inuyasha is going to be one of the ones that he's going to shit on, just because it's one of the biggest names out there. It's borderline foundational,
Oh, oh no.
and I
So apparently, the reason that everybody got pissed off at the Rurouni Kenshin guy is because he was arrested on charges of possession of child pornography DVDs. He
ooh,
pleaded guilty and confessed to being a pedophile attracted to girls in elementary and middle school.
So that's something to come back to when you're making a bagel sandwich.
Yep. And on top of that, a heinous crime somehow resulted in hardly any consequences. His legal punishment was a fine of only 200,000 yen.
that's what like
It's
$2,000 ish.
$1,780.
I was gonna make the
Wow.
racist joke and say that that's like what, $5?
So people were pissed because he got off so lightly for a crime that involved the exploitation and abuse of real children.
Understandably.
Yeah, so that's why everybody got really pissed off about the author.
Okay. You two
But
get to talk about that while I get to take my break.
fair enough.
Enjoy.
All right,
Yeah, I don't.
if that's what's gonna happen, then I'm gonna quickly switch my mic over to my headset mic then, because I'm still making this bagel sandwich. I just keep running back and forth. I'm like, why? Why is that suddenly what happened?
Well, I just happened to look it up. We were actually talking about like Rurouni Kenshin and Samurai Champloo. We were trying to think of another because he made that comment about like real samurai anime.
Right.
And honestly, Rurouni Kenshin is one of the ones that gets brought up a lot as an example of that. The only other one we could even think of was Samurai Champloo. So we were like, where are you going with this? Like, what are you talking about? But of course, our oh so generous king of the weebs, the apex weeb,
Yeah.
he's not going to actually provide an example of what he's referring to.
Yeah, the person who's like supposed to be like the god amongst
So,
men of the weeaboos.
unfortunately, we'll
God.
just never know what a real samurai anime is.
Yeah, thank you for correcting on the Afro Samurai thing, because that's the only other samurai one I know. And then you brought up Inuyasha. I was like, oh right, that's kind of samurai. I think I could be wrong. Am I wrong on such a declaration? Hello? So I was. Did you hear what I
So quiet.
asked?
I'm all by myself.
Yeah, it probably doesn't help that I forgot to switch my Discord mic. I was talking about if Inuyasha was considered a samurai anime.
I wouldn't think so. Not a real one. Not the way he described it. Because the way he worded it would make it sound like he's talking about ones that don't have a fantasy element to them.
Mhm.
And that's where we were trying to think of specific examples.
Yeah, it seems just really odd. I can't think of any examples. I was bringing up Afro Samurai. It's like, and then it's like, oh, it turns out that's on practically the same level. Have you seen
Right.
Have you seen Afro Samurai? I have not.
Bits and pieces. I have
I've-
not seen the entirety.
I played the Afro Samurai video game, which had Samuel L. Jackson in it.
Well, it all has Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is Afro Samurai.
Oh, in the video game, he voiced the guy who helps Afro, the old man. Because I don't think Afro talked in the video game.
I remember Afro Samurai talking, but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've fucked with any of it. It always felt like one of those cups of tea that just wasn't for me.
Fair enough. So I'm switching everything back.
Now Ginger Samurai. That's something we could talk about.
Is that a real thing, or are you just making things
No,
up?
that's
There you go.
I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully.
Nobody cares about the gingers.
Yeah. As they should. They shouldn't. you just say there like sad ninja face, like, oh.
Oh. Sad ninja noises. Oh.
Sad kunai noises. Yeah, I practically did like a mini supply run. I went to the bathroom, I grabbed water, I grabbed more super pulpy orange juice.
Ew.
Pulp is so good. I'm gonna have this argument till the day I die. This is the hill
Yeah.
I will fucking die on.
I mean, at least it's not like pineapple on pizza, but still.
See, I think the reason I like pulp is because isn't it said that when orange juice doesn't have the pulp, they like substitute some sugars into the orange juice,
No.
like it becomes
I
less
mean, I'm
refined.
sure there might be an orange juice that does that, but that's just called bad quality.
I don't know if that was picked up. Something just fell. Oh, I think we're good about talking about this because Luke seemed to cover our ground like normal. So I think I'm ready to move on.
Out there, and yet this is the one you choose to watch and that like it's good. Just more shonen garbage. A bunch of boring lane fights, bunch of bland comedy that's just so out of place, but yet this anime tries to take itself super seriously but add this boring comedy into it, messes everything up. The main character Kenshin is just your typical shonen character that you've seen 100 times already. The side characters are not good, the fights are boring, the animation sucks. There's just nothing interesting about this anime. There are, like I said, way better samurai series out there that actually cater to higher level thinkers such as myself.
Please
So definitely go
cite one.
Yeah, give me one.
I thought he was about to.
Just name one.
watch those. I'm a huge fan.
It would have been such a more interesting video if he had like a list of 20 that suck,
Oh shit.
and then for every one that he recommends, be like, go watch this instead. That's all he needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Of samurai stuff, but this just
Oh, I thought he was about to give an example. I'm a huge fan of, and then it didn't say anything, and now I hit play. It was like it's samurai stuff, and it's like, son of a bitch. Come
Let it
on,
go.
man. Cite your fucking whatever. What do you like?
saying
Or
that.
just
All we know
choose
is
a
Hunter x Hunter.
basis
Another
of
garbage shonen.
comparison. So it's like when you say it's like, oh, the comedy in this is out of place. Show an example of like where similar jokes are made and they're in place, or show a similar show where the jokes are done in a way that works. Like, have something, just something.
Instead of video essayists, can we call these guys like slideshow essayists? Because they don't want to actually show video, and they don't also, just like people like Patrick Willems, just don't want to say anything.
Yeah, if you're not actually saying anything, you're not an essayist, and if you're just doing a PowerPoint, you're not a video. You're nothing.
You're nothing. You'll always be nothing.
Next anime is The Promised Neverland. For so long people were begging me to watch this anime. Like, come on, this is an actual good show, and you'll enjoy this.
I don't know this one, and I'll switch it back to normal
I have
speed.
been begged to watch this one too. I haven't got around to it yet. I've heard good things.
Okay, so, and for the ones we have no context for, and just because he's repeating the same argument, I'm just gonna hit 1.5 speed, and keep captions on.
This one, and as soon as I watched this anime, I realized they were wrong. They were just idiots that didn't know what they were talking about, because this is just another boring generic shonen that only people with bad taste will enjoy. I mean,
I kind of accidentally made him into Movie Bob, because you know how Movie Bob has to be slowed down to be understood? It kind of, like,
Yeah.
speeding him up slightly turned him into just Movie Bob's normal.
You have to speed him up to get through the video.
wow, did this anime suck.
Weeaboo
12
Bob.
episodes of garbage. Nothing but an Attack on Titan ripoff, an orphanage full of kids that are eaten by demons, and the demons look so
What? What?
Okay.
Yeah.
The Attack on
okay.
Titan ripoff? Really? There's been dark seinen bullshit that's been way before Attack on Titan. Unless you're this guy and you're not actually as much of a elite gamer, weeb, ultimate king as you say you are, and Attack on Titan is the only point of reference you have.
Yeah.
threatening, and basically humanity is on the brink of destruction due to like demons just controlling everything, and it's just Attack on Titan over and over again, but even worse, which is crazy because I didn't think it could get any worse than Attack on Titan. But this anime is full of
I don't like Attack on Titan.
Yeah, I have big problems with Attack on Titan, especially around the pacing. It has some of the worst pacing I've ever seen.
I
But
really
it
liked
also
the
does
first
things
season.
very well. Yeah, it does some things very, very well. And then I guess that's also why the pacing bothers me as much as it does. Because the show has so much potential that like every time I feel like things are being ground to a halt for exposition that I don't need, for recaps that I saw 20 minutes ago. It feels like nails on a chalkboard. It feels like a good series is being ruined before my eyes, which is why I fucking hated it so much.
the same dumb shonen tropes you see everywhere else. Way too many plot conveniences where things just happen too well for the kids and it just goes too smoothly. No memorable characters and a boring story that just doesn't amount to anything. Next up is
Isn't the whole
Oh,
point of that story
you
that nothing is going?
motherfucker!
Oh no! Oh
Oh, here we
no!
go. Wyatt's tagging in.
No.
Oh boy! Here we go.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
finally
Rich
gonna
made
have some shit
immediately.
to say.
First of all, hold on. No, yeah, now we gotta hear it.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Now, I used to like this anime until I went back and watched it recently, and I quickly realized it's nothing but overrated garbage. This is why it's important to experience things multiple times, because a lot of you losers will watch something one time, think it's good, and then never.
Sometimes the first viewing is fine. So, especially when anime is overridden with so many fucking tropes, sometimes the first viewing is good enough.
Or when it has like so many. We were talking about Naruto earlier. When it has as many flashbacks and callbacks because it was released week to week and they need to refresh your memory. When it's something like that, yeah, one viewing is enough. They remind you of the important shit enough times.
Oh yeah,
that
My
you're
Hero
probably not going
Academia.
to forget.
My Hero Academia is so fucking guilty of this. Oh, is this another clip of All Might saying you too can be a hero? You too can be a hero. Oh!
Mm. It's tolerable when it's in the manga because there's just a picture and your eyes just kind of scan over it.
Mm-hmm.
When it takes up like actual time in a show, it's painful, man. I hate it.
No, yeah, this is why I was yelling at Eli the fact that I really hated Season 2's recap in every episode. You'd be like halfway through the Todoroki fight. This is a superhero society, and it's just like, oh, fuck off.
Hmm.
It's like I think we're aware of that by this point.
Never touch it again. But I go back and experience things again to get a true feel for the series. And like I said, I hated it the second time. This story is just boring. It introduces a lot of themes, but doesn't do well. To, it doesn't implement them well into the story. It all.
Kindly,
What?
you see that door? Kindly go fuck yourself right out of that door, you fucking retard. Because Full Metal Alchemist, especially Brotherhood, it talks a lot more about the themes and a lot more about like the nature of alchemy and the sacrifice and
Well,
stuff.
not just that, but the things that happen in the story are used as like the case studies for the themes and the ideas being discussed.
Yes.
It's kind of like a very big thing that sets the format for the show.
I unfortunately know regular FMA more so than Brotherhood. So I unfortunately know more of the action bits more so than the actual story. Because let's just face it, in Brotherhood like in Brotherhood and in the regular, with the separation is that one takes a turn that the regular anime just doesn't, and it practically becomes almost a whole different show. Like, because it's more faithful to the manga, because the anime and the manga were being made at the exact same time, and it was during that like period of time where anime episodes were just being churned out as fast as humanly possible.
All boils down to a boring fetch quest and just your typical shonen anime.
Typical shonen?
Boring
Really?
fetch quest? Their quest for the Philosopher's Stone to heal their bodies and to stop the homunculi.
Like, that's not a fetch quest, that's just a quest.
Full of tropes. I don't like any of the characters. They are all bland and receive no.
Edward Elric is not bland. Oh, you call it Pipsqueak Midget?
Clearly bland. Just look at this picture. He's a bland guy right there.
Oh, so bland.
When he's fucking
Can't even tell what his personality is.
when he's in the church telling Rose like all the ingredients it takes to make a human being and explaining how like there's just something that's missing.
No development. There's no progression with any of the characters. You're not gonna look.
No progression? Let's talk about the fucking arc in which Alphonse thinks that he was artificially created from his brother, just so he could have some lackey around, because they fought two people that also had blood seals. on their armor, and how the memories are altered, and how there was the previous conversation beforehand where Ed was trying to apologize that he even got him in this situation anyway, because Ed was the one that convinced Alphonse to even try to commit to human transmutation to bring back their mother. Yeah, no
Kind of
development.
sounds like he's just fucking wrong.
This is making me. This is like so. Luke went off on JoJo. I'm going off on FMA. Fuck.
I mean, to be fair, I've gone off on a few of them at this point.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Look at a character, and you know, from the beginning and then to the end, and think they've changed at all. There's just no development. The comedy is cringeworthy.
No development.
No development.
None at all.
No, that's a take.
And remember, these are objective facts he's spitting.
Because he's a real anime fan, not like us fakes.
Yep.
This is painful.
The anime tries to take itself so seriously one moment, and then it'll add some unnecessary comedy the next. The fights aren't enjoyable.
The comedy versus serious moments it's very important, and it separates itself very well. Like, okay, so the seriousness of possibly bringing Rose's dead boyfriend back. Okay, I'm sorry if I keep referencing more at the beginning, but it's I've watched like pretty much everything that's in their technical prologue. I have practically memorized, especially the Nina arc. Oh, and so the seriousness of, like, they learned to separate them. Seeing, like, Alphonse sneak around in his armor, even though he should be the loudest thing in the room, is pretty funny because they also chibi him a little bit. But then you get to the seriousness of the guy fucking fusing his daughter and the dog together.
Well,
When it gets serious, it gets really fucking serious.
I think the problem is that some people don't know the difference between a tone shift and a tone clash. It's
will
okay.
say. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
It's okay for something to be dark and serious and still have comedic moments of levity. In fact, it's kind of important because it's those lighter moments that really allow you to understand how serious and dark those bad ones are. If it's just dark all the fucking time, it's harder to pull off. Some shows do it well, but most that try just don't. You know, it doesn't work.
It makes me think, like, to that, it makes me think, what would Berserk be like if it didn't have Puck? And I'm like,
Yeah, I
Not
mean, like,
sure.
even Puck himself breaks the fourth wall and says, "Can you imagine how dark this shit would be without me?" Looking directly at, like, the camera, quote unquote.
right.
But I will say that the first time I watched Full Metal Alchemist, I can't remember whether it was Brotherhood or just the original, but the guy, the Edward scene, the fact that, like, almost the next episode kind of returns to the normal tone of the show, that is something I had a big problem with. Because in my mind, when I was watching it the first time, it's like, no, you don't get to cross a line like that and then go back to the status quo. The scales have shifted, my friend, and you have to shift with them.
Right.
So it was a problem for me. It's like it actually kind of lessened my rating of the show. And then when I rewatched it in Brotherhood and it came to that part again, I suppose it was more because I was braced for it, but it
Well-
didn't bother me as much.
Well, the thing is, in
And I was
Brotherhood,
more on the
in Brotherhood, they don't just straight up just show the transmutation, the effects of it, and then skip straight to the desert town. No, with Brotherhood, there's a lot of preamble.
The
that might
animation
be
is
what made the difference. when I rewatched it because I know I've seen both, and I've seen the show 3 times, I think. So one of them I've rewatched, but I can't remember which one.
Anything special? Honestly, like I said, just overrated garbage. I'll never watch this anime again. Next up is Gurren Lagann. This anime is strictly
What the fuck?
Oh no! Oh no!
Uh-oh, you two are angry
no.
now.
No, you fucking didn't, sir.
And I will point out that this is not official art. This is fan art.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
this is the
absolutely
most
it
fan
is.
servicey. I feel like I need to put like a. I feel like I need to fucking. I feel like I need to put our logo up instead of
Do you have
look at that.
a peepo handy, or just like another one of like my avatar? You can use that as your peepo.
Yeah, no, this is 100% fan art for one. I mean, yes, this character does have a lot of fan service moments in the show,
Absolutely.
but you know,
throw me a peepo type image.
Okay,
quick,
hold
somebody
on, I'll
quick.
find you a peepo.
Somebody throw me something quick.
but yeah,
Quick?
this
Ah,
is
fuck, I'm on my new laptop. Hold on.
this is not remotely.
I shall find you a peepo.
it's
I'm
just
I'm
unusual.
Very
It's just unusual not the usual. It's unusual suspects fucking dark side
Face?
face. Yeah.
It's like,
Ah! Ah!
I know his arguments are gonna be shit, but he's just gonna say it's
There you go.
boring. He's
There's
just
your
gonna say
peepo.
it sucks. But
I know exactly where I can put that. Image. I first
Literally just scrolling through my phone for the first shitpost I could find.
How do you download pictures from Discord? It just says open link. Oh fuck. Oh, thank God they can't see it just yet.
Can they not? Because we can see it.
I can see it.
Well, that's because you guys aren't looking at the stream. I have our banner. I'm pulling an EFAP, and just have the fucking thing right there to full screen. OBS.
Or like, there's my actual avatar, the transparent thing.
Here. I now officially have a Y.A.R.P images set.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah, this is like what I was talking about when I was like, man, he's definitely taken some big names. You know, he's taken some shots.
There we go. If you would all kindly look at the stream for a minute and look at.
I still don't know how to fucking do that.
Hold on,
I just take out my phone and then go to Google.
I'll just
the
post
fucking YouTube app.
And you'll kindly see what I have placed into the over over whatever the hell this is.
Can't remember her name, but like, even within the context of the show, her whole thing is that she's a pinup girl brought to life. You know? It's like all the badassness, the attitude, everything. That's personality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Overrated garbage. I mean, as soon as I finished this anime, I was like, never again. Never will I watch this garbage again. It sucks. It's just over the top, boring garbage. Another bad mech anime. Mech anime is so trash.
Okay.
The only reason
There are criticisms you can level against this show. Boring is most definitely not one of them.
Fuck no. And I think it's you know, number one, he's contradicting himself from the very last point where he said that, I don't even know what the fuck he said at this point, but basically he's saying that, now he's saying all mech anime is trash, which we know is not true.
Mm-hmm.
But he also said, what the fuck was the wording he used?
Hold on, I'll just rewind it.
I was like, never again. Never will I watch this garbage again. It
that.
sucks.
He said that he watches everything twice so he can, because he's like, sometimes after you watch something the first time, you think it's good, and then I go back and rewatch it. But this, he's saying he watched once and then never is going to watch it again. You
Yeah,
can't have
because
it both ways, my
only
dude.
other people can miss things on their first watch,
Yeah,
right?
apparently only other people can miss shit on their first
Not the
watch through.
king, not the epic elite gamer that is this dickhead whose name I forgot.
The apex weeb.
Weeaboo Bob.
Weeaboo Bob.
Sucks. It's just over the top, boring garbage. Another bad mech anime. Mech anime is
Hold
so
on,
trash.
that's
The
an
only reason
oxymoron. Is it over the top or is it boring? You can't really be both.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd statement to make, because it's boring is definitely not something I would use to describe it. I mean, shit, especially season 1. Fuck.
I mean,
You
you can
know?
have things that are over the top in a predictable way, I suppose. It's like the stakes just ramp up and up and up in a way that you can kind of predict because other shows have done it too at a
Yeah,
stretch.
I
But even
I've
then,
watched a lot of anime and I did not predict what happened in season 1. I did
yeah,
not see that
absolutely not.
coming. I was like, "Holy shit, did that just happen?" Yeah, apparently it did.
The status quo changes like 3 or 4 times majorly throughout the course of the
Oh,
show.
absolutely. There's like real big milestones that you go bam and it's like the whole world shifts. You're like, "Oh, fuck."
I'm gonna hit play
No,
now.
people
sadly.
like this garbage is because of Yoko. They just want to see Yoko's tits. They just want to see a bunch of fan service from Yoko.
Of
A bunch of
course.
versions.
It couldn't possibly be that like this one side character is not the reason people like it. No, no, no. That's nonsense. It's obviously because of the one. And here's the thing: is like it's just like fucking Valentine's. Like she has a personality. Her whole thing is like she's the love interest of fucking Kamina, of all people in the world.
Yeah.
And after that, she becomes like the most badass fucking school teacher on all of Earth. And yeah, it's like
Well, and
she
if
has
if it
fan
was really
service
going to be
moments, sure.
sure, but if it was really going to be tropey, you would have expected her to end up with Simon.
Yeah, it's like
But she
she's just
doesn't.
the generic trophy, but she doesn't. She actually has. In fact, after I don't know if White is willing to be
Yeah,
spoiled here.
I
Are
don't
you?
care. I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay. So after the death of Kamina, she's the one because she's older than Simon, because she's the adult and the de facto second in command. She's the one who actually says to everybody else that, like, yeah, we're all sad, but we have to keep going because that's the fight that he died fighting for. It's like she's the one who gets that speech, not the
well, yeah.
protagonist.
And she basically, a large part of her character is her dealing with that significant loss and
And the
showing that
burden of the
it's,
responsibility that that
yeah.
loss shoveled onto everybody else. Like she has so much meat as a character to work with that to say she's just fan service or people only like the show because she wears skimpy outfits
Speaking
is
of meat,
fucking insulting. Yeah, it's insulting to the show in a way that's like you would have to have seen it to make an insult this direct.
Versions beating off to an anime character. That's it. If Yoko wasn't in this series, nobody would like this anime because the story is boring. It doesn't amount to anything. The characters suck and have no depth, personality, or
Okay,
development.
pause.
The
This is more of a meme thing, but this guy says he's a real gamer, B, a real quote quote anime fan, but he thinks it's cringe to beat off to an anime character. A real weeb would never beat off to a 3D woman, ever. Just throwing it out there,
Not when he has all his waifus at his disposal.
right?
what do you mean I could actually get laid in real life? I've got all this hentai
Well,
here.
Yeah, he
and I
couldn't.
mean, Yoko aside, I mean, the relationship between Simon and Kamina, I mean, Jesus Christ, you know, don't believe in yourself. Yourself sucks. Believe in the me that believes in you. I still fucking quote that to people today in
I
real
quote
life.
that to my fucking self to this day. Because like
Yeah.
I know that I'm a piece of shit who will just go into like this, oh, I'm shit, I can't do anything. Like, you know, the fucking self-deprecation spiral. It's like,
Mhm.
no, you have to slap yourself in the back of the head. It's like, no, you've done shit before. You can do shit again. Get your head out your ass and believe in something that believes that you can do shit. It's like, it's good. He's the patron saint of like the bro.
Kinda, yeah.
Animation
Yeah,
sucks.
I
The
was.
music sucks. It's just corny garbage.
Oh,
Next
fuck off. The music is awesome.
It really is.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Talk about shooting for the top. Jesus
Oh,
The
Christ.
current
no.
head of the fucking snake, not really, but he's pretty fucking high up there right now.
Well, the only reason that I think it's lost its spot on that pinnacle is because season 2 confused a lot of people.
But even then, season 2 had like some fucking amazing episodes. Like, I think
Oh,
it's
yeah, no, no, no.
either
I'm not
11
saying
and
it's
12 or
bad.
12 and 13 where you see the Garrow fight. That
It's just
fight scene is
people were
amazing.
confused because they were expecting, Saitama to still be at the forefront of season 2.
Even though the entire first season have spelled out explicitly how and why that's not going to be the case.
Yeah,
Yes.
and which kind of annoys me because, in all honesty, I don't like any of the side characters of One Punch Man. I'm only here for
Any of
Saitama.
them, really?
Yeah, it's because their gimmick gets old fast.
Well, I mean, some of them, yeah, absolutely. Like
Uh,
Puri Prisoner was entertaining when he did his Sailor Moon thing, and then after that, I was like, why are you still here? The
uh,
tank top guys, they're kind of like a good running gag, but I'm kind of glad they don't have more screen time. Kamen Rider is a fucking truest hero to his very
oh yes,
bones.
I love Kamen Rider. The problem with that scene, which is referenced the most, is the fact that I'm constantly wondering, like, wait a minute, Saitama, if Kamen Rider was able to get here within X amount of time on his bicycle, and Saitama was on his bike for like a good minute, he should be able to, like, where the hell is he?
He should be able to, but he doesn't because he doesn't have the same motivation. He's just a hero for fun, remember? So he'll turn up when he turns up. He's not bothered about that shit. Whereas Kamen Rider's like, people are in danger. I have to be there literally as soon as it is humanly fucking possible to be there. Because that's who he is.
That's
He's the
true.
truest
I'm
hero in the
like I
show.
said, I may be looking at this a little too far into the meta of like how the show is structured and all that stuff.
Well, and
So
there's a reason that scene gets referenced so fucking much because Saitama is essentially, for all intents and purposes, Superman. He's the strongest fucking hero there is. And he's willing to basically say, fuck the credit. I don't want any of it. This man, this person, this is why we're here.
mm-hmm.
This is what's important.
Right.
And he
Yeah.
rallies the people to his side and takes none of the credit for it.
No, yeah,
And
And that's
that's
the
like,
thing that
like
kind of gets
I like
cited. It's like,
that's
he's not a monster killer for fun. He's a hero for
right.
fun.
No, yeah, like I said, I get all that stuff. No, that's not the problem. It was more just like the logistics of like Saitama's like 5 feet away, and 5 feet is like an inch for him. It was more just the legit. And now that you're thinking about it, it's like, oh yeah, he's not trying to get there as fast as possible. He's just
no. Well, didn't he spend a good part of the journey to get there, like riding on the back of somebody else's scooter?
Yeah,
which is
he was
weird.
actually riding with Kamen Rider for a while.
Yeah, which is weird
Yeah.
considering how fast he can fucking run.
And at that point, they're both still rank C, aren't they?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, I actually remember that now because they actually had the conversation when they were on the bike. It's like, we're
Yep.
both rank C heroes, both of us going towards a threat. And then it's like, the dynamic is so weird because Kamen Rider is like ultimate hero mode, is like, I know that this is a threat way, way above my pay grade, but I'm going towards it anyway because that's who and what I am. And Saitama's just there, is like, yeah, it'll probably be cool, I guess. I wonder if Genius is already there.
I've so Oh, and now on to him. His gag of like his robot body just never being good enough. I'm like, man, this is boring. Like
If he was
I
a main character, I would absolutely agree. The fact that he's a side character and it's just like this ongoing thing in the background makes it tolerable to me.
hmm.
Especially since it's balanced out by so many other heroes with their own shit going on that like whenever we cut back to Genos it's like, oh, and what have you been up to? It's like, oh, I'm still upgrading my body, I'm still getting better, I'm still like trying to be the best, I'm following Master Saitama's teachings of improving my mind and shit, which he made up on the spot because he didn't know how to be a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually works. It's like, okay, yeah, all of that, yeah, that checks out. Well done. Keep going.
I think at the same time, I think I like Saitama the most only because as some. I don't want to say I'm an anti-anime fan, but to see these like shonen tropes and like this guy, like the alien mastermind, he's just powering up, and Saitama's just like, okay,
See, I wouldn't make that makes you an anti-anime fan because
he's just
the
not
only way you get that joke is if you're enough of an anime fan to know the trope they're taking the piss out of.
right,
You know what I mean?
right, and
I will say that One Punch Man is my favorite version of Superman. Like, I fucking hate Superman with a fiery passion, but I
oh,
love One Punch Man.
oh,
I have a
oh.
fondness for Superman just from like a popular mythos level, but I will say that like Saitama's a more interesting character.
Superman is he's my favorite DC hero.
I'm
Cause
sorry you have poor taste.
Favorite DC hero? I don't know about that. Martian Manhunter in certain iterations, not
I li-
all of them. There have been some very shit ones, but in a lot of them, Martian Manhunter's been
I
pretty fucking cool.
I like the story of a god amongst men and how at the end of the day he's just Clark Kent that just wants to live his life with Lois and their kid. He's not arrogant and he's just
Mm. I
like
will say those older Superman movies really did that character justice.
yes, I fucking love those movies. I fucking hate Man of Steel. Man of Steel feels like
Oh
the
god, it was
shittiest
so
Superman.
dreary.
It's just like, and Angry Joe fucking loves it. It's like, Angry Joe, you're like the fucking de facto Superman
He was
fan.
the one person I was convinced was going to be like the angriest at this movie because of what it does with the character.
And it's like,
And yeah,
and it's
And
like
yet,
Henry Cavill's version of Superman is just, he's not full of hope.
and the thing is, like, you can see him trying. It's like there are parts, like especially towards the end of the movie, where it's like he's cracking jokes, he's trying to be charming and charismatic, he's trying to put people at ease, which is what Superman is supposed to do.
Yes,
But the writing of the actual story
but Justice League
is
does not
just
earn
so
it.
bleak and it's so myopic and miserable that what little effort he can make to try and be charming and redeem some of it just doesn't work.
The thing with Justice League is with how the DCEU was being run, we didn't earn that Superman.
no.
That moment of just fluent where he just floats down and he just bats Steppenwolf aside, goes straight to Bruce and goes, "How can I help?" Like he's not entirely like, "How can I like fight the bad guy?" He's immediately going like, "How can I help?" And Bruce immediately puts him to work saving civilians. Like
Yeah, it's like we can kind of keep the bad guy locked in a fight on our own. What we can't do is this. And then Superman just goes, "Yep, all
I can
right,
do that.
got it covered."
And then
Yeah.
just immediately picks up a whole fucking building and flies away.
See, and the best versions of any DC hero are always in the animated series.
Yes.
Either it's Justice League Ultimate,
Justice League
it's
Unlimited has my favorite
Unlimited.
Superman
That's the one.
moment, actually. When he's fighting Darkseid, he's like, I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking good care not to hurt something, to hurt someone. Even knowing that to let loose for even a second, someone could die. And then he just starts hitting Darkseid just a little bit harder every time. It's like, you can take it, can't you, big guy? What we have here is an instance for me to show you who I really am. And he just hits him as hard as he physically can. Like, and just sends him into the fucking stratosphere. And within split second, flies behind him and smashes him into the ground. It's just like, yeah, that's fucking Superman. It's like, yeah, he can cut loose.
One of my favorite Superman moments is from I think it's called Young Justice.
Oh, Young
It's
Justice
kind of
is
like
so
a
good.
it's kind of like a Teen Titans ish thing,
Yeah.
but one of the characters is a clone that Lex Luthor tried to make of Superman to
Yep.
fight him, but it failed. So the kid just grew up as like, okay, so I'm pretty powerful, but my quote unquote dad is basically an actual fucking literal god among men. And they actually really delve into like the psychology of that. It's like what that actually does to how you see the world, how you see yourself. It's like they put way more effort into that show and that character specifically than was ever warranted. And then the show got cancelled after like what was it, the second season?
It was the third season, then it got brought back again through the fucking DC app. So I have a question for you guys. What do you guys think about dark material? At what point do you consider dark material to almost be considered mean-spirited? Because I watched the new Justice League animated movie, and it basically Darkseid just fucking wins. And
I'm kind of out of the loop on this one, honestly.
so
Well, are you talking about just like stories that are not happy endings, like that
no,
have bittersweet or bleak
no.
outcomes?
So with Apocalypse, Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, the movie just straight up starts with watching Cyborg get ripped to pieces, see Starfire disemboweled, watch Wonder Woman get her arm ripped off, Hera get getting her fucking face ripped off, Batgirl getting ripped to absolute shreds, and it's just like I like dark stories, but this is a bit much.
Yeah,
This
like just from your description, it sounds a little bit 3 edgy 5 me.
Yeah, it doesn't come across as dark. It comes across as mean spirited. Flash is being used as a human battery for Darkseid. He's turned Batman into his biggest slave. He's injected a metric shit ton of kryptonite into Superman, basically eliminating his powers completely. Um, uh, Fucking Nightwing is driven insane through the Lazarus Pit. Um, and it's like
I guess it
Damian.
all depends on the execution. I mean, if your goal is to say that all of our heroes are basically at their darkest moment,
Yeah, it sounds to me like they started off with the synopsis of okay, Darkseid won. That's our starting point.
Yeah, he
What does that
basically
look like?
because he
And then they went
basically
through each of the heroes and says, okay, what what happens to them in the storyline where Darkseid wins? And it's like, yeah, when you tally them all up right next to each other, it starts to kind of pile up and it starts to become this very mean spirited sounding thing. But I guess it kind of depends where they go from there.
right. And what was I going to say right afterwards? Fuck. I had something, but I lost it. Um, I don't. I guess another good description would kind of be the boys. The boys comic. The boys comic is kind of edgy to the point of being mean spirited, like Black Noir eating a baby, and like the butcher's wife being like eviscerated by a baby, and Butcher being forced to kill the baby.
You know, there's another comic I read years ago, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was sort of that similar, I call it the Watchmen vein, where it's like, if superheroes were real, you would wish they weren't, kind of thing. And yeah, it was the same tonal thing, whereas like, in order to make our point, we're just going to be as edgy as possible. It's like every situation we're just gonna keep writing edgy shit until the situation sounds like a fucking documentary on Netflix.
Right. Back to One Punch Man.
Oh god, he's actually going to try and criticize One Punch Man.
Anime is One Punch Man. Now, One Punch Man became very popular due to the fact that it catered to casuals who were not smart enough to experience thought-provoking, well-written anime series. You know, the
Pause.
It was a fucking.
That's a fucking take.
It's a fucking. It's a fucking parody on the common
Okay.
shonen tropes. The villain
Let's
constantly having
review
multiple
that statement.
forms.
It became popular because it catered to the casuals who weren't able to experience proper blah 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 blah. No, it didn't. It became popular because it parodied things that were already popular. Like, did he even watch the show?
type of individuals that lack the mental capacity to understand anything that is in non-stop action and fights 24/7. You know, just the bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean aren't able to process nothing but nonstop fights? The fights are over in 2 seconds.
That's
Right.
literally the point.
Yeah, most of the time he's like buying groceries or trying to figure out how he's going to pay rent.
I constantly wonder why Saitama even needs to pay rent, considering his part of the city is abandoned.
Well, no, I mean, it's still owned by somebody. It's just that nobody's living there because of all the monsters. So the rent is cheap, but it's not free.
Right, I guess. I'm just like, what landlord is still giving mail to him and saying, like, oh, your rent's still due? It's like,
I mean, when the city gets when a city gets destroyed, the actual allotted land that the buildings were on, insurance covers the rebuilding, and like the land is still owned. It's like they don't really go into detail about this shit. You can just kind of infer from the way they say it's like, oh, things are destroyed and rebuilt all the time because of all the monsters.
well, yes, but except for Saitama's district. His district is, like, permanently abandoned now.
It's permanently abandoned, but it's also never destroyed, which kind of raises questions. I think it's in towards the end of season 1 when they have the seaweed monster. It's like, yeah, this part this city Z is like, it's kind of some fucked up shit. It's like there's a lot of monsters, but the place is always abandoned. It's never really destroyed and wiped out like the rest of the cities.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of like a weird, spooky ghost kind of town for the rest of the heroes as well. And nobody knows it's because Saitama will literally just destroy the most powerful shit on his way home from work.
Not even from work, just from getting his groceries.
Literally, yeah. It's like he'll destroy a monster and be like, oh yeah, I needed seaweed. And then just like fucking the next slam shot is just you see him boiling the seaweed in some water to try and fucking eat it, even though it's supposed to be hard as steel.
Oh, then let's not forget the, fuck, what am I thinking of? The training tropes. How he's like, everybody has like these strict workouts, and then Saitama's just like 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats.
Yeah,
then a
a
10-kilometer
reasonably
run.
intense workout
Do it
routine,
every
and it's
day.
like Genos calls him out on it immediately. It's like that's not even that intense.
Yeah, that's like
Come on, what's your real secret? I was like, no, seriously, that's
You gotta have a
that's literally
balanced
all I did.
diet too. Eat a banana sometimes. He's just like, that makes no sense. I think that's why. I think it's just because he takes these tropes and he's just like, let me just say fuck you to these tropes. And I'm like, yeah, you do that.
It's like the writer is just like, no, he literally just is that strong. That's all there is to it. There's
Yeah.
no special. He's not secretly a god or any of that shit. It's like that's just Saitama.
And also let's not forget let's not forget that he solves crimes so fast that he's never on the charts.
Yeah. Oh, that was like hilarious. But I will say is like just looking at like One Punch Man, I do prefer Mob Psycho as a series. And it's by the same author, same mangaka, same everything. But Mob Psycho has some similarities, at least in the sense of humor. But the messages, the things it tries to like, the things it's saying with the story it's telling, in Mob Psycho tend to be like more. Oh yeah, that's actually some real shit.
Well, I think the big difference is it's more relatable because not a lot of us can relate to Superman, but we
Right.
can all relate to Mob.
It's not even the relatability thing because you're not supposed to relate to Saitama or Superman.
Well,
It's more
you
just
can relate to
what
Superman.
is the story being told and what are we taking away from the story? Because what we take away from the story of One Punch Man is a bunch of very funny moments, taking the piss out of tropes that we've all taken as given for a very long time. Like, it contributes a lot, it's a lot of fun, but whereas Mob Psycho, it's like, oh, this is like spitting some like actual real world. This is a way that you should maybe start to think about the things you do, or the way that you think about the power that a single person has.
Lowest of the low type of anime watcher. The story was boring. It was nothing but one guy goes around punching everything and winning. You know, that's it. There was just nothing to the story.
He sounds like he completely missed all of the
He missed the
parody.
fucking point where it's just like he gets it done in one punch, and it pisses him off because he's like, I do this for fun, and now the the glimmer is gone because I just constantly keep winning. He had a dream where he was like, I love the fact that like his dream isn't that he takes more than one punch to kill people. It's just the sheer number of people that keep attacking him. With the mole people.
And then he wakes up and like the actual mole people are just like, oh no, this guy's really strong, better get back in our hole. And he's like, oh, damn it.
It was so bland, so boring. There was no depth to it. It wasn't entertaining. It didn't introduce any cool themes or thought provoking content. It was just, again,
It didn't introduce any new themes, really, because it's kind of the only show quite like it that's ever existed.
Yeah, there's really not a lot to compare it to.
In fact, one of the most shining qualities that it has is that it is so original. If nothing else, it's got that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because like the thing is like what they do to change like the themes that they. So it's not only hilarious, it's also thought provoking. It's a superhero society that at the end of the day, it's so based on money that some people just won't go to certain areas just because they know they won't be able to fight crime. Like, and they won't be able to earn ends meet. It's very interesting considering with things like the traditional Marvel or DC, money's never really been an issue for somebody like Wonder Woman or Superman. Money's never been an issue. Superman has a fucking PhD in journalism, uh, and works for like one of the top selling newspapers in all of Metropolis. I fucking
Okay, just off the top of my head, and I'm going back like a few list items here just because it's kind of been lurking in my mind because I feel like I didn't really explain myself very articulately on the Yu Yu Hakusho entry, right? Do you remember how he actually praises Hunter x Hunter as being like one
Hmm.
of the best? And
uh-huh.
myself and Wyatt who have both seen the show, and myself who's read the manga, we agree. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter,
I haven't seen
pretty
Hunter x
fucking
Hunter.
awesome. But yeah, the thing of he praises Hunter x Hunter but shits on Yu Yu when a lot of the reasons that Hunter x Hunter is so great is like it's got a very well paced story. The power incrementals are spaced out in such a way that like each increment makes a lot of sense. So we see the journey it takes to get there. It always feels earned. We always know where it's coming from, what the limitations are, what the rules are, and the rules are always adhered to, that kind of thing. It's like all of the fundamental structural shit that makes Hunter x Hunter as solid as it is, they kind of come from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I'd have to like citation needed on myself for that, because I remember when Hunter x Hunter the manga was being written, it was alongside Sailor Moon, because there's like some cross references because the two mangaka were dating. So I think they're both sort of like early to mid 90s when they were being written originally. And then Yu Yu Hakusho is an anime from the 90s. So I think the manga was written early 90s, late 80s. If I don't
Probably.
have my timeline mixed up, you know? So yeah, that's just kind of a thing I wanted to throw in.
Well, and if he really wants to talk about big brain shit, I mean, does he want to talk about how Dragon Ball Z ripped off Hunter x Hunter?
Oh God.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, because Dragon Ball Z and the whole Goku Ultra Instinct bullshit, that's Killua. That's Godspeed.
Yeah. And yeah, with Dragon Ball Z it gets weird because it's such an old show. It's like it's one of the originals, but it's ongoing. So it's
Right.
both influential and influenced.
Yeah, it's weird.
The type of anime that catered to morons. Quite frankly, I was disgusted with this anime. You know,
He was disgusted.
Disgusted by this anime. I mean, there are parts of it that are kind of disgusting, like when he kills the crab man.
Yeah.
But like, the anime is just lovely. It's a very, very good show.
I binged
really
the
was.
fuck out of it.
Season
I've
2.
rewatched the first season.
Season 2 still isn't dubbed on Hulu, so I'm still waiting.
Just watch the fucking sub. Goddamn fucking yank.
No.
I was like, no, I don't think I'll do that.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't think I
I
will.
don't think I will. Be an old man. Just watch the subs, Grandpa. No, I don't think I will.
and you know the comedy was cheesy. It was so lame. Anyone that giggled or cracked a smile during this anime is an idiot. You
Okay.
Wow.
Wow,
Right.
the giant, the fucking giant. When Saitama's on his shoulder and his brother goes, "Brother, squish that insignificant bug." Wham! And it's the arm, it's the shoulder that his brother
Okay.
was on.
You know why I loved that joke so specifically? It's because it's the exact kind of joke that we would make. It's like just hearing it's like, oh my god, can you imagine if he just like accidentally hit the wrong shoulder because he didn't
Wham!
actually specify,
And then
they do it.
And then, and what if he then sees the fucking what he just did, and he's horrified? Like, ah!
So yeah, it's like the humor in the show is cheesy, and that's kind of like as specific as he got with the criticism. It's cheesy, yes, but it's also taking the piss out of superhero shows. Cheesy is the
Yeah.
default. Cheesy
Like-
is your starting point.
Like that moment when he's fighting this I think he's like a speedster guy, and he like barely puts his hand up, and like the dude's nuts hit his
Oh
fist.
my god, yeah.
Oh, the
That
ninja
was like
guy.
the most
Yeah.
detailed physics shot in the entire show.
It's
Like you
fucking
could see
fantastic.
the entire anatomy of that dude getting punched.
But it was like Saitama didn't actually punch him though, or he would have like fucking exploded.
Yeah,
It was more like his
just gravity,
wang caressed.
you know the fights were boring because you already knew who was going to win. The side characters all sucked in, had
That's
absolutely
not
no
the
depth
point of the
whatsoever.
fucking fights, you retard.
We're just.
In fact,
we're all
that's
just
like
giving it
literally
shit
the
now.
opposite of the point. Because the point is like we have One Punch Man. Fights end in one punch. So now it's the rest of the show that you're actually going to stick around for.
Yeah.
That's literally like the synopsis of the show.
So ever. You know, don't get me started on the main character. Just what a terrible character. I mean, we're
You take that back, sir. Saitama is a fantastic character.
Do you remember at the start of this when I said it just feels like he doesn't get the parody?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's got to be it. He just doesn't understand.
Yeah.
his smooth brain is just not getting it because
Smooth
dude,
brain. He's got a fucking laminated brain.
You're supposed to laugh because he makes these bland faces and he acts like he doesn't care about anything really.
Okay, for those who don't know, One Punch Man was originally a web comic. So the idea of like this super detailed drawing, and then you just look at this face, who is just not interested in whatever bullshit is going on in front of him. Like,
well, and I would make the argument that he cares a whole hell of a lot. You know,
Yeah,
like
it's
what
just
we were
that the
talking about
things
during
he
the Common
finds don't
Writer.
impress him. He's
Yeah,
unimpressed. It's not that
yeah,
he's uninvested.
yeah, he's bored.
Like there was just nothing good about One Punch Man. Hopefully, people wake up and realize that they need to watch better anime and stop hyping up garbage like this. The Rising of the Shield Hero, another
Better
boring
anime
generic
like what?
transported to another
And
world
oh my
anime that
god.
only
Okay. Has anyone here seen Shield Hero?
nope.
Nope.
Okay. I have seen the first season of Shield Hero, so this is where I'll just kind of take the podcast for myself for just a couple of minutes. Shield Hero is another isekai anime. It's an anime where somebody from quote unquote the real world gets transported to basically an MMO. And when they get there, they have all the powers, all the power ups, they're overpowered, they're going to be the hero, they're going to defeat the Demon King, blah, 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 blah. The problem is that when this guy arrived, all of the heroes were greeted by the king as like, oh yes, you are the chosen heroes. You will save our land. You will defeat the demon king, etc., etc. You're the greatest. And then this guy, he kind of gets seduced by the princess, and then she makes a false rape accusation against him, so that he will be like dishonored and cast aside into like the absolute gutter of society, just so
Mm-hmm.
that the other heroes can be propped up, gain even greater prestige, and reach even greater heights, etc. It's like this whole thing, and that's how the show starts. So it's like it introduces the quote yet another isekai fucking premise, and then turns it on its head in the beginning, so that you know exactly where your expectations are being subverted, which if you're going to subvert expectations is kind of important. And that's when the show starts. So it's this guy's journey from the bottom to kind of the top to like the actual bottom again, and then just crawling his way up. And because he has to take the longer, harder route, he becomes a sturdier, more what's the word I'm looking for? Hearty, steadfast, noble, better, I suppose. He becomes the better hero.
Hmm.
So even though it's like his thing is like he doesn't have a magical sword, he doesn't have like some massive destructive capability. He just has like the best shield in the universe, and he needs basically his NPC companion to do all the fighting for him, which means that because he relies on her so much, they form this actual real genuine bond. It's got a lot of weight to it and a lot of complexity to it. And it's because of all those like those little subversions, those little differences to quote the typical isekai, that this is the one that gets held up as one of the best. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, to shit on this one of all the isekai, I don't know, man. And there are plenty of shit isekai. In fact, I'd wager most isekai are kind of shit because I've only seen a few. But
I think
most of them do seem to be
one
pretty
I've
shitty.
the only one I can think of right off the top of my head would be like Sword Art.
That's the progenitor.
I don't want to talk about Sword Art mainly because Eli won't shut up about it. So I'm just like, I don't want to talk about it.
The
It's
first
bad,
season
man.
was pretty good, but
It
everything
really
after that,
wasn't though. Honestly, the first season, okay, the first few episodes set up an interesting premise, but what the show actually does with that premise, even in season one, watch it again. Honestly, it's really not good.
I'm not willing to die on that hill, so yeah, I believe you. If like it, like I enjoyed it, but I mean it. I'm not gonna say it's like in my top, list of anime or anything. So
See, by the time I actually managed to get to the end of season one, I thought I was done. It's like, okay, I've seen the Sword Art online. I'm now quote unquote qualified to shit on it. And then I realized, oh, there's a whole other season. And this is the one that people consider the bad one. And I made it, I think, 2, 3 episodes in before I was just like, you know what? This literally isn't even worth the time of my life it takes to watch it.
yeah, it gets really fucking weird. And then there's all the spin-offs and shit. It gets wonky.
I would say the abridged is legitimately a better show, though. I can't remember the name of the channel that does them, but the Sword Art Online abridged, it's pretty fucking nice. I like it.
Idiots with bad taste hyped up. People acted like this was supposed to be so much better, so much different than your typical isekai, but in reality ended up being the same exact garbage. Main character
I
who was super
literally just
OP,
explained
a
why
story
it
that
isn't.
tries too hard to be deep, too hard to be different, but ends up falling into the same tropes that you see
Okay,
in every
hold
other
on, pause.
isekai.
Right, this is going to be a tangent not just for this show, but like in general. Okay, when you say that something is trying too hard to be deep, that sounds like a very weird criticism to make
It is.
because it
It's
sounds more
dumb.
like a virtue than a flaw, if that makes sense. It's like, oh no, it's putting too much work in. Oh no, it's actually trying to be too much more than it should be. It's like these do not sound like bad things.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you could put too much. You could try to be deep and fail, and that would be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or come across as like insincere.
But the
But
fact that you tried in the first place is unambiguously a virtue.
yeah, because I feel like if people have to choose between a deep anime and a shallow one, they're always going to choose the deep one.
Yeah.
But yes,
Side characters that are
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just
But
gonna say, it's like, yeah, he said it's basically just, oh, people are hyping this, oh, it's so much more than the typical isekai. And it's like, I kind of just spelled out why it literally is more than that, but okay.
completely useless and always have to rely on the main character, be saved by the main character, villains who are bad just because they're
That is the
bad,
opposite of
boring.
true. Because he's the shield hero, the name of the show, he relies on his companions more than they rely on him. That's the way that it turns the trope on its head and why it excels. Please continue. I'm so tired of this shit.
Fights where the main character
well, like it's just like we were saying. He's just saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I don't want to eat my vegetables, Mom. It's not a phase. Shield Hero is shit. It's just another typical isekai.
It's dumb. I don't like it.
Speaking of which,
It's
there's like
boring.
another isekai called the Overpowered Hero. Basically, okay, you know, if you wanted to like really cheese an MMO, you would just kind of stay in the starting area and just grind until you were level 100.
Yes.
Overpowered Hero is a show where there's a guy who basically does that, but in an isekai context. So he just stays in the starting area and trains until he's basically level 100. So anything he comes up against in the normal run of the show, it kind of has like this One Punch Man thing where he's just so insanely overpowered. Oh, that's what it's called, the overly cautious hero. And it's just like he's an absolute fucking coward. So it's like he'll panic if he's like less than like 20 or so levels above the thing he's fighting. And then he's like he'll call the nuke of fucking God on a single slime. And then he was just like, okay, to make sure it's dead, I'm gonna call it down another 20 times. And like the side characters are just like sitting bored on the side of a hill, watching him fucking nuke this one thing a dozen times again. It's like, okay, are you done now? Can we go home, please? And it's just played up for laughs, and it's quite interesting and funny because it just takes this whole okay, this is a magical fantasy world, but it works basically the same as a video game. And it's like, okay, if that's your premise, I'm going to play it like a video game. And it actually follows through, which is quite
Mm-hmm.
fun and cool.
That actually does sound quite entertaining.
I think it's only like 12 episodes for the first season. Unless it's kept going. I haven't really kept up with it.
Spams the same OP abilities, tons of fan service, plot armor, plot convenience. Anyone who thought this anime was good needs help immediately. It is the same typical isekai garbage that you see
Please
left and right.
elaborate.
Horrible anime. Next up is Mob Psycho 100.
Oh no, you fucking didn't. Oh no.
Oh
It just
no
keeps
no
getting
no no
worse.
Oh
no!
no no!
Oh
Not in my
You
house.
no!
do not get to criticize my boy Mob. He is a darling.
What a fucking idiot!
I wonder if he's like, because for a couple of them, he's had like sort of specific things, at least in what the criticism is, even though he doesn't give examples. So yeah, just play the
I
criticism
know,
before
I
I
know
speak.
it's super stupid, but I really liked the 100 gimmick, the running joke. You know, mob's meter.
Well, it's not even a joke. It's just kind of like a
But
scale for reference for the audience.
right, but it's just I don't know, it's there's something so satisfying about it. It's like you just constantly know how close he is to losing his shit. And you
Well,
always
it's
know
not.
when it happens, it's going to be great.
And
Well, it's
are
not
we gonna
even
need
that.
to
It's kind of like this
are we
back
gonna
and
need to
forth
watch
with the
this
audience.
together? Is this a is this a watch
Honestly,
with
this is another one of like, you know, that pile of anime that you need to get around to eventually. Put this one near the top.
Well,
Yeah,
It's
that's
this
what
is actually some
very
well
really
that's
good
the
fucking good.
shit.
thing. That's the thing. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be able to watch something unless I'm with someone. And hence why River's
Well,
trying to get me to watch
apparently
any show with me, and I'm just like, I want to just gather all my friends and we all just watch this together.
Okay,
yeah, we could
this is
totally
one
do
that
that.
I think you could watch with your girlfriend because she will absolutely just fall in love with Mob. He's an absolute little cherub darling. It's like you want to be protective over him just by the nature of what he is. It's like, oh, he's such a soft little boy. But yeah, it's like this show in particular to criticize. It's like you have to come with something specific because most of what it does extremely fucking well.
Right. Come on, guys, we can do this.
Okay.
Mob Psycho 100 is literally just One Punch Man. That's it. This dude did the same
Oh
series twice.
no.
No, he really didn't.
All right, let's play. Pause goes for 5 seconds. It's just One Punch Man. I'm gonna stop you there.
Yeah, it's really not.
Okay, I'll let him finish his quote criticisms before I start talking about Mob Psycho.
Twice, and somehow no one called him out for this. It's the same series. One Punch Man, this guy goes around punching everything. He's super OP. Mob Psycho, this guy goes around destroying everything. He's super OP. There's no sense of danger because you know the main character is going to destroy everything. He walks around with that stupid bland look on his face. The fights suck. The characters suck. The art style sucks. The music sucks. The animation sucks.
Okay, hold on. I want to get an outsider's perspective on this. Hey, sweetie, is fucking
Uh,
saying something sucks? Is that objective criticism, or is that just shortcutting for getting your fucking opinion across?
Not to mention, I'm pretty sure the animation in this show was got all kinds of like credit. Like the fight scenes, especially. Like holy shit, that's some high quality animation.
Yeah, it's not even just the quality of the animation, it's just the art style in general is so different from quote typical anime. It's got such a unique look. The guy who does these, the artist, he has such a unique style of doing these things that's it looks like a pen drawing on a napkin fully realized into a show, and it looks like it's lost nothing of the original vision, even though in the meta you kind of know it probably has just because of production shit. But it
Mm-hmm.
looks like it has. It looks raw and it looks fucking rough and it looks kind of really fucking pencil drawn and cool. So that's the art. He's criticized three other things. So
The that it's the
he's
same as One Punch
criticized
Man.
the no sense of danger. That's probably the biggest one I kind of really want to talk about because there's no sense that he's going to lose a one on one battle of psychics, but that's not the point. Similar to One Punch Man, it's not about how powerful he is, what his power level is, what the actual fight. It's about the emotional stakes. And Mob, especially compared to Saitama, has so much emotionally invested in whatever the fuck he's doing because he just wants to fit. He's like a typical like 14-year-old kid. He wants to fit in. He wants to feel like he belongs. And like in the first season, he's given this whole thing where like he can join the quote supernatural club in his school, which is basically just kids hanging out and playing like freaking handheld video games and eating crisps and shit. But he doesn't. He chooses to join the body improvement club. And even though he's not athletic at all, it's like he gets out of breath, he can't lift anything, but he fucking struggles and he tries because he knows that he wants to be more than he is. It's like, even with all his psychic powers, he could be the god king of Earth, but that's not what he wants. What he wants is to find a way to be better than what he is. And that's like, it just makes him so endearing as a character. And it makes you just home in on exactly what his motivations are, the way he sees himself, the way he sees his place in the world. And then, like, another thing he criticized with the characters, just feeding into literally what I was just saying, is like, the character of Reagan is probably one of my favorite characters in all of anime. It's like,
For a split second, I got confused. The character of Reagan. Wait, what?
Reagan, yeah, that's the name of his
Ronald Reagan is in an
sensei.
anime?
No, his name is just Reagan.
That's funny.
But yeah, it's his Reagan is a con artist by trade, like a professional fucking con artist, and he comes across this kid who's got like actual psychic powers and just uses them to like prop up his business, quote unquote, where he like exercises things and shit like that. But all along the way, he's giving Mob advice that's actually genuine. So he's in this really interesting and cool, quirky gray area where, yeah, he's a con artist, but you can see that he actually does want the best for Mob. He wants to see him succeed. He wants to see him grow as a person. And it's like, fucking, come on, Slugger, you can ask that girl out. Just build your confidence and go out there and try. It's like, he's that kind of figure to Mob. So yeah, the idea that's like, the show has bad art, that it has no sense of danger, that it has bad characters, is all just immediately bullshit. And then he's gonna criticize the fights? Really? The fights look fucking amazing because the art is so good. What is he on about?
Everything that's bad about One Punch Man is also bad about this show. Mob Psycho 100 is just trash. How did this guy get away with making the same series twice? Why did nobody call him out? That's
Oh, he's getting angry.
how
Yeah,
you know you're an
contrast
uncreative.
that with everything I just felt like the entire rant I just went on about how great this show is. This dude's fucking wrong, and only one of us is citing examples.
Fraud if you have to make the same series twice. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, another garbage.
Okay, I've seen this one as well. This one I will criticize more heavily than Shield Hero. It is a bit more the typical isekai shit. But even then, it puts the main character in a unique enough position that it separates itself from the crowd. But eh, it's still pretty forgettable, honestly.
Mm.
Isekai where the main character is transported to another world, but this time as a slime. This creature that just absorbs everything. It becomes super OP for no reason. He's basically Kirby from Nintendo, just sucking up everything, taking its power for his own and just using it. And it's just pathetic because it's like you're such a trash series. You have to rip off a trash video game like Kirby. Kirby's one of the worst games out there, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
Whoa!
All
Just
right.
insulting Kirby out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, having seen the series as a comparison, it actually does make a lot of sense. And do you notice how this is actually a lot more specific than a lot of the other shows that he's covered?
Yeah, this made him angry.
It's also one of the ones that I'm going to agree with him the most on. It's like the character does become super OP very early on, despite being, quote, a slime. It's like because he's able to absorb literally anything, the fact that he stumbles on one of the most powerful beings in the world very early on and just absorbs it anyway means that, yeah, the fact that he's a slime is not going to distract me from the fact that canonically he's got some of the baddest arsenal in the world available right off the bat, you know?
All right.
So, yeah, this is one that I would actually criticize a bit more heavily.
But the main character is super boring. He's bland. He gets no character development. He's super OP for no reason. Wins every fight, so the fights are enjoyable because there's no threat. He's going to win. There's no tension, no development. The side characters are so bad they're not memorable at all. You cannot tell me that you finished this anime and remembered any of these characters' names. They were just like bad.
Okay, he said any character. Name literally any character. Come on. Come on, this is the
Okay,
easiest thing in the
this
world.
is unfair for me. You know that.
No,
I
no.
will say that,
No,
like,
he's the one who set the bar so fucking low. So no, now he's got to
well,
pay the
no.
consequences.
Okay, so he said a few things there, and I think the only thing I would draw on to like argue against is the fact that the main character has no personality. He does have personality, but pretty much everything else he said, he's kind of on the money. It's not a very good show.
Fair enough.
Backdrops. They were so bad. No good characters at all. Bad animation, bad music. Everything about this anime
I
was just
don't
poorly
remember
done.
the
Stop.
animation being bad. I will say that. So I remember the animation being sort of like standard for the time it was released, if that makes sense.
Right.
So
With the
not a
East
particular drop, but kind of normal. You know.
Isekai garbage already. It's bad. The only people that like Isekai are morons. Next up is Tokyo Ghoul. Tokyo
Get fucked.
Wyatt, take the mic.
What? I don't know nothing about this show. I only know the gag meme of like when he's trying, like, he gets home from the hospital and he goes to eat some food and he barfs it up and he then sees like an article in the news thing on how like ghouls are impervious and he's like, oh, I gotta
Okay.
stab myself in the stomach, and it's like,
Yeah, no.
well, you could just have a stomach flu.
And I've seen most of season 1, but like that's it. So
No,
Wyatt, you're the expert.
this show is fucking fantastic. It's definitely up there in as one of like my top anime. It's an interesting premise. It has a lot of themes, but it also has really fucking good action and a really engaging story with some absolutely colossal stakes and consequences. I mean,
Ghoul is
it literally starts with the main character basically getting eaten alive.
Huh.
I mean, he goes on a date and he basically almost dies. That kind of came out of fucking nowhere.
just a Parasite ripoff that fails in every way. If you want to see Tokyo
Oh
Ghoul done right,
no.
just watch
Hold on.
Parasite.
Okay, pause again. He said it was a Parasite ripoff, and I've actually seen Parasite.
I have
And
as
I've
well.
seen enough of Tokyo Ghoul to know that to compare the two is strained at best.
Well, yeah, because one is like an alien and he actually interacts with the alien that's taken over his body.
It's
This
an
is
entire separate character.
yeah, the alien is a separate character that he interacts with. This is like a disease
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah,
he
so
had
to
no
compare
choice
the
in.
two is so strange.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird comparison for sure.
Incidentally, just on what we were talking about earlier with the way the Netflix anime stuff sort of integrates CGI, Parasite is on the better end of that. I will say that much. It's a good looking show.
because Parasite destroys Tokyo Ghoul in every category. The story in Tokyo Ghoul fails at
Oh,
being
he
deep
likes
and
Parasite.
complex, yet tries so hard. The characters are one-dimensional garbage with no depth. Main character gets no character development throughout the series at all.
Okay, that one I do know.
Excuse the fuck out of me.
Even that one I know. Fucking what's his face has a shit ton of development because he's a newly formed ghoul.
Well, yes. Number one, he's a newly formed ghoul. Number two, um, he gets kidnapped and tortured. Imagine that you can regenerate your body parts. So the guy just keeps cutting off like fingers and toes and filling buckets full of them. But he gets to feel all of that. So by the time they actually quote unquote rescue him and get him back, he is fucked up.
Huh.
But no,
The
no
fights
development.
are just bland. It's pretty much Dragon Ball Z with ghouls, where it's just a whole bunch of power-ups and random stupid
Wait,
stuff
Dragon Ball Z with ghouls? I don't remember anyone in that show firing off some kind of fucking energy blast.
I mean, they all have I forget the name of them, but they're based. Every ghoul has like a special weapon that they can access. Like his is a centipede tail, and this one chick has like phoenix wings.
That
But
sounds more like oh fuck, what's the one I'm thinking of where they rely on their weapons as their magic system? Fuck, I've forgotten.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of examples of it, but I would compare it to something more along the lines of like um, God Eater, Fairy Tale. You
Fairy
know,
Tale, that's the one. Yeah.
yes, any of that kind of stuff would be more along the lines. But Tokyo Ghoul approaches some very dark subject matter, um, like the idea of you know eating your best friend,
Oh, I was gonna say
just trying to
just
just trying
being
to interact with your fucking friends.
being
You know,
just being hunted just because of something that
yeah.
you were turned into, kind of, no, not even kind of, against your will.
Yeah, it was 100% against his will. He had no say in it whatsoever. And, it, now he's essentially being hunted. There's some side characters that have some really, emotional arcs and things. He constantly has to hide who he is forever. He
going on.
basically can't associate with his own family anymore.
You see what I'm saying? This anime is really just a shonen disguised as a seinen. Just trying to be seinen when it's really just a
Hold
shonen. It
on.
appeals to the
I know we're getting through like half a sentence per fucking 10 minutes here. Okay, so it's a shonen disguised as a seinen. Okay, I kind of covered what those ratings mean earlier in this episode, where it's just like, okay, they're more like age ratings, they're more like target demographic
Yeah.
descriptors.
Yeah.
So when you say that one is something described as another, you really have to be specific because otherwise you're literally just describing a seinen. It's saying it's a 15s movie disguised as an 18s movie. So if I say that sentence, you understand. It's like, okay, it's keeping the 15s age rating, but it's going to allude to things that would otherwise be an 18s rating.
Yeah, like
Like
it's
that's
like
the
an
assumption
alien.
that you would arrive
It's
at.
like an Alien versus Predator, when the Predator's blade comes out, and then there's just that splash of blood onto the ice instead of actually showing him get cut in half.
Exactly. It's like when we say that the one thing is actually it's just this disguised as this, or how Mad Max Fury Road is a 12s movie disguised as like a 15s slash R-rated movie. It's like it's not actually R-rated. I think in most places it was 15s or 12s,
Oh, is that what you guys
depending
call
on the
your
region.
rating system?
Yeah, for us it goes
What was Mad Max
general
in the U.S.? Mad
U,
Max
which is
Fury
U,
Road.
and then it goes PG, which is parental guidance, and then it goes 12s, 15s, 18s,
Yeah, it was rated R over
and that's
here.
it. So yeah, wait,
Why
hold
was
on,
it?
Fury Road was?
Yeah.
Really?
Jesus. Hey Ninja, why do you remember why Fury Road was rated R over here? It's not even really that violent.
Yeah, it was rated 15s here, and that's only because there's like tits on display during like 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, I think the majority of it was probably for nudity and like maybe gore or drug use. Maybe I'd have to actually look at the rating.
Maybe
What
the
drug use?
The fucking
the spray paint,
yeah, the boys, the whatever he called
the
them,
War Boys.
Well,
the
I
war
mean,
boys.
yeah, that's probably just like a very difficult conversation back in the organization that makes these ratings as to whether or not that counts as drug use because they're not huffing paint, they are spray painting their own faces. And you kind of have to have the conversation as to whether or not that's the same thing.
I was about to say.
Well, they also were like ingesting it. Like he sprayed more than just his face. He was spraying like down his fucking mouth.
Oh yeah, it's their entire fucking mouth.
I was
So
going
yeah,
to
they
say
probably would feel something from that.
a
But,
little bit of gore because when they put what's his face Joe's his
oh yeah, his
little face
entire
thing.
bottom half of his face gets ripped out.
Yeah. There was a
And
bit
also
of
we
a
see like an umbilical cord not actually attached to either a baby or a mother, just being like fucking swung around like a rubber band.
ugh.
The lowest of the low type of anime watchers. Tokyo Ghoul fanboys like to act like this series is good, but it's not. And the anime is not the only thing that's.
They like to act like it's good, but it's not.
It's really fucking phenomenal. But okay.
Okay, hold on. Just on that note, before we move on to the next show, which I'm sure will be a whole other conversation, the whole idea, because I just know from reputation that season 2 is considered to be where the series drops considerably.
Yes, there's a lot of spin-off, there's a lot of like, but you watch that season 1, you really don't need anything after that. That's all you
Right.
need. I don't even think I've watched season 2. But
Oh wow.
if you look at season 1 as like a self-contained story, it's really fucking good.
Fair enough. I'm just going to dip out for a quick second, boys.
All
Okay.
right. I'm quickly looking over all my dinner options, which is really odd because I use Dinnerly, and for some reason, none of the recipe cards got sent to us. Huh. So yeah, I don't know. This just seems really I don't really get anything that he's saying when it comes to all this shit.
He's really not saying a lot is the sad part.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not. And he's not
It's bad.
backing up or explaining any of his arguments whatsoever, like you said, citation needed on all of it.
Right.
Manga is bad too because they'll try to say, well, the anime sucks. Yeah, but the manga is good. No, the manga is trash. This is including Tokyo Ghoul, the first part, and Re. They're both garbage, manga and anime. Next anime is one.
Oh, I think we need Luke to
Yeah.
come back.
Yeah, I think you might just want to leave that that image up there because Luke will be coming back to that screen right there.
In that case, I'm gonna quickly mute myself with the stream and talk to River for a split second.
Did you ever take down your little peepo thing, or
Yes,
is
it
that
is.
still still? Oh, okay.
Ray is been taken away, so I need to quickly just mute myself for just a second.
Okay.
And I'm back. Jeez, like I'm okay. If you want to talk about fan service, can we talk about this lady right here?
Oh yeah, there's tons of fan service in One Piece.
Yeah. I so like I don't know. I have never really uh when it comes to fan service, I'm like, is it really that bad to have it sometimes? Because
Well, I mean, we all know why Japan has so much fan service in their stuff. It's because their culture is so strict.
yes, porn
They
is
have a lot of
technically
closeted,
illegal.
yeah,
So
they have a
that's
lot of closeted perversions. So gotta get that shit out somewhere.
right. Okay. Luke, are you there?
Oh, we'll know when he's back.
I feel like he's
We'll
just sitting there
we'll
and
hear it.
just stewing. He's just like, and just suddenly just
No,
fucking.
there's gonna be a reaction when he comes back. I guarantee it.
Do. Meanwhile, I'm quickly sending a recipe to my girlfriend so she can cook a dinner in like a couple hours from now. How's your day going? We've been doing this for almost 4 hours today.
Yeah, I ended up coming home from work a little bit early, from dealing with some tooth pain. So
I was gonna say, how's your
came
tooth doing?
home. Not great. My girlfriend found me some. What is this here? It's like liquid something or other.
I thought you were just about to say drugs.
It's
Just
oral
liquid drugs.
anesthetic that you just kind of brush onto the area, and it almost feels like that
Yeah, or
Novocaine
gel.
shit. Yeah, something. Well, this is called like Kanka. I don't know, some off-brand thing. But anyway, it seems to be working. I'm digging it. Um, I hate tooth pain. I'm not a fan of it. It's fucks up with like what I can eat, what I can drink. I'm just like, man, I can't do any of my normal shit, and I don't really have the money right now to fucking go and deal with it. So I'm just kind of trying to see if it'll go back to how it was for months and months, where it wasn't bothering me at all. Sometimes it just acts like this for a few days and then it's fine again. But if it doesn't go away soon, then I'm gonna have to be like, fuck, I guess I have to go get it dealt with anyway.
So is it just like a part of your tooth got cracked open and you're kind of just dealing with
Well,
kind of two mini
it
teeth?
like it cracked off pretty close to the base. So I mean, it's fairly flat, but there's a few little sharp places where it actually cracked. But it's been like that for long enough where it wasn't bothering me. Everything was fine. I just kind of left it. But it just over time apparently has gotten worse, I guess, and it's now to the point where it's like causing a lot of pain. So I'll have to get it ripped out, I guess, at some
Oh, I
point,
was going
more
to
than
say,
likely.
is it a visible tooth or is it like a molar?
They can still see it. Yeah, it's in the what they call the smile line or whatever.
Oh
But
man.
yeah, it is what it is. I mean, if I had the money, it's kind of the same thing that happened when I had my last tooth pulled. They were like, well, the proper thing is to do a root canal and then do like a crown. And I'm like, yeah, I ain't got that kind of fucking money, so that's not happening.
Yeah.
So they just ended up pulling it last time, and and then it took me just a few days or a week or so to kind of recover from that.
mm.
But at least I can go back to being a functional human.
If I could, I would just basically pay somebody. It's like, all right, here's the money. Rip out all my teeth and put in implants that are exactly like my teeth. Or I'm starting over.
Right. Yeah, it seems like a pretty bad system us humans have compared to other animals and stuff.
Yeah, because animals will just regrow parts back. Like you're, like like I'm like some apex predator that like the fucking savannah. I lost a tooth. Oh, don't worry, like
I come
1700.
back and I see One Piece on my screen. I am about to punch something. What the fuck is happening?
I
Yeah, we figured we would stop here and wait for you to get
we
back because we didn't want you to miss this.
we've been delaying and delaying and delaying for you to come back, and now
Oh no.
Well, you're the resident One Piece expert, so let's see what he says.
Okay, for this one, I'm just gonna let him finish the entire quote unquote
Uh-oh.
criticism, and then I will start talking.
One Piece. Now, this is one of the mini series on this list I've already done a video on, so definitely check that out. I went in depth and presented amazing facts. Definitely one of the best videos out there. But to sum it up, boring, repetitive story with no progression. Every arc is the same: sail to an island, beat people up, rinse and repeat. The characters have no development at all. I mean, they have no depth, they have no development. Completely butt ugly art style. Bad fights.
I don't like One Piece's art style.
I'll get to it in a moment.
Okay.
Let the man finish.
Okay. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Where there's no strategy involved, just run in there and win. You know, all the fights won in this anime are strictly because of ass pulls. Stupid powers, you know, eat a fruit and get a power, dumb. Tons of ass pulls, easily the worst shonen of all time.
Okay, hold on. I would like before Luke comes in, with like the 17 machine guns in one single hand. I would like to say just the eat a fruit, get a power, dumb. It's like, okay, guy gets bit by a spider and suddenly has the powers of a spider. Like, come on, this is. Sometimes you gotta. It's like the suspension of disbelief of the universe that you are allowed to have.
Not just the suspension of disbelief in the universe, but when it's something as consistent and as rule bound as devil fruits. Yeah, it's like imagine the Spider Man universe, but it was just a rule that all over the world there were these spiders, and if one of them bites you, it's going to give you a power at a great cost. That's One Piece.
Yeah, it
All
was.
over the world, there are these fruits. You eat one, you will gain a superpower. You don't know what it will be until you eat it, but once you do, if you eat the devil fruit, you will gain the sea devil's curse, which means that if you are submerged in any liquid up to about your waist, you will become so fatigued, so unable to move, that you're basically just a sitting duck waiting to drown.
Oh,
No
okay.
pirate who takes a sea fruit power is able to swim
Oh,
forever.
I thought that was specifically Luffy. I didn't know that was.
Nope.
Okay.
And not only that, but there's this material called sea stone, a material which has the power of the sea, and if this is used against a devil fruit user, it will nullify their devil fruit powers. It's like they've thought about this. And that statement is a big one because when I say they, I mean one person, the author, Oda. He has thought about all of this. His world building is huge. His the scale on which he tells his stories is massive. So massive that it is the longest running shonen of all time. So
I've never
yeah,
been I've never been so
I've
quietly
got a
threatened
couple
by an
things to say here.
I've never been so quietly threatened by an Irishman before. You're just like coming across like, let me tell you something, motherfucker.
Let me tell you something about the fucking One Piece boy.
Just an Irishman.
Well, I feel like this show kind of has the same sort of one of the few that has the same sort of issues that DBZ has, where it's been around for so long that it has influenced several other anime, and arguably it has been influenced by other anime because it's been going on forever.
Yeah, I would say it definitely does have some of that going on.
I'm
But
listening. Go ahead and
it's
just keep
so
talking.
consistent within itself
Yeah,
that
no,
it
I
was
don't think
so
that's a
distinctly
problem.
its own thing. It's like There's nothing else out there that's quite like One Piece. And One Piece isn't quite like anything else, even other shonen. And this is kind of where I'm going to sort of bridge into the art style, because that plays a huge part in that. It doesn't look like anything else, it doesn't feel like anything else. It's a wacky, zany, cartoony world with wacky, zany, cartoony rules that looks, and go ahead and brace yourself for the shock, it looks wacky and zany and cartoony. Not like a typical anime, not with the realistic, quote unquote, proportions or the same exact style of like eyes and face and everything. It looks like nothing else. And even right there in the screenshot he used, you see the main character Luffy with more of this post time skip, a little bit more grown up. See Boa Hancock there to the right of him, the woman, and to the immediate right of her, you see Sabo. And it's like all of their faces, of all of them, the closest similarity you will see is between Sabo, who is the character on like the middle uppermost right with the top hat and goggles, and Luffy. Their characters look the most similar because those characters
I'm
are
back.
found siblings. It's like the only instance where that's a thing is where there's a reason for it to be a thing, is my point. It's like the art style is so unique and stylized and tonally appropriate. So yeah, it's like from the outset, someone who's never seen One Piece, I can kind of understand why they would think, yeah, this kind of just looks ugly compared to other anime. Fair enough. I thought that too for a long time.
Luffy with his mouth open is my biggest problem. Like the still image of hold on, let me see if I can bring up a good
I think I know
image.
exactly what it is you're talking about, whereas like the mouth looks like it's a completely different thing from the rest of them.
I've never known how to spell Luffy.
Luffy.
Um, open mouth.
But yeah, it's like because it does that Looney Tunes thing. It's like know when they're looking at something in Looney Tunes super intensely, their eyes are going to be huge. When Luffy is opening his mouth in like absolute awe or surprise or something like that, his mouth is going to be huge because that's the animation
I
style.
know. I'm trying not to just point out when it gets exaggerated. It's just I can't. Why can't I find the picture? It's him simply doing his like mouth super wide open. Him doing like a sort of thumbs up, and it's like his mouth is like the size of his head.
Yeah,
Like and
the fact that Luffy's face is like 30 to even 50% just his smile, that's his character.
right.
It's like when you actually know the character, the design that they use and the art style that Oda used makes perfect fucking sense. And there's a reason that anybody who reads One Piece or watches it, it's like very quickly the art style is something that stops bothering them. It's because they don't look like typical anime characters. They're designed for the show that they're in, more like Western animation. Something like Adventure Time. You look at the character designs in Adventure Time, they look fucking simplistic and ugly. But when
Mhm.
you see them in the context of the show, A, it makes perfect sense, and B, it's appropriate for the show that they're in. You know?
Right.
So what was the third thing? Oh, that was it. No development and no depth from the characters in fucking One Piece.
I'm gonna go out on a
Woo
limb
boy.
And say that
and
he's
say
fucking
that the
wrong.
fact that this shonen has been going on for as long as it has, there's got to be some character development. There's got to be some depth, or it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't still be going.
Okay, let me describe it like this. The point of the story is not about how the adventure changes Luffy. It's about how Luffy's journey changes the world in which he travels through. Like that's kind of the subversion you're dealing with. Luffy remains fairly consistent in his core personality throughout the entire thing, but even then, because it's been going on for so long, for me to look at like chapter 1 of One Piece, I'm looking at a completely different character. I'm looking at like the child version of the character that's in there now, even though technically he hasn't really undergone a specific arc, you know? So he's the same, but he's growing. He's changing. He's maturing. But he's still Luffy. He's still the same kid who wants to be the pirate king. But as the journey has gone on, island by island, adventure by adventure, arc by arc, that dream has become less of like this wild kid who was a stowaway in a stranded barrel in the middle of the ocean to this basically a fucking man who is a genuine threat to the world government because of not just the way he acts, the things he does, the ease with which he is able to challenge the authority of the world government. And the world responds to that. And that's when he says that the characters have no depth, they have no arc. That's kind of the problem. Because it tells me that he either hasn't been watching or hasn't been reading or just had it on in the background, like we said earlier. Because, yeah, Luffy, just because of who he is, the core personality traits he starts off with are consistent, even as the stakes around him ramp up, as the danger factor around him ramps up. To give spoilers, I think it's about. Hmm, I can't really say. It's anyone who's seen it. It's like it's post Impel Down, or even pre Impel Down, is
Hmm.
the name of the arc, and it's like the entire show changes. The world in which the show takes place changes, but Luffy stays the same, and that's how the story progresses.
Hmm.
Is the best way to describe it because, yeah, Luffy doesn't have much of like an overall arc. The story in this kind of long form wouldn't work if he did because you would run out of things for him to learn. You do the supernatural thing where they have to learn the same
Right.
things over and over. So when you make this basis of the story not the way the world changes Luffy, but the way Luffy changes the world, it opens you up to a much longer form of storytelling, which is exactly what he was going for. And yes, the fucking show does have flaws. Don't mistake me as being like an outright fucking white knight for One Piece. It does have series,
You're just
especially in the
simping for One
anime.
Piece.
I know, right? I mean, if there's ever a fucking series to simp for, it's probably One Piece. It's pretty fucking good, especially the comic. The anime, it's very good up to a point at which point the pacing just becomes unbearable. I think I mentioned it earlier. The Dressrosa arc is where I sort of fell off from the show and just switched over to the comic. And I know there's like neither of you have context for what those
Yep.
words mean,
Yep.
but
We're just like,
anyone,
yep. You sure are saying stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, you
But
sure did use those words.
to put it in context, it's I think 2/3 of the way in to the total run of the show so far. To give you a frame of reference.
Huh.
So yeah, it's
Alrighty
like
then.
up to that point, the show is very much worth watching. It's wacky, it's zany, it's goofy, it's Looney Tunesy. It's like it's a very light-hearted show for the most part, except for when it decides to get heavy, which will be broadcast and alluded to and built up well ahead of time. You know, like a competent story that's told over a very long period of time would be.
Right.
And that's another thing. So yeah, he says the characters have no depth. The characters almost, like, even if the story wasn't as competently written as it is, a story this long, there's so much room, there's so much space for like the history, the interrelationships, the reasons people are where they are, the things that they're going towards, the way they're changed by the things they encounter on their journey to the things they're going towards. It's so long that you'd almost run across depth by accident at that point, but it doesn't need it. So when it does have depth, it does it very fucking well, mostly. There are a couple points where it falls a bit flat, obviously, here and there, but the big important moments, it's like they're referenced, they're memed to death, they're fucking. It's like if you just refer to them, even like obscurely, people know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like if I just say the name Mr. Two, any person who's like watched or read One Piece knows I'm talking about a fucking legend. It's like you put respect on that name, whereas to everyone else, it's just like, what? Or even people who've encountered the character first were just like, that guy? Really? Are you sure? It's like that was like a side character who was comic relief for like a part of one arc. And you're calling him a fucking hero. And I'm just like, yes, yes, I am. Stick with this show. You'll see what I mean. Because things come back. The world is consistent. The characters are never forgotten. They're just off somewhere else doing something else. And sometimes the manga will just kind of check in with them just to see what they're doing. And it's always like one of the most favorite things on like the fandom because it's just, oh my god, I wondered what that guy was up to. Because you fall in love with these fucking characters because they have so much personality, because they contributed so much in what little time they had while they were on the show. And that would not happen in a world where anything this guy is saying about the show was accurate. And I know I'm sort of making an argument, was it ad popularum? Where it's just like, oh, the show is so popular, therefore good. I'm trying to tiptoe around that and go to more
I
towards
mean, at the same time, it kind of
the
does have its
reasons
own.
why
It ki-
people or so many people think it's so good. That kind of stands the testament of both time and length
well, at the
because
same.
people who join the journey stay with it, which is why it's one of the most best-selling manga of all time.
I was going to say, if it's like it's got to be that popular for a reason. I actually will apply a bit of the. It's called ad popularum. I
Yeah.
will apply a little bit of that because, I mean, for the love of God, like it must have done something to be this popular, and it turns out it's got fucking heart. That's the end of the day, though. Like,
Yeah, honestly, that's about the sum of it. And I'll actually like shout out to both of you this podcast. It's called the One Piece Virgin podcast. It's where a bunch of anime YouTubers get together because they had a podcast anyway, and just one of them had never read, never seen One Piece, but like the other two main hosts and a couple of other guests that they have, they all had. So it's just episode by episode, arc by arc. There's the quote virgin who's like reading it for the first time, and the other two who know what's going on, just kind of like just talking about it. And just the excitement building in that one guy who's never read it before is absolute fucking crack to someone who knows what's up. Because you get that kind of the nostalgic kind of heartism about it, you know? Because when a series is that long and you start looking back at how far you've come and on a journey that you're still invested in right up to the point where you're looking back from, it's like, yeah, that's some powerful shit. And if my love of Lord of the Rings wasn't a hint, I'm a big fan of long form storytelling.
We're all watch a fucking podcast that is
Yeah.
12 hours long, and half of that isn't even the original content. It's them playing a video game while reading super chats, and yet we all still watch it.
Hot take. Usually, when the gaming and the super chats start, I tend to tune out.
Unless I have put in a super chat, or if the conversation just happens to be that interesting, like with Chase Face and in like 110, I will stick to it. But if I haven't done any of that stuff, like with 111, with 111 with the fucking movie Bob and all that stuff, I was just like, all right, moving on.
It depends on the episode for me. Like, it depends what else I'm doing at the time. So I remember sticking around for like the 111 super chats, and most super chats I think I stick around for, just because I have the podcast on in the background anyway. But yeah, it's like, yes, sometimes super chats you can kind of skip them. But yeah, it's like, something like One Piece is so. I wish there was a better term. Special, just because it's so unique. It's like, you know how in the backs of newspapers they used to have like cartoons, and they would kind of have like a bit of a through line from week to week.
Yeah.
Imagine one of those, but it just never stopped. It just kept going and going and building and growing until basically it was the only reason people bought the newspaper in the first place.
I like to imagine that's what Garfield is, but that's in no way what it actually is.
Well, that's kind of what One Piece was for Shonen Jump for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like, it is that big. It is that huge. And there is that much lore, that much theorizing. It's like I said, we don't even know what the One Piece is. We're in the end game, but we're not at the end yet. It's like we're near it, but not yet. I think it's within the next 5 years. I think it's said to like end
Oh
completely.
my god.
Yeah. So it'll be a total of, I think it's 25 to 30-year run.
Next up is Demon Slayer. This is just another generic
Oh,
garbage
God.
shonen that does.
I thought I was going to be able to take a break after my One Piece rant.
Do you want to just skip?
Apparently no.
No. Hold on. No, I'm gonna call an admin skip. We all just need to let's rest.
No. Let's not
No.
half-ass this.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
fine,
You
fine.
don't get to do that.
You're
Not
just
when
tired
we
of
do
not
things
talking.
correctly.
I'm
Okay.
tired of not talking.
Why?
I just know the meme
And
of the lady
Ginger,
with
do
the
you want to take
bamboo.
this one?
I only know the meme with the lady in the bamboo in her mouth. That's all I fucking know. I know nothing
Okay.
else.
Ginger?
I have this one on my watch list. I have not actually
Oh.
started it yet, but the reason I haven't is because it has been blowing the fuck up. Like, I know it is a very popular one. So this feels like, I guess since there isn't really a term for it, I'm going to call it sport shooting. He's just taking shots at ones that are currently popular to be contrarian. Like,
Yeah.
I have heard nothing but good things about this anime.
Okay.
And it's been out long enough that if there was anything bad about it, I feel like I would have at least
We would have
heard something about it by now.
All right. So I guess I'm going to be the one who actually talks from the
Yeah,
position of
yeah,
Xena.
gotta work.
Let me take a drink first.
Yeah.
You're about. It's finally 5 o'clock here. You're tempting me to drink now. You're just like.
It's nearly midnight here. Okay, so Demon Slayer.
Hold on. Let's hear the points first.
Yeah.
Does
go
nothing
ahead.
new or unique, but yet has a bunch of low-level thinking losers hyping it up like it's the greatest thing ever. Pathetic. This is just an anime that only losers with bad taste will enjoy. It has an edgy story about demons that's been done millions of times. The whole storyline to where he's trying to turn his sister back is stupid, and it's just plot convenience that out of all the demons, she just happened to not turn into a demon because he told her not to. Please don't do it, please. Come on, I still love you, please. And then she just doesn't turn into a demon because of that. Just everything works out perfectly. Just typical never give up and everything works out anime. anime, garbage shonen, bad characters with no depth of personality, main character wins every fight with no consequences whatsoever, has tons of OP abilities he spams left and right that are never explained. The world is dull. There's just no interesting mystery going on. There's just no quality to be found in Demon Slayer.
Okay. He really had to do it to me, didn't he? Okay, so let's start at the beginning.
I think he's your.
Nothing
I think.
new and unique.
Hold on, Luke, for a second. I think he's become more your enemy than he has like the total group.
Honestly, yeah.
He's become.
I mean, I really fucking hate him too. He's had some hot fucking takes.
Yeah, but to me, he's kind of apathetic. Well, actually, no, he's gotten a good punch from me from just like, oh, by the way, FMA sucks.
Yeah, imagine the FMA thing, but he's done that for every show. And
Like,
I've seen most of them.
Yeah, he's more your guys' like team up nemesis, where I'm like, I'll
Well-
provide support, but
even without having seen the show, let's hypothetically say that it doesn't do anything new or interesting. Even if it uses all stuff that's been done before, it's still about the execution. If it does those things really fucking well, it's still a good show.
And that's literally what happens. Imagine my shock.
I mean, yeah, I heard the movie broke all kinds of fucking sales records in Japan.
I am not surprised because it has Rengoku, and Rengoku is fucking bae. That man could inspire a mountain to move.
well, then there's Christopher Lee, who actually then did move a mountain.
Okay, but yeah, on the nothing new thing that he says, basically what Ginger just said. Yeah, everything that the show does, at least like thematically, writing wise, power wise, monster wise, antagonist wise, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's been done before. That's not what we're here for. It's about the execution, and this show, it takes like the shonen formula of like a 3 or 4 season arc and just condenses it down to one season. It's like it's so fucking efficient with its storytelling because everything it does has been done before. So it's like it can condense things down better than most things. And the things that it does, it because I've seen the show and then read ahead in the manga towards the end, just so I could see what happens. The art style in the manga is actually kind of shit. And that's really weird to say because one of the things that props the show up is just how fucking on par the visuals are with like movie quality. It's like it looks so good. It's so stylized, it's so slick, it's so clean. It looks perfect for what it's trying to do. But yeah, the idea that it's just edgy, I mean, it's kind of edgy, I suppose. I mean, you're dealing with demons, they eat people. It's about as edgy as that premise would allow for.
What I was gonna say is as
Whoa.
edgy as Goblin Slayer, which I'm still gonna give kind of an amount of shit to.
Well, I mean, it's like, okay, we kind of have to talk about it's like what edgy means in a specific context because Goblin Slayer, yeah, it's edgy because it includes the idea of rape existing in their world, which for like fictional media is kind of a big taboo thing.
Yeah,
But
like
the
Game
entire
of,
idea in that show of what goblins even are, it fits. It's like there's a world building reason why that is the way things are.
yeah,
It's like
they
goblins,
don't have females. Yeah, so they need to just propagate their species.
not even just that they don't have females, they don't build, they don't make, they don't create, they don't do anything for themselves. They are an inherently parasitic species. That's what goblins are. That's
Mhm.
why they're monsters. That's why they must be slain. Because they are truly, in every conceivable sense, lesser than. If you take the more D&D style route where they are a people with a language and a culture unto their own, but they're just evil by some arbitrary definition, it wouldn't work. Not for the kind of story that Goblin Slayer is telling. For Goblin
Right.
Slayer to work, goblins have to truly be irredeemable, monstrous things, and there is no faster nor more efficient way to do that than just show them episode 1 they do rape. And now that you understand that, from now on we might allude to it, but we're not going to actually show it again
Well,
because you already know that it's
did they
there.
already show the human shields with naked ladies
Yeah.
stuck to them? Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about the anime. Have they shown that, or have they been?
Yeah, I think that's the end of season 1 of the anime.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting because at the same time you talk about that, but don't they kind of try to address the point of like that Goblin Slayer just ignores the possibility that they could change when he slaughters that cove of goblin babies? It's like,
Yeah, and the angle that the show takes is that he is correct.
oh,
That it is human, it is compassionate to think and to hope that these things might be capable of good, that they might be capable of change.
but it turns out she's wrong. These things
She
will
is
not,
wrong.
no matter
They are
even if
monsters and they must be slain. That's the point.
okay,
It's like that very instinct is what they use against you.
yeah,
To
even if
be a slayer of goblins, that is the first thing that you must cast aside. The consequence of doing that is that the goblin slayer himself has become alienated from the rest of the people around him. Because
right.
in order to be a goblin slayer, he had to sacrifice a piece of his humanity. It's like just give the writers a piece of credit that they actually thought about this.
Yeah, no, I'll give it.
You know?
I'll give it to them. Sorry,
And not
I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
think.
that wasn't really directed at you, it's more towards this asshole, but you
Right.
know.
Well, he wasn't talking about. He's giving this more to Demon Slayer. I think it's mainly because I was part of a bunch of Berserk ship posting groups, which I'm now no longer part of. Because I'm like, the jokes have gotten old. And there was one point where they just obsessed over Goblin Slayer to the point they changed the name and everything. Well, originally it was because an April Fool's joke, and then they realized it takes like a whole month to change it back. And
Whoopsie daisy.
and so okay, that is really interesting. The idea of like, no, they are evil. Even if you were to try to raise them in a different manner, their evil nature will just kick in, and they'll just
Yeah,
kill you.
because like I said, it's like just inherently as a species, creativity, ingenuity, like these are things that they don't have. They scavenge, they steal, and they plunder. They're
Yeah.
kind of like seagulls. Seagulls as a species are kleptoparasitic. Their life cycle depends on stealing from other species.
Yes,
That's
on stealing your
literally their definition.
stealing your French fries while you're at the dock.
Or if you're in Cornwall, like half of my family, they're big enough that they can just take the Cornish pasty right out of your hands. It's a real problem.
What was I going to say? Fuck, I completely missed. Oh, completely unlike the orcs from fucking 40K, they're nothing but creativity.
Oh yeah, those guys are inventive as fuck.
Oh,
They
we
just
just
have shit resources.
we put a rocket engine on a guy, on just a guy. He will now fly to the moon and then come back.
You know what? That
See
sounds like a
where
lot of ingenuity and inventiveness in a world where just OSHA doesn't exist.
America would just love to become the orcs if we got
Right?
rid of OSHA. We'd just be like, all right, how will we get to the moon? Let's just strap a rocket to somebody's
It's
back.
like, I don't know why they constantly make the orcs sound like they're from South London. It's
I
like
mean,
that's not the
Space
attitude.
Marines, get
They
off
should make
my
them sound like
ship,
they're from
Space
Alabama. That would
Marines.
It's like if they made the orcs from 40K sound like they were the Dukes of Hazard, it would fit uncomfortably well.
No, yeah, I think that's why, because it'd almost be uncomfortable. Like, whoa, get off my ship, Space Marine. I can't do a southern accent to save my life. Ninja, you want to give this a try, my fellow American?
I used to actually have one. Um, my best friend in high school was named Bama,
Oh my
and
god.
I convinced him to he intentionally tried to hide his accent because he was ashamed of it. And I was like, dude, it's so fucking awesome. Like, just use it. And we spent so much time together that I just naturally picked it up. And people are like, why are you doing that? And I'm like, doing what? And they were like, why are you talking like that? I'm like, I
Oh,
wasn't even
did you
trying to
say
do it.
doing what, or did you say doing what?
You know, like I said,
Doing
I don't
what?
have it anymore because I haven't hung out with him in quite a while, but I am fairly quick at picking up the accents. But it's, you know, I can do like the over exaggerated Southern drawl, I guess, but I mean, it's not the good sounding one.
Meanwhile,
So
I
I kind of mentioned this in the last Y.A.R.P in a sort of tangential way, but yeah, it's like if you've got a Southern American accent, just keep it, emphasize it.
Right.
To anyone
Yeah.
outside of America, that
Um,
thing is a fucking thing of prestige.
meanwhile,
We
the
love it.
Arthur Morgan is something I can replicate pretty well. Like, Linnea, Dutch, what are we doing here?
Well, that's just all the smoking and the
Yeah, it's a
tobacco
smoker's
use
voice.
just fucks up your throat.
Yeah, the 20 a day
Come
voice.
on, Dutch. Where are we going? God, I need to drag somebody through a whole Red Dead campaign and just be like, now let's watch our hearts get
Oh
broken.
my god. You know the character Irish in the first Red Dead?
Yes.
I literally had to mute my TV to play those sections.
Okay. I almost
It's just too
It
much for
is
you.
it is so bad. As like normally I'm used to like American companies like producing something with an Irish character played by an American. It's like you get used to it. We call them
Top,
plastic patties.
top of the
But like
morning to you.
that was just so fucking bad, and he just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
Does the Lucky Charms leprechaun really piss you off? They're after me, Lucky Charms.
Okay, it pisses me off as like a cultural phenomenon, but we don't have those over here. So I've never actually seen the ad, but I just know the thing by reputation
There are
because
no Lucky
every
Charms
American who
in
tries to
Ireland.
do an Irish accent
They
does
have like
that
outlawed
accent.
sugar, I think. They don't do a lot of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
because they care
every
about their
American who
bodies.
tries to do an Irish accent will do the Lucky Charms leprechaun, which doesn't actually sound like any Irish accent.
If I do
And
an
we have a lot to choose from.
if I do an Irish accent, I end up accidentally doing a little bit of the Jacksepticeye, but I can't even actually maintain it for that long because I used to be able to replicate his intro rather well. And nowadays, since I don't despise his channel, but nowadays since I'm just like his channel's just not for me anymore, it's fallen out of my skill set.
I mean, I've liked some of the things he's done. Especially, it's like when he does a longer playthrough of a game, those tend to be like the most watchable things for me just because he's able to just talk normally to the audience and just kind of like
Right, he's not
build
trying
up
to
a
do.
rapport.
He's not just trying to scream every 20 fucking seconds.
Yeah.
So
Oh, this guy was talking about Demon
I
Slayer.
was going to say,
Oh
have you
no.
gotten it out of your system? Have you? I feel like we could just move
Oh, that
on.
was just the purge. Okay. So,
I'm
we
okay.
covered how like the show doesn't do anything new. Fair enough. Everything the show does has been done by other things before. Okay?
Yeah, there's only 7 stories that
But
can be told.
it's about the execution. And this show, speaking just about the show, not necessarily the manga, the show executes them very fucking well. And then there's like the big thing he's like, okay, where he says like, oh, the girl gets bitten by a demon but doesn't turn into a demon because, oh no, please don't turn into a demon. It's like he does this whole thing. It's like, no, there's like literal rules that are explained in the show that explain how and why what happened. So yeah, the criticism just falls on its face. She didn't turn into a demon because even as a demon, you do retain memories, feelings,
Right.
emotions that you had when you were human. In fact, often in the case of most of the demons that are actually slain in the show called Demon Slayer, the emotions and the feelings that the characters had before they became demons shapes how demonic they become and in what way they become demonic. It's like, to just give you like a very basic example, the the spider demon is someone who in life was shunned by his family, so to make his own found family he became very manipulative. Like he controlled his family like a spider controls its web. He would ensnare people in it, trap them in it so they could never leave and they would be part of his quote family forever. It's like it's quite straightforward in the way it does that shit.
Alrighty then.
So yeah, the idea that's like, yeah, no, it's there's very clear reasons that things happen the way they do.
We're getting there. We're almost at the 20-minute mark.
Almost.
We can do this, guys. Come on.
Wait, hold on. Did I meet something? Oh yeah, also.
Oh,
See the girl?
yes.
Like, you know how you know the meme of how she has the bamboo thing in her mouth?
Yes.
Do you know why?
It's to stop her from biting anyone and to keep her restrained.
Exactly. The reason that she's able to resist going full demon is because she has not and will not ever consume human flesh. That is why they put a fucking muzzle on her, just to be sure.
Fair enough.
There's reasons, there's explanations, there's like a whole show building up why things happen the way they do, which is kind of exactly what you would want from a show. So his criticism that, oh, it just happens because emotions, literally doesn't hold up. All right, I think I've covered the important things. Go on.
Next up is Naruto.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Fuck off.
Oh, jeez. Get down!
It just gets worse.
It just like every time you think he's reached the pinnacle of insulting something, it's like, well, let me just step it up. Let me just insult something else you love. Fuck off.
You know what? I think it's like justifiably, I'm just gonna take a back seat on this one, and I'm gonna let Ginger take it.
Hey, our resident ninja. Let's hear what he
Yeah,
has to say
I
about
might
Naruto.
have some problems with somebody coming after Naruto.
So,
Yeah.
another
Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah. Let's hear what he. Let's hear his side out. Let's hear him out.
garbage anime I've made a video on. To sum it up, it's a Hunter x Hunter ripoff, convoluted plot hole infested story full of retcons and ass pulls, horrible characters. Naruto himself is one of the worst anime characters of all time. Fights that involve no strategy, just who can spam the OP ability the most. No character development, bad animation, just all around terrible. I mean, it's crazy how the creator was able to get away with just being a blatant Hunter x Hunter ripoff and was able to amass such a fan base of morons that know absolutely nothing about quality. If you're a Naruto fan, you have nothing going for yourself.
Ooh.
Oh, that last insult.
All right. So I'm gonna start by offering Young Defiant some help because clearly, you know, I love Hunter x Hunter. It's a phenomenal anime, but I'm gonna help you, Young Defiant. I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna pull Hunter x Hunter's dick out of your mouth because it is not the be all and end all, and not every anime out there is ripping off of Hunter x Hunter. Both things can be good. I know that's fucking shocking, but here we are. Naruto does incredible things with its world building, with its in-universe magic system, with character development. There is a reason that this show is broken into two halves and it comes out to something like 1,000 episodes or some shit. It is a very long-running series. Not as much as One Piece, clearly, but there is a definitive arc that you follow from beginning to end. And yes, it is an anime that is very emotionally based, but it doesn't sacrifice its characters for the sake of emotional payoffs. All of the emotional payoffs that happen are fucking earned and established. I don't know what he's talking about with ass pulls and retcons.
I think
Because
that
you can
might be Kaguya.
I guess, but even that I feel like is pretty well it doesn't really change any of the things that came before it.
Not really.
All it does is say, okay, so we've told you the story from number 1 to number 10, and then at the very end it's like, oh hey, by the way, there was a number 0.
Yeah.
But that's really not, it doesn't destroy anything else that's been established. So you're kind of like, no, okay, that works, that makes sense. And it does still connect to everything else that has been before it.
Yeah. I
Now,
think
if
it's
you really wanted to make some complaints, the show does have filler. Sure, there are episodes that you could entirely skip, and it does a lot of repeating stuff, like where it'll show the same exact footage that it showed like the previous episode, or it'll even show like there's a lot of flashbacks where they'll reference something that was said a million times before. And don't get me started on the American version. This is one of the few examples where a dub is not a good idea because they added the line "believe it." That is not in
That's
the Japanese
what?
version. But
That's an American
yeah,
thing.
no, that's an American thing. They
it's a
added the line.
translation thing. I'll get into it when I kind of hop in.
Yeah, it's they felt like he needed to have some kind of catchphrase, or kids wouldn't get connected to it, I guess, is
Not
what I've heard.
quite. Like I said, it's a translation thing. I'll get into it when you're done.
Okay, so
It's
yeah,
constant, like,
but
hanging
I
on the
mean, as
back
far
door.
as you start with him as a kid, he's alone. Everyone actively avoids and hates him for reasons he does not understand, and no one will tell him why. So he lives alone in a very tight-knit community. Everyone else has ridiculously close relationships, not Naruto. So he fights his way to get into the academy. He learns how to become a ninja. He sucks at it. He fails. He's not the best. He's not the strongest. He's not the smartest. He's none of those things. But he's one of the few who refuses to give up. And it's not until his teacher nearly dies for him that he realizes, oh my God, there's someone else who gives a shit about me.
I thought his teacher was using him.
Well, Iruka is the one that, he overhears Iruka defending him when he thought Iruka was just going to throw him under the fucking bus.
Oh, he was actually
And
defending
so
him when he
he
told
was
him to
actually
go
defending him and
steal
saying,
the-
hey, he's like, he makes mistakes, he fucks up, but he's a good kid. Everyone in the village is wrong about him.
Then
And it fucking brings him to tears. And even though he stole the scroll, he uses it to develop Shadow Clone Jutsu. And from there on, he starts to be a lot better. He starts to become more part of the group. And then you have the whole rest of the story that takes off. But everything that's set up in the original Naruto series is addressed and contextualized in Shippuden.
oh, okay. I never saw Shippuden, so I only.
Shippuden is like the whole war. It's the conclusion of everything. It's basically, Naruto is Naruto when he's a kid. And then there's like a 3-year gap, and then he comes back and it's teen Naruto, and the whole kind of tone of the show changes quite a bit. It's a lot darker, it's a lot more serious. They start taking on a lot bigger, like the whole scale of everything changes. It's no longer, just about the village, it's about the world and his role in it and how important he is to it. But not by choice, not because he's like, oh, I want to be the best there ever was or whatever. He doesn't give a shit. He wants to be Hokage, and doing that means he has to prove himself. So he's constantly trying to prove himself. And he made promises to trash cans that he would go and get Sasuke back after he ran away like a bitch. So because of that promise, even when she fucking gave up on it and was like, I don't care about that anymore. He's like, well, I don't care. I do. And there's just a lot of themes and lessons and quality. I mean, if you want to talk about an anime that gives the side characters almost as much spotlight as the main character, I mean, holy shit. For an ensemble show, you give a shit about almost every character in this show. At least all the main kids, all of his classmates. And that is why I fucking hated Boruto so much.
Oh, I knew Boruto
Because
was
that-
gonna get mentioned.
Oh my god, fuck Boruto. He is an ungrateful piece of shit. That entire show just spends all its time being like, oh, you liked Naruto so much? Fuck you.
So yeah, another example of this current generation taking the generation before it and just saying it was shit.
Yeah, basically. And I'm like, ooh, fuck you. You know, as soon as I heard that little kid say that, I was like, I don't give a shit if you're his son. Fuck off. I don't. You're dead to me. Like, you have no idea how hard he fought and what he had to suffer through to get to where he is. Fuck you.
Yeah, hence why I actually appreciate what I have heard of Boruto. I fucking respected the hell out of Naruto for taking away his son's band. He was like, no, you didn't earn it.
Absolutely. You know, Boruto wants to basically be handed everything because his dad is the Hokage. Naruto fought for every fucking inch. He
Even-
was handed nothing but a curse.
Yeah, and which is why I hate from what Eli told me about the Sakura movie, where Sakura and Naruto have basically been swapped out, and fucking Sakura's been like being like fucking worshipped, and it was just like, I'm trying to remember. Sakura says like, "Is this what he felt like?" and it's like, no, you dumb cunt, fucking. Like fucking
Sakura
Naruto.
is an objectively terrible character. I really don't like her. I will happily admit that she is like the worst part of the show.
No,
And
I love the
I
fact that like sooner or later when when Sakura actually wants to give Naruto a chance, he's like, "Get over yourself."
the part that really shifted her from being like, okay, she was bad before to now she is unredeemable. And I believe this happens early in Shippuden. But they're basically trying to convince Naruto to give up on his search for Sasuke.
That's
And it
mid to late Shippuden, but I know exactly the scene you're talking about.
yeah, she fucking comes to him and she's like, Naruto, it's you. I love you. It's always been you. You can give up. You can stop now. And he looks at her and he's like, why are you lying to me? And I'm like, ooh, you fucking piece of shit. Tried to play with his fucking emotions like that and manipulate the shit out of him. And it's like, how fucking dare you when you are the one who put so much pressure on him and made him suffer so fucking much.
I hate Sakura. From
Yeah,
everything I've ever heard,
she's a
I've hated
fucking
her.
trash can. Yeah, no, she is the worst part of the show by far. But everyone else, I mean, and you want to talk about just emotional payoffs. I mean, Jiraiya, Jesus Christ. I mean, even the villains
Madara.
have really satisfying emotional arcs where you're like, oh my god, they're actual people.
No,
Madara, Pain.
I was going to say I've ran into a couple Naruto versus Pain statues at work, and I mean, I don't know much about Naruto, but I remember how like Pain unlocked the like fucking got Naruto to push himself as hard as he was when he was fucking putting those little no, the spikes were in Naruto and fucking Pain was beating the shit out of Hinata, and it was just like, all right, nope, you done fucked up.
To put that in a little bit of context for Wyatt, that moment happened immediately after one of the biggest power ups Naruto has ever received.
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
still kind of wasn't enough.
Exactly.
Uh, I think
Yeah.
one. Okay, let's not forget the fucking like what most normies like me say is the best moment of Naruto, which is Rock Lee taking the fucking weights off and then just
That is a
boom.
legendary moment. I'll give
And
you
there are
that.
some great moments like that peppered throughout the entire show.
Hmm.
There are arcs where Naruto is almost not in them at all, and arguably some of those are the best arcs in the show. One of my favorite arcs is the Shikamaru versus Hidan arc, where he gets revenge for his teacher.
Oh god,
That
that
shit.
ending of that arc was so fucking metal.
Oh my god! Just well, the whole thing from the opening to all of it, beginning to end, is like holy shit. This is an emotional roller coaster. And you really grow up with these kids. You become invested in the things that they're invested in. And they don't always succeed. There are numerous examples where they go on a mission and they fucking fail.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And they have
Pain
to deal with it.
effectively wiped out the leaf. It's
Yeah.
only because of Naruto stopping the fight and choosing a different way to resolve the conflict that the leaf even survived at all. Up until that point, they were fucking nuked.
Yeah.
It was a Shinra Tensei, and this is like, it ended them. It's like, yeah, the consequences were so fucking severe in Shippuden. It's like when you get into like a D&D campaign, it's like, okay, and your DM actually has to state for you, it's like, okay, we are in the end game now. This is where the consequences go up. You are probably going to die. Be careful.
Mm-hmm.
That's all of Shippuden. The entire fucking thing. I think it's like 400 or 500 episodes.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything jumps up, you know, seriously in Shippuden. All and a lot of the characters, you know, even the sideline ones, get really meaningful arcs in Shippuden, and you see what it means for them, what their place in the village is going to be, you know, what their place in this new world is going to be. Because realistically, I mean, Naruto changes everything.
So we good?
Well,
Yeah,
if he's
let
done,
him
I
put
do
his
have a couple
hunter.
of things I
Yeah,
wanted to
go
get
Oh,
ahead
to.
oh.
and put the nails in. That's fine.
Oh yeah, just putting the nails in because you've covered like the big shit. A couple specific things. Okay, the whole believe it thing. That was okay. In anime, in order to make them sound more like cartoon characters rather than normal boring people, in Japanese they'll give them some kind of quirk or catchphrase or some other way that they speak Japanese. For Naruto, it was dattabayo, which kind of sort of translates to believe it, but where in Japanese it was kind of like this syllabic thing on the end of a sentence, like as punctuation. In English, it comes across as like a separate sentence and statement, and it sounds really fucking cringy.
Hence now the famous phrase, believe it!
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's like, even if you just look up a compilation on YouTube, you'll see it's like adaptable compilations of all like the different instances of like Naruto. It's like he'll say a normal sentence like Ichigamaya adaptable. It's like, yeah, that's the way he says it. He doesn't do it as like a separate thing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go find Sasuke. Believe it. It's a translation thing that, yeah, in
I
the
think he
original,
just
it's also
outweaved.
very cringy and very kind of, it's very anime.
I think
It's
he
like
just
normal
outweaved.
people don't talk like this,
I think he
but it's
just
kind of
out.
like how cartoon characters don't talk like normal people either. You know?
I think he just outweaved you for a second there, Ninja.
hey, I don't make the claims that that Weeaboo Bob makes. So
Yeah, neither do I. I just happen to have accumulated a lot of weird trivia. But yeah, it's like that's just one of them, and yeah, it's just the way it's it's so directly parallel that it baffles me that it's hard for people to wrap their heads around. It's like cartoon characters to us sound like cartoon characters. Anime characters to Japanese people sound like anime characters. Like it's literally that simple. It's literally that direct. So if you go to Japan and you start trying to talk like Naruto or Goku or Luffy, you're going to sound like a cringy 8-year-old who's putting on an act so that he seems cooler to other 8-year-olds. Except you're nearly 30 and it's cringy as fuck.
I feel like the mirror.
It's kind of like if I went around like work and I talked like fucking Skeletor. It would be very fun for me. It would be very uncomfortable for the people who are just calling me because their printer's broken.
I'm sorry. I would fucking Skeletor. Can you fix my printer?
Curse you, He-Man! You have to reinstall the drivers.
just I'm just imagining Skeletor in his buff outfit.
Have you tried turning it off and on again, He-Man?
It's kind of like the spider.
Oh,
you gotta turn the printer off, Spider-Man.
I'm coming for you, Roger Best. It's like, that's not my name. Shut up.
Your name is Ronald Bestman.
Ronald Bestman, that was it.
You'll never get me, Ronald. My name's not fucking Ronald.
But yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's like there's this channel, can't remember, something Utah, where he's this guy. He's an actual like English teacher in Japan who also gives like Japanese lessons or whatever. But like he will break down the way that specific anime characters speak, like what it is that their vocal tick is, or how it's different from just normal Japanese. And it's kind of interesting. And they're only like 4 or 5 minutes long, so it's just kind of you just jump in. It's like, oh, this character he actually speaks in this, this, and this, whereas normally you would do this, this, and this. It's like, huh, neat. Video over. So it's just nice and tidy, and that's kind of like where I get this kind of stuff from. So Goku kind of sounds like a fucking redneck to other Japanese people, which was fucking hilarious to me.
Considering in all actuality, it kind of makes sense considering
right?
where in the area he is. Like he's far away from civilization. He fucking has a tractor. Like when Hercule fucking hit him and he flew away. It's like, I forgot my tractor. And he picked it up and flew away.
It's like, you know how like for Southern Americans, you've got like Dixie is kind of like the region, whereas like it's based on like the colonial era of like the Mason-Dixie line or the Mason-Dixon line. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like that, but for Japan. So for them, it's like the northern region up in the mountains is where like the hillbillies would live. And that's what Goku sounds like to them.
That's hilarious.
So the fact that he doesn't have like a redneck accent in like the dub is just criminal, because it would have made him so much more endearing.
Oh, you gotta do the Kamehameha.
Kamehameha.
The hot and the hot now. Can we?
God dang it, Gohan! This ain't music.
Hitting the button. I'm doing it. You can't stop me.
Attack on Titan is up next, and this is another anime I made a video on. Edgy garbage with a bland story that relies strictly on shock value instead of good.
If he doesn't mention the pacing,
I hate the pacing of Attack. This may be the one time we all agree with him. Fucking hate Attack on Titan.
Except this is the thing: is like even the things he criticizes, he's not going to do it right.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not going to criticize the things that are actually wrong. He's just going to be like, "Oh, it's boring and edgy and shit."
Writing a completely stupid basement reveal that made the story even worse. You know, it just got super political and mystical all of a sudden, just complete trash. Like, it was always garbage, but after that basement reveal, how anybody could look at that basement reveal.
What was the basement reveal? I never actually looked into that.
It was a photograph because his father was actually from a different place, which was more akin to like the early 1900s. So they had things like photographs and other shit, and it was just it was the reveal that that there's this whole other world out there that was completely different from their way of life
I
and all
could
that stuff.
I could have
And then they went on a
speculated
whole
that the
arc.
time had passed.
Yeah, and then see, there was this other controversy around Attack on Titan because in this other world that his father was from, there were a marginalized people who lived in ghettos who had to put some kind of symbol on their clothing to mark that they were part of this marginalized group. Are you getting the Nazi references
Oh,
yet? But here's the thing, and this is why the controversy was fucking stupid. The show was panned as like being pro Nazi, when in actuality, it was just very heavy handedly using Nazis as a reference point, as to point to something and say, this is bad. So, it's like, when you say Attack on Titan is right wing or pro Nazi, it's kind of like saying Star Wars is right wing or pro Nazi because the Empire are an awful lot like Nazis. Like it's a very, very retarded argument that doesn't hold up to even
yeah,
the most minimal amount of scrutiny. But that's what the controversy was around Attack on Titan for a very long time, and it was very tedious and
that's
annoying.
really weird.
But yeah, the actual flaw that you would point to if you were to say Attack on Titan is shit is the pacing. The pacing in season one, particularly.
Oh my god,
There's
it goes
one
at the
moment, especially. It's like I think it's when I don't know if it's the first time that he did it, but after he turned into the big Titan, he's in like a courtyard with his friends, and there's all these cannons pointed at them, and that's the moment they choose to do a bunch of flashbacks and shit, and it just made me so fucking angry because like I'd just been barely tolerating it up to that point, and that example was so egregious. So I just like I just skipped forward through the episode until I got to where I wanted to be again, and I normally never do that.
we could do this, guys.
Oh God, he's gonna keep talking, isn't he?
And say, "Oh my gosh, this was amazing! Like this, one of the best reveals ever." No, it made the series even worse than it already was.
Okay, so I don't know if it would make it worse. It just kind
It
of feels
really didn't.
it
The
kind of
series has actually consistently improved as it's gone along.
well.
That's one of the merits of it.
So here's the thing: if you were to tell me about the basement reveal again, I'd be like, yes, this concludes that indeed time has passed. I could.
And also that there is a world out there, unbeknownst to the protagonist, that he is now aware of.
Yeah,
This is a huge change in the stakes.
I wouldn't even say that. I would honestly assume that that world is also gone. I just
Well, but it changes the stakes in the sense that they thought they were alone,
Yeah, they thought they were the last remnant of humanity.
okay, fair enough.
but they're not.
In fact, far from it. They are the outlier.
Oh,
That's the big twist from the audience perspective. From the
but
character perspective, it's more just like, oh my god, there's actually a world out there.
yeah,
This really changes things because now I'm kind of compelled, even if it's just ruins, even if it's all
to go
gone,
find it.
even if the giants have destroyed it, I have to see it just to be able to sift through the rubble. So, like, at the bare minimum, like, from the most pessimistic, nihilistic interpretation of what he finds, the status quo for him is still very much changed.
Right. That's kind of dumb. I thought the basement reveal would finally show that Titans were once human
It kind of did,
because there were all
kind
those times that
of.
his dad would drag him to inject him with shit.
Well, there
Well,
are, yeah. I mean, it is
hmm,
revealed that the Titan. There's a a familial history with the Titans being humans, but they're kind of like two separate reveals rather than being one.
Hmm.
repetitive action, one of the worst cast of characters I've ever seen. I've never seen another anime that has this many bad characters. There's no good characters in Attack on Titan at all.
There is
I mean,
at least one. There is one character that is consistently good, and it's Levi.
Mm,
I like Levi, and I want to say her name is Sasha, but the one who always she always talks about potatoes.
yeah, I was going to say, why the fuck are
Yeah.
you talking about potato
Waifu
girl?
material.
Yeah,
Well, yes,
she's
she's
always
waifu
hungry.
material.
Yeah.
Love a
Graduation
woman
day.
who knows how to appreciate a spud.
Well, on graduation day, she has like this whole thing of beef just ready to fucking make later.
this anime is simply an embarrassment. Next up is My Hero Academia.
Oh boy. Why?
Oh,
It's your
boy.
turn.
Yeah, you
Yes.
finally get the mic.
Oh, all
Are
right,
you-
all
are you
right,
excited?
all right, all right. Let's hear this man out.
Yet another anime I've made a video on. Generic cliche garbage Naruto ripoff, which is just crazy because as bad as Naruto is, that's what you want to base your series off of. Out of all the series you could have ripped off, you choose Naruto. Completely pathetic. Bad fights that are won by ass pulls and plot convenience, ugly character designs, a sleep-inducing story that will immediately cure insomnia for anybody. I mean, this just has nothing going for it. It looks like I've been seeing some things where maybe people are starting to wake up and realize how garbage this series is, because I've been seeing some people upset about what's going on currently in this series. So hopefully it gets canceled. Hopefully it has more people coming out and realizing how truly bad it is, because this is one of the worst shonen out there. Just completely generic garbage.
So
Wow.
I don't even know what that is. So all right, I'm gonna bring it back 5 seconds just to stare at
Yeah.
just to stare at the season
How
one.
do you feel about these words that have been spoken?
So this unfortunately has been kind of spoiled to me because yesterday Ninja and I just watched his review of My Hero Academia, and he hates it, of
Mm.
course. He says the fights are bad when I could just simply bring up the end of season one when All Might fought Nomu. That was fucking awesome. And it was, and this, in terms of just how to build a narrative, My Hero Academia is, I don't want to say it's perfect, but it's very it's got a lot of solid world building from almost second one. Like it's like, all right, this is the world we live in. At around a couple hundred years ago, suddenly there was the bright baby, and then everybody was starting to manifest these quirks. They're like practically 80% of the population has them, and
Fun fact: in his little 8-minute review, he talks about how much he hates that they're called quirks. He thinks
oh
that's
yeah,
a stupid name.
yeah, he's like, oh come on, quirks, that's so stupid. And it's like it's just what they're called.
Did he elaborate at
No,
all as
no,
to
like
why?
normal, he didn't fucking elaborate on shit. He just
Nope, he
fucking,
just said bad character design. He said basically that the story was stupid, the powers were stupid. He didn't like the name quirks.
Well, imagine my shock.
he fucking,
I know.
like I
Right?
said, and he said like the fights are bad, the character design is bad. If you want to talk about bad character design, I only point at one fucking person. That's Todoroki's season one costume. Literally just a white outfit and half of it's covered in ice. It's kind of just bland. Whereas at least his season two introduced colors, and I'll admit River kind of made the distinction of like it just looks like his gym outfit a little bit. So it's like okay,
Yeah.
like I'll give there's some give and take. Um, the character designs are pretty good. Oh, he brought up Froppy, uh, as like an example of like bad character design, and it's just like you leave Sue alone. She's she's good. And
Arguably, if you really wanted to make a claim for bad character design, wouldn't it be the Invisible Girl?
yes, because it's literally just some gloves.
Like she's just always floating clothes and that's it. And it's like
Well, it's not just
that's
that. The whole thing is like only the clothes are visible, so only the parts that we can see is what she's wearing. So if she's just floating gloves, it means
She's
Yeah, she's
naked.
not wearing anything. Yeah. Yeah. But I think it's just more of a running gag throughout the show. It's, they find ways to like stick her in scenes, and sometimes if you're not paying attention, you don't even notice her.
Yeah,
But it's like, oh
like
no, she was there.
like the fact that she during the USJ when she was teleported to the same habitat that Todoroki was, and the Todoroki is like, I didn't even know she was there. I could have hurt her by complete fucking accident. um, I am I am trying to reprocess practically everything he said.
He basically said all of the other characters are like one note and have no depth.
Well, his main thing was like, oh, you choose to rip off Naruto?
And it's
Really?
like, what? What are you talking about? My Hero Academia has like the stereotypical shonen progression in a way. He's got to get stronger. He's got to understand his quirk a lot better because he's got to work harder than practically everyone else because everybody else has had their power from birth. He's at
I mean, I
but
will say that Naruto does kind of set where the bar is for that kind of specific thing. It set a lot of the tone for shonen in general. But even then, to say that this show rips off Naruto just because the main character has some kind of like hidden superpower buried within himself, that's so vague it's become meaningless.
well, and almost all forms of anime have some form of world magic system, which is basically what Naruto established. I mean, it's the same thing with the superpowers. Everyone has a unique ability that only they can use. Okay, what's the problem with that? Like that, Naruto's not the only other example of that story.
I
So
mean, I
in his
even brought up One Piece earlier as like, you eat a devil fruit, you get a superpower. And some of them are bad. Like, some of them are so specific, so locked into like the exact thing that they needed to do at that exact moment that, yeah, it's kind of shitty. But on the whole, they're pretty fucking predictable. It's like you've got fire guys, ice guys, metallic guys, magnet guys, like any kind of like normal superhero you would normally imagine. There's some kind of devil fruit for it, and then a bunch of devil fruits that you never even imagined. So
uh,
it's a very similar thing.
he basically just calls this guy also sounds a little bit like Todoroki, not Todoroki, like Bakugo for a little bit when we were watching his review. He just calls Deku a bitch and says like, "Oh, he's always like crying." And
Yeah, it was kind of confusing because we thought that, he was basically very against Deku because he's emotional and he's not like your typical alpha male. So we were like, oh well, he must really like Bakugo then.
and then he went, "Fuck
And then
Bakugo."
yeah, and then the very next scene he's like, fuck Bakugo, this guy sucks. And it's like, okay. But our theory is that he and Bakugo have very similar personalities,
That they
and
just
that's
hate
why he doesn't like him.
Yeah, they just hate each other. It's like holding up a mirror that you don't want to look at.
I mean, I will say that at least for season one and most of season two, I also thought that Deku was a bitch, but I also really enjoyed Bakugo. It's like I hated his personality. I thought he was an absolute like fucking. Have you ever seen someone just so desperately in need of a punch in the back of the head? That kind of vibe. But I also just enjoyed him being on screen because I knew shit was about to get like ramped up.
you
That kind
don't
of thing.
you don't see it. The fake guns pointed right at your avatar. Like, don't you talk shit about Deku.
Come on. You have to give me season one.
No, I won't because he's a fucking he's having to develop super fast compared to his life where he's been bullied. I actually really hate Bakugo.
I mean, he was kind of a bitch before that too, you know? I mean, what kind of guy simps for his own bully?
Okay, yes, that's well. So the problem with people who are bullied is sometimes they just don't see it as being bullied. They just think that their friend's just being a bit of an ass. We all
I
have
mean,
that friend
that
apparently.
works up to a
But yes, it
point,
only
but
works to a
like,
point. Yeah, and it's why during season 3 when he says like, if I didn't like you, I would have given up on you. And I'm just like, you should have. He fucking treated you like absolute dog shit. He thinks that your willingness to help somebody, regardless of if they even need the help, he thinks that you're better than everybody else. And it's just like, what? No, it's just him just being helpful. And
The-
it's why I really have never really liked Bakugo's approach to practically anything.
Okay, let's just put this in context. When I was in secondary school, there's this guy, let's call him Gordon. Gordon would throw fucking rolled up pieces of paper at the back of my head in English class and call me a faggot. And when we were doing Romeo and Juliet for our junior cert, he would keep making illusions that I wanted to fuck Romeo, like loudly in class, and he would almost never get in trouble for it for some fucked up reason. I wasn't admiring his comedic talent. I wasn't admiring his strength. I was fantasizing about pushing him in front of a fucking car. Like,
Oh.
simping for your bully is some maximum bitch shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Deku season 1, I wasn't on board yet. He had to earn that from me. And he did eventually.
I was on
but
board. I guess
it took some work.
I guess I was more focused on the whole like Quarkless kind of thing, and so he was like he's finally able to get fulfill his dreams, and not only that, it's from his like the hero he looks up to the most, and he's got to work harder than practically everyone else, and he's had to learn so many lessons within like just 10 months, and then as soon as he gets in, he's got to learn even more lessons, like when Aizawa just says like, all right, if you were going to break your fucking hand again, I would have failed you automatically. And so that's when he learns, like, yeah, you picture the egg in the microwave and only break a finger, I guess.
Yeah, see, that's kind of around the part where I was starting to grow on him a bit. And then the sports festival kind of really sealed it in. The sports festival in My Hero is one of the best tournament arcs
It's one of
I
the
can
best
think of.
versions to do a tournament arc. I fucking love BNHA season 2. Fuck me, I could just what. I rewatched the fucking Deku versus Todoroki fight a few weeks ago, and I was just like, yeah, it's one of my favorite parts about it is actually that he's given up kind of on beating him physically. He's kind of just like, all right, that's it. Like, come on, give me everything you've got. Quit fucking around. And then of course the famous "It's your quirk," which not his, and which leads me to want to talk about spoilers while another person is habitating this room with me. She didn't even move. So
I guess you're not
So-
talking about spoilers.
no, I'll talk about spoilers. So with what's going on with Dobby, I really don't want this fan comic that I was observing. I don't want it to be true, which is where he gives him the same speech he gave Todoroki during the sports festival, trying to since it was revealed that he's Todoroki's brother. That I really don't want this to turn into Steven Universe where Deku just tries to convince the bad guy to not be bad. Like I'm like, oh, don't do that. I swear to God,
I mean,
if that's
I
what
would
ends
like
up.
to think we're past the point where that's possible, but we really aren't.
Yeah,
Things can be fucked up at any moment.
yeah. People want Gentle Criminal to be redeemed, and I'm like, fuck off. I hope he never returns.
Actually, I'm kind of on that team a little bit, just because at the end of Gentle Criminal's arc, he gets arrested, he's brought in, and he has to like do community service to serve for his, let's be honest, very petty crimes.
Yeah, he was just trespassing.
Yeah, honestly. So yeah, when the police are just looking at him, it's like, look, you've got a bunch of charges. We can only just like give you a hefty fine or put you in prison for a few months. Or since you actually have a pretty fucking good power, you're clearly trained to use it quite well at this point. Maybe you could do some work for us and we'll call
Yeah,
it quitsies.
I wish.
So I'm kind of convinced he's going to come back in that capacity.
The problem being, I wouldn't mind if he was brought back in Vigilante. But unfortunately, Vigilante's over. And that makes me a little sad. People are theorizing that the vigilante characters will then pass over into BNHA, and I'm like, don't do that. Like, just because you gave up on this, don't just throw them into your main series. Um, there's also the all for one theory, where since he's stockpiling the other quirks, that eventually, since all for one was the originator of the quirk, that that Deku will just eventually just have all of it. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I mean, that's not really a theory. That's just kind of how it's been explained that all for
Well,
one
yes,
or one for all works.
yes,
It's
and
like
since it all was started with all for one, that's only the most logical
the
conclusion.
one way in which they do balance it out a little bit on Deku's part is that, like, as you go back through the generations, people's quirks were really not that impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like 3 deep right now, I think. And it's
Yeah,
like the quirk that he unlocked was just like the ability to float a bit, kind of.
I thought I thought airflow would allow him to fall on fly now.
Airflow kind of allows him to have a mid air battle, but the battle is not really being fought with that power, it's being fought with his other powers.
It's kind of like early Dragon Ball where Goku couldn't really fly. He could just slow his descent very slowly.
Kinda.
All right.
Although if this show kind of follows the same Dragon Ball thing where like 10 years from now we're on an alien planet fighting like Space Hitler, I will be all for it.
I mean, I'm kind of I'm kind of leaning towards the everybody gets one for all theory, and it just kind of just distributes amongst everybody.
I do not know how that would even work.
I don't know either.
Is
Uh,
Deku just gonna fuck everyone? Is he gonna be the ultimate Giga Chad?
I mean, he's apparently accidentally building a harem, so although nothing will distract me from Uraraka.
And just going back onto like what this asshole was saying, like
Yeah,
how it ripped
back on
off
track.
Naruto. It's like the fact that he has like this power inside of him and he can't access all of it immediately. He has to build up the strength to access all of it. It's like, yeah, there's a kind of a parallel you can draw there. But the second you get even slightly specific, it falls apart. The second that you start to draw on like the actual consequences it has on how he acts or how other people see him or how he interacts with the conflicts that arise, it's not even remotely the same. It's like it's the most shallow reading of the two things. They have this one thing in common,
Mm-hmm.
therefore one is ripping off the other. It doesn't really sound like a true anime fan.
Like I said, he sounds like the most gatekeeping asshole when it comes to because he's like, I'm the true anime fan. I'm the true gamer. You guys are all just a
Except
bunch of
gatekeepers
fakes.
usually have a gate to keep, whereas the gate seems very
Yes.
far beyond this asshole.
Is because this is one of the worst shonen out there, just completely generic garbage. Next up is Black Clover. I'm surprised I haven't made a video about this, but I thought it was just
Have any of us seen Black Clover?
I have read some of it.
not even worth it because everybody should know how bad Black Clover is by now. This is the biggest Naruto ripoff. I mean, even worse than My Hero Academia, this is more of a Naruto ripoff. How anyone could be a fan of this terrible anime is beyond me. I mean, I'm so offended that this series was even allowed to be made. It's like, why wasn't this series canceled immediately? It's so bad. The story is literally the most cliche, boring, pathetic thing I've ever seen. I want to become the Wizard King. I want to reach for the stars and achieve my dreams. Woohoo, weeha, whoa, haha. It's just garbage. This is what I'm saying. How do people, you keep watch every shonen is the same thing that you've already seen. How do you people continue to indulge?
That's why it has the real work. That's why it's called shonen, rather than it being produced by Shonen Jump.
But Okay, he covered a few different things there. One, yes, it is more of a Naruto ripoff than My Hero Academia. Do I actually consider it really a Naruto ripoff? It takes clear inspiration in some specific aspects, but it's not quite a rip-off, if that makes sense. It's like
I
certain
feel
things
like
like
he just
how
throws that word around too freely. Because, like, to me, a Naruto ripoff would be like another ninja show about
yeah,
ninjas.
or even okay, I can actually kind of explain this a bit more specifically. So the main guy asked, the one you see there on screen, he starts off as like he has no magical talent whatsoever, kind of similar to how Naruto had no ninjutsu talent. But at some point, very early on in his life, Naruto learned that he had the Nine Tails Fox inside him, which meant that even though thus far he displayed very little talent, he did, on some level, in some way, despite it being a little bit fucked up, have a lot of potential for talent.
Yeah, it's kind. He accidentally has access to an almost infinite well of chakra.
And similarly, Ast, even though he has no magic talent, the grimoire that chooses him eventually is one of anti magic. So he has no magic talent, but he might have very, very good anti magic talent, which comes with its own rules and consequences and etc. So, and they were both like shunned and bullied a bit as kids, but like the context was different. Ast actually had a home. He was an orphan in an orphanage with like people who cared for him and stuff,
Sorry,
whereas
did you say
Naruto
he
was
was an orphan in an orphanage? Yes, that's normally where
yes,
orphans go.
not necessarily.
Well, yes, I know
Not
the
in medieval times, which
yes,
is when
nor
this takes
sometimes
place.
they'd go into
Sometimes
on
an
the
orphan
streets.
was
Yeah,
literally just surviving by themselves.
right.
It's like, yeah, they also take place in very different environments where Naruto is kind of like early pre-medieval kind of Japan, but they also have like tactical sandals or something, whatever the fuck those shoes are that they all wear.
I'm not even gonna bother because in the manga somebody's playing on a DS.
Yeah, and they're in Black Clover. It's more locked into a kind of fantasy realm, so it's kind of firmly medieval. Whereas with Naruto, there's a lot more wiggle room as to what the level of technology actually is.
I'm gonna hit the button.
Indulge
Go
in this
ahead.
Do it.
crap. I don't get it. There are no good characters here. The fights suck. Just tons of power ups and ass pulls left and right.
Do you think he just loops his fucking audio? Seriously?
Okay. Um. See, I didn't really get pulled into this series all that much because it honestly isn't that good.
Yeah, it's why I kind of
So
wanted. I'm
some
so
of these
apathetic
things,
to it.
yeah, I'll kind of give a pass on. The fights, they're they're okay. They're not stunning. They don't really blow my mind, but they work, I guess. So yeah, if he wanted to criticize this, he should have just said it's generic. It does this, it does this, it does this, and it doesn't really do it better than the other things that do it, such as example A, example B. Like, to make this video is so fucking simple. I don't know how he fucked it up this bad.
uh,
And yet,
Japan
And yet.
fan literally just went, "Why does this guy hate anime?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, he says he's the truest fan, but he does nothing but hate it." uh,
World sucks. There's nothing interesting about Black Clover. Why is this series still going? Oh yeah, because we have a bunch of shonen fanboys that hype up anything that's shonen. Garbage. Next up is Your Name. This is one of the worst anime movies ever made. This is not a
uh-oh. Eli literally had just watched this movie. I wish I could just drag him from the depths of hell.
Okay, I
I
have also watched this movie. Have either of you?
I've heard
I'm
it.
not.
I've read the plot synopsis. Well, like it's a well, not a plot synopsis. Like yeah, they wake up in each other's bodies, and like I know the big twist. I know all that stuff. It's pretty. Like I'll let Luke explain it while I use the bathroom.
Okay, I wasn't really going to
You don't have to
explain it.
explain it. Explain it. Just
Just
Yeah,
what.
just talk is what I is more what I was saying because I'm going to the bathroom.
yeah. Okay, so basically it's Freaky Friday, but it's also a teenage romance. Basically.
That uh, just the synopsis or the premise doesn't sound horrible. Like that could be really interesting if executed well.
Yeah, and I would argue with citations to the text that yeah, it does execute it well. When they originally switch bodies, like they're both confused, they don't know what the fuck is going on. And eventually, because it's a recurring thing that happens to them, it's over multiple iterations of the body switching that they will eventually just take a marker and just write on the body a message for the person they're switching with. So they're able to communicate a little bit. And in those early switches, they have these moments where they're kind of fixing each other's lives a little bit. It's like they're both teenagers. He has absolutely no fucking idea how to act around girls, but when she's occupying his body, it's like he's got all like these housekeeping skills. He's very caring and sensitive and blah 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 blah. So it's like she's actually getting him dates and shit, whereas like he's in her body, and because like he's a fucking bloke, like he's fucking standing up for himself. He's fucking talking back to people in a way that like a timid girl never would. So like, yeah, they're kind of like doing each other these little solids, and that's how their relationship builds up just from seeing the effects that each other have on their lives.
So it's like they switch bodies, but then they eventually come back to their original body.
Yeah, it's like they switch bodies temporarily, and it
Hmm.
keeps happening on a regular basis. And then throughout the movie, the guy, because he's the one we're following a little bit more closely, it's like eventually he's just like, you know what? We've been doing this for a while. It's like I really just want to fucking meet this person because through these iterative body swaps, we've actually become like pretty good friends and we've like done each other these solids. Like I want to meet this person. I want to know this person more than just whatever messages we can write on our body before we switch. But then when he looks into it, he finds out where she's from, which when he looks it up is a crater where a meteor hit 20 years ago. So he's very confused. And it just leads to this whole thing because now at this point in the story, they're both a couple years older. He's like fucking 17, nearly 18. He's fucking going for his first job interviews and shit. So he's like, okay, I'm going to take the time. I'm going to go out to this part of the country. I'm going to just see what's there because I need to know. This was a huge part of my formative years. I got to know. And there, that's where things get a little bit more supernatural, spooky, romancy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, then I can't remember specifically what it is they do, but like he finds some way to communicate to her, and the whole like the reason it's called Your Name is because at the last moment when he's at the crater and he actually gets to meet the spirit of this person, it's like he's told like just give me your name so I can find you, but he knows because he's in the modern alive world that's not a crater that that's not going to happen. So instead of writing his name, he just writes the words "I love you" because to her, that's the only name she needs. Like as far as his identity is to her, he's the guy that loves her. That's kind of the whole point. That's their angle on the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So then, the scene that you're looking at on screen, that is, mm, it's them when they're back in their school uniforms, But where that scene actually happens when they're on the staircase with the red railings is when they're both adults. Because after he does the I love you thing on the hand, he goes back to his normal life. He goes for his job interviews. He becomes an architect or whatever the fuck he was doing. But one day, he's walking home. He's just going up these stairs in the back streets of Tokyo up towards the lane in which his house is. And he's passing this girl, this really freakily familiar girl. And he turns, but she doesn't. Then she does, but he doesn't. And then they both do. And like this massive catharsis just comes out. It's like, thank fuck, they finally just fucking saw each other. God damn it. And yeah, that's the moment that you see on screen. That's why this is like such a. You've probably seen that exact space in a bunch of like aesthetic shit posts and whatever before, because like that one moment is the catharsis relief of the whole movie when they actually fucking see each other and they meet each other for the first time and the movie ends.
Right.
And apparently is
So
a
yeah, it's
sequel as well.
oh well, don't tell me that. No, they'll ruin it.
Sad Irishman noises.
No, it ended so perfectly.
Well, it's either a sequel or it's a prequel.
Both are awful. Don't. It was a complete and whole story in and of itself. It was told exactly as much as it needed to be. Leave it alone.
Let's one last time, Irishmen.
Opinion, this is a fact. The only reason people like this terrible anime is because of the pretty colors. You know, all you need to be a good anime
Oh,
to these
go
morons is just
fuck yourself, you myopic cunt.
Come on. Anyone who says that, they only like this because of the pretty colors. This isn't even like a colorful picture.
Okay, Ginger, from the synopsis I just gave you, my own biases included, did it sound like the colors were why I liked it?
No, I mean I can appreciate the artwork that's in front of me. I mean there are a lot of colors in this shot.
I mean, I will say is like the fact that the movie looks gorgeous elevates it significantly.
Well, sure. I mean if you've got two anime that are basically the same in quality of their storytelling and their characters and everything else, and the only difference is one has better visuals. If the story is exactly the same and all the details are exactly the same, you'd choose the one with better visuals. You know, it's like visuals aren't the most important thing, but they are important.
Especially in an animated medium. Because I
Yeah.
love animation in general. It's not just anime, it's everything. So when I see it's like, even if something doesn't really have much of a story, if there's a lot of effort and work and artistry in the animation, I'll appreciate it on that level alone. And that's kind of like where I am with what's that Ghibli movie? Nausicaa. I adore
You adore what? You adore what?
and weird and awesome.
So
You cut out there for a second.
You cut out for a good minute there, and you just went, "I adore," and it's just like we had that moment where Az just went, "I'm gonna get a pumpkin."
Well, you don't know what I adore, but you know it's probably
Ah, he got out again.
God damn it.
Robotisms.
Come on, it's the last bit. Come on, you got this.
We can do
Come
this.
on. The potato has held on so long. I'm so proud of it.
That's a super spud.
We're at the 5.5 hour mark. We can do this just a little bit longer. as everybody immediately just goes silent.
Let's do it.
Well,
Push
I thought
button.
you were going to unpause at that moment.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you had more to say. You went, I adore, and then we never got
I
the
mean,
end of that.
technically, I did say it. You just never heard it.
Get
have pretty colors, look nice, and that means you're good. But this anime is just full of plot holes. It's just one of those boring, I switch bodies type of anime, which has been done a million times already. The characters are just bland and not memorable.
What?
Yeah.
It's just one of those bland, boring, we switch bodies anime. Like,
That's been done a million times.
has it though?
I don't think so. I've
I
heard of
mean-
literally nothing else that's done it.
I mean, I know there's at least a couple that have done it, but it's not like isekai where it's like an actual trend or a trope.
At all.
Yeah,
I mean,
go for it.
again, people only like this anime because of the pretty colors. It is terrible. The story sucks. The character sucks. The animation sucks. There's nothing good to be found here.
The characters
Next
are the
up is
best
Sword
thing
Art
about
Online.
it.
Now we can all just make fun of Sword Art Online. Yeah!
Yay!
Yeah!
Finally. Oh my god, I feel like I come up for air. Oh my god.
Yeah,
This
Sword
is
Art
such a
Online
relief.
fucking sucks. I don't even want to hear. I don't even want to hear what he actually has to say about it.
You know what? I'm not even going to argue, even if he's wrong with the things he criticizes about it, which he probably will be.
Let's find out.
I'm just going to leave it alone.
I
Sword Art
shouldn't have
Online
to
is shit.
say much about this. People should already know how bad this is. Sword Art Online is just everything that is wrong with anime, and if you're a fan of Sword Art Online, you honestly need to seek medical attention immediately because you are not well. This anime just does everything wrong. How this can even have fans is beyond me. Next,
Eli is
Oh,
a
wow.
Sword
Sure.
Art.
Oh no.
Eli's a Sword
Oh
Art Online
no.
fan.
He's doing no game, no life.
E-
You don't get to do that.
So Eli is a Sword Art Online fan. I know I've just ostracized. I know I've just publicly outed
Wait,
my best friend.
How the fuck? But he likes good things.
He's he just he goes on my feels, and it's just like, no, you fucking idiot.
What feels though? Unless it's just like he's really into the idea of Asuka as a waifu.
I think he's just really into the concept, even though the concept is fundamentally broken.
Okay, All right, I said this earlier when we mentioned Sword Art Online as well, but yeah, it's like the very beginning of Sword Art Online seems like it's going to be decent because the sci-fi esque concept of it seems pretty cool, but they execute it like retards. So the show is shit. So I don't know what there is to latch onto. Unless you're just so in love with the concept that you'll forgive how bad the show is, which it doesn't make sense. Because if you love the concept, you would be even more angry at it being done wrong. Especially fucking Eli, of all people.
So what's this anime, my friends?
Okay. Well, leaving that stone unturned, he went from probably the shortest breather for air that we've had to No Game No Life, which is another instance of isekai done very, very well. It's stylistic, it's got the fucking look, it's got the feel. The main two characters are like a brother sister duo, but they're both like neats. Like literally all they do is play games. They are quote unquote real gamers, elite hackers. That's what they do. That's their entire existence. They don't have jobs. They don't have to go to school. They're fucking losers in our world. But when they get transported to magical world and they realize that the magical world they went to runs basically on gambling and games, they realized, okay, it's gonna take all of 5 minutes of us to like basically become kings. So they just do. The god of that world, who had been monitoring them, kind of approaches them and says, okay, this is actually my world. I'm the god of games. the world that I own runs on games. Let's see what you've got. And they both kind of look back at this guy. It's like, and they're hyped for it. They're like, yeah, absolutely. This sounds like a better deal than we've ever had in anything. We will absolutely take you on, Game God. And then they go back into the world and they just start fucking shit up and changing the. It's like, have you ever had like a D&D campaign with characters who know the meta too well?
Yes, that's
It's kind of like that, and shit just gets derailed real quick, and it just goes in like this interesting direction that most isekai would never touch, and it's all its own style, and it's pretty clever, and it's far too short.
yeah.
I want more.
Let me just state this: fucking playing a fucking D&D that's mainly monster focused as a Witcher is fucking broken because I basically get to look at the monster guide along with the DM. I just get to go, oh, that's that's a monster that they haven't seen before. Give me that.
It's like, hand it over, bitch.
because because
Pass me the waifu menu.
yeah, because the narrative actually lines up with it. Like, yeah, I know all about monsters. All right,
But yes, No Game No Life is actually quite good and clever and entertaining. But
let's
I
just
bet
take a
he's going to
guess.
say it's
Let's
boring
just
and
say
rips off narrative.
bad animation, bad characters. There's no depth.
Okay, if he criticizes the animation when this is probably one of the best looking, at the very least, it's one of the best looking isekais. So yeah, if he criticizes that shit, it's gonna be fucking hands.
Next up is No Game No Life. This anime caters specifically to losers with little sister complexes. I mean, this is one of the worst anime ever made. The only reason people like it is because of the pretty colors and because they're weirdos that have crushes on their little sisters. But yeah, this anime is just about two boring and bland siblings that play video games all day and get transported to another world to play games all day. It's just trash. I mean, the story has nothing going for it. The characters suck. The animation sucks. There's just nothing good about this series.
I was right, and that was the end.
Luke, why didn't you tell us you had a thing for your sister?
Do you
Okay,
even have a sister?
Ginger. No, I don't. Ginger, would you consider L a boring character?
Fuck no.
Well, L basically is the same character type as those two, except instead of L, it's a sibling duo.
Yeah.
People who tend to read sexually into non-sexual situations would read that as, oh, they have some kind of incestuous thing going on, rather than they're just fucking weird, which is what's actually going on. So yes, like the whole brother sister complex. Yeah, no, that's literally not it. They're just autistic as fuck and codependent.
Have we made it?
We
Have
made it. And
woo
there's other things he
five.
mentioned as well about how like it's only the pretty colors that people like. It's like that's such a weird argument. Cause yes, okay, specifically for No Game No Life, the fact that the colors are often so extravagant and neon and everything, the show has a look unto itself and looks very highly stylized and colorful and bright and neon and saturated, and it works because it's consistent. If you just put that up against another show, it would look very weird, similar to how JoJo or One Piece would look very weird if you put them against something else. So I'm not sure what the actual criticism is, other than people like this thing and they shouldn't,
I
but they
kind of
should
I
because it does it well.
I kind of hated most of his arguments anyway. His arguments didn't change the entire fucking time. He
So, other than Sword Art Online, I mean, were there any examples of where we thought like we basically agreed with him, or at least that we agreed, you know, maybe not necessarily with his specific
We
examples
kind
or
of
reasonings, but
we kind of slightly agreed with his Attack on Titan analysis.
Well, no, we kind of independently agreed that Attack on Titan had problems, but he didn't mention the pacing once,
right.
which is like the big thing that I would point to in Attack on Titan.
So essentially, out of his list of 20,
He's got one.
we we kind of agreed with like 1.5 to 2 out of 20, which is not good mathematically. That's not a good
Yeah,
score.
that's about 6%, 6 or 7%.
And Jesus
For
Christ.
those of you keeping track, that's a failing grade.
Yep, he has failed our test and shall now be, I don't know, sent to internet jail. Something. I don't fucking know. And I think with that, I think we're done. I think we need to go watch some anime. We're just fucking, we're dead after that. So thank you all for joining us on episode 4. Well, how funny would it be if he came after us? He's like, oh,
Oh my god, would that be our first Twitter beef?
Could be.
Wait, do we have a Twitter?
I
I know it wasn't me.
I do.
but
I post.
Get on it, Luke.
I technically I post stuff on my Twitter, for stuff. I guess I could finally start putting it back in the description as long as I relaunch the Patreon. In case for some reason somebody wants to give me money, that's really.
I mean, you said I should like man the actual official Y.A.R.P Twitter, and I said it would be a bad idea because I forget that Twitter exists a lot.
Well,
But like, is there actually a Y.A.R.P Twitter?
nope, there's not yet. It's just my Band of Misfits Twitter.
I think that'll do for now.
So thank you all for very much for watching, and we shall see you next week. Bye.
Goodbye.
Ninja doesn't say a damn thing. All right.